Introduction and Part 1 of Chapter 1 of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Introduction. That a secret society, based upon the lines of similar institutions so notorious on the continent during the last century, could ever have existed in the London of our day may seem impossible. Such a society, however, not only did exist, but through the instrumentality of a woman of unparalleled capacity and genius, obtained a firm footing. A century ago, the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings was a name hardly whispered without horror and fear in Italy, and now, by the fascinations and influence of one woman, it began to accomplish fresh deeds of unparalleled daring and subtlety in London. By the wide extent of its scientific resources and the impregnable secrecy of its organizations, it threatened to become a formidable menace to society, as well as a source of serious anxiety to the authorities of the law. It is to the courtesy of Mr. Norman Head that we are indebted for the subject matter of the following hitherto unpublished revelations. Chapter 1. At the Edge of the Crater. Told by Norman Head. It was in the year 1894 that the first of the remarkable events which I am about to give to the world occurred. They found me something of a philosopher and a recluse, having, as I thought, lived my life and done with the active part of existence. It is true that I was young, not more than 35 years of age, but in the ghastly past I had committed a supreme error, and because of that paralyzing experience, I had left the bustling world and found my solace in the scientist's laboratory and the philosopher's study. 10 years before these stories begin, when in Naples studying biology, I fell a victim to the wiles and fascinations of a beautiful Italian. A scientist of no mean attainments herself, with beauty beyond that of ordinary mortals, she had appealed not only to my head, but also to my heart. Dazzled by her beauty and intellect, she led me where she would. Her aims and ambitions, which in the false glamour she threw over them I thought the loftiest in the world, became also mine. She introduced me to the men of her set. I was quickly in the toils, and on a night never to be forgotten, I took part in a grotesque and horrible ceremony, and became a member of her brotherhood. It was called the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings, and dated its origin from one of the secret societies of the Middle Ages. In my first enthusiasm, it seemed to me to embrace all the principles of true liberty. Catherine was its chief and queen. Almost immediately after my initiation, however, I made an appalling discovery. Suspicion pointed to the beautiful Italian as the instigator, if not the author, of a most terrible crime. None of the details could be brought home to her, but there was little doubt that she was its moving spring. Loving her passionately as I then did, I tried to close my intellect against the all too conclusive evidence of her guilt. For a time I succeeded. But when I was ordered myself to take part in a transaction both dishonorable and treacherous, my eyes were opened. Horror seized me, and I fled to England to place myself under the protection of its laws. 10 years went by, and the past was beginning to fade. It was destined to be recalled to me with startling vividness. When a young man at Cambridge, I had studied physiology, but never qualified myself as a doctor, having independent means. But in my laboratory in the vicinity of Regent's Park I worked at biology and physiology for the pure love of these absorbing sciences. I was busily engaged on the afternoon of the 3rd of August, 1894, when Mrs. Kenyon, an old friend, called to see me. She was shown into my study, and I went to her there. Mrs. Kenyon was a widow, but her son, a lad of about 12 years of age, had, owing to an unexpected death of a relative, just come in for a large fortune and a title. She took the seat I offered her. "It is too bad of you, Norman," she said. "It is months since you have been near me. Do you intend to forget your old friends?" "I hope you will forgive me," I answered. "You know how busy I always am." "You work too hard," she replied. "Why a man with your brains and opportunities for enjoying life wishes to shut himself up in the way you do, I cannot imagine." "I am quite happy as I am, Mrs. Kenyon," I replied. "Why, therefore, should I change? By the way, how is Cecil?" "I have come here to speak about him. You know, of course, the wonderful change in his fortunes?" "Yes," I answered. "He has succeeded to the Carn property, and is now Lord Carn. There is a large rent roll and considerable estates. You know, Norman, that Cecil has always been a most delicate boy." I hoped you were about to tell me that he was stronger, I replied. He is, and I will explain how in a moment. His life is a most important one. As Lord Cairn, much is expected of him. He has not only, under the providence of God, to live, but by that one little life he has to keep a man of exceedingly bad character out of a great property. I allude to Hugh Doncaster. Were Cecil to die, Hugh would be Lord Cairn. You have already doubtless heard of his character? I know the man well by repute, I said. I thought you did. His disappointment and rage at Cecil's succeeding to the title are almost beyond bounds. Rumours of his malevolent feelings toward the child have already reached me. I am told that he is now in London, but his life, like yours, is more or less mysterious. I thought it just possible, Norman, that you, as an old friend, might be able to get me some particulars with regard to his whereabouts. Why do you want to know? I asked. I feel a strange uneasiness about him, something which I cannot account for. Of course, in these enlightened days he would not attempt the child's life, but I should be more comfortable if I were assured that he were nowhere in Cecil's vicinity. But the man can do nothing to your boy, I said. Of course, I will find out what I can, but— Mrs. Kenyon interrupted me. Thank you. It is a relief to know that you will help me. Of course, there is no real danger, but I am a widow and Cecil is only a child. Now I must tell you about his health. He is almost quite well. The most marvellous resurrection has taken place. For the last 2 months he has been under the care of that extraordinary woman, Madame Colucci. She has worked miracles in his case. And now, to complete the cure, she is sending him to the Mediterranean. He sails tomorrow night under the care of Dr. Fietta. I cannot bear parting with him, but it is for his good, and Madame Colucci insists that a sea voyage is indispensable. But won't you accompany him? I asked. I am sorry to say that is impossible. My eldest girl Ethel is about to be married, and I cannot leave her on the eve of her wedding. But Cecil will be in good hands. Dr. Fietta is a capital fellow. I have every faith in him. Where are they going? To Cairo. They sail tomorrow night in the Hydaspes. Cairo is a fearfully hot place at this time of year. Are you quite sure it is wise to send a delicate lad like Cecil there in August? Oh, he will not stay. He sails for the sake of the voyage, and will come back by the return boat. The voyage is, according to Madame Colucci, to complete the cure. That marvellous woman has succeeded where the medical profession gave little hope. You have heard of her, of course? I am sick of her very name, I replied. One hears it everywhere. She has bewitched London with her impostures and quackery. There is no quackery about her, Norman. I believe her to be the cleverest woman in England. There are authentic accounts of her wonderful cures which cannot be contradicted. There are even rumours that she is able to restore youth and beauty by her arts. The whole of society is at her feet, and it is whispered that even royalty are among her patients. Of course, her fees are enormous, but look at the results. Have you ever met her? Never. Where does she come from? Who is she? She is an Italian, but she speaks English perfectly. She has taken a house which is a perfect palace in Welbeck Street. And who is Dr. Fietta? A medical man who assists Madame in her treatments. I have just seen him. He is charming and devoted to Cecil. 5 o'clock? I had no idea it was so late. I must be going. You will let me know when you hear of any news of Mr. Doncaster? Come and see me soon. I accompanied my visitor to the door, and then returning to my study, sat down to resume the work I had been engaged in when I was interrupted. But Mrs. Kenyon's visit had made me restless. I knew Hugh Doncaster's character well. Reports of his evil ways now and then agitated society, but the man had hitherto escaped the stern arm of justice. Of course, there could be no real foundation for Mrs. Kenyon's fears, but I felt that I could sympathize with her. The child was young and delicate. If Doncaster could injure him without discovery, he would not scruple to do so. As I thought over these things, a vague sensation of coming trouble possessed me. I hastily got into my evening dress, and having dined at my club, found myself at 10:30 in a drawing-room in Grosvenor Square. As I passed on into the reception-rooms, having exchanged a few words with my hostess, I came across Dufrayer, a lawyer and a special friend of mine. We got into conversation. As we talked, and my eyes glanced idly round the groups of smartly dressed people, I noticed where a crowd of men were clustering round and paying homage to a stately woman at the farther end of the room. A diamond star flashed in her dusky hair. On her neck and arms diamonds also glittered. She had an upright bearing and a regal appearance. Her rosy lips were smiling. The marked intelligence and power of her face could not fail to arrest attention, even in the most casual observer. At the first glance I felt that I had seen her before, but could not tell when or where. "Who is that woman?" I asked of my companion. "My dear fellow," he replied with an amused smile, "don't you know? That is the great Madame Colucci, the rage of the season, the great specialist, the great consultant. London is mad about her. She has only been here 10 minutes, and look, she is going already. They say she has a dozen engagements every night." Madame Colucci began to move towards the door, and anxious to get a nearer view, I also passed rapidly through the throng. I reached the head of the stairs before she did, and as she went by looked her full in the face. Her eyes met mine. Their dark depths seemed to read me through. She half smiled, half paused as if to speak, changed her mind, made a stately inclination of her queenly head, and went slowly downstairs. For a moment I stood still. There was a ringing in my ears, and my heart was beating to suffocation. Then I hastily followed her. When I reached the pavement, Madame Colucci's carriage stopped the way. She did not notice me, but I was able to observe her. She was bending out and talking eagerly to someone. The following words fell on my ear. "It's all right. They sail to-morrow evening." The man to whom she spoke made a reply which I could not catch, but I had seen his face. He was Hugh Doncaster. Madame Colucci's carriage rolled away, and I hailed a hansom. In supreme moments we think rapidly. I thought quickly then. "Where to?" asked the driver. "Number 140, Earl's Terrace, Kensington," I called out. I sat back as I spoke. The horror of past memories was almost paralyzing me, but I quickly pulled myself together. I knew that I must act, and act quickly. I had just seen the head of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. Madame Colucci, changed in much since I last saw her, was the woman who had wrecked my heart and life 10 years ago in Naples. With my knowledge of the past, I was well aware that where this woman appeared, victims fell. Her present victim was a child. I must save that child, even if my own life were the penalty. She had ordered the boy abroad. He was to sail to-morrow with an emissary of hers. She was in league with Doncaster. If she could get rid of the boy, Doncaster would doubtless pay her a fabulous sum. For the working of her, she above all things wanted money. Yes, without a doubt, the lad's life was in the gravest danger, and I had not a moment to lose. The first thing was to communicate with the mother, and if possible put a stop to the intended voyage. I arrived at the house, flung open the doors of the hansom, and ran up the steps. Here unexpected news awaited me. The servant who answered my summons said that Mrs. Kenyon had started for Scotland by the night mail. She had received a telegram announcing the serious illness of her eldest girl. On getting it she had started for the north, but would not reach her destination until the following evening. "Is Lord Carn in?" I asked. "No, sir," was the reply. "My mistress did not like to leave him here alone, and he has been sent over to Madame Colucci's, 100 Welbeck Street. Perhaps you are not aware, sir, that his lordship sails to-morrow evening for Cairo?" "Yes, I know all about that," I replied. "And now, if you will give me your mistress's address, I shall be much obliged to you." The man supplied it. I entered my hansom again. For a moment it occurred to me that I would send a telegram to intercept Mrs. Kenyon on her rapid journey north, but I finally made up my mind not to do so. The boy was already in the enemy's hands, and I felt sure that I could now only rescue him by guile. I returned home, having already made up my mind how to act. I would accompany Cecil and Dr. Fietta to Cairo. At 11 o'clock on the following morning I had taken my berth in the Hydaspes, and at 9 that evening was on board. I caught a momentary glimpse of young Lord Carn and his attendant, but in order to avoid explanations, kept out of their way. It was not until the following morning, when the steamer was well down the channel, that I made my appearance on deck, where I at once saw the boy sitting at the stern in a chair. Beside him was a lean, middle-aged man wearing a pair of pince-nez. He looked every inch a foreigner, with his pointed beard, waxed moustache, and deep-set, beady eyes. As I sauntered across the deck to where they were sitting, Lord Carn looked up and instantly recognized me. "Mr. Head!" he exclaimed, jumping up from his chair. "You here? I am very glad to see you." "I am on my way to Cairo on business," I said, shaking the boy warmly by the hand. "To Cairo? Why, that is where we are going. But you never told Mother you were coming, and she saw you the day before yesterday. It was such a pity that Mother had to rush off to Scotland so suddenly. But last night, just before we sailed, there came a telegram telling us that Ethel was better. As Mother had to go away, I went to Madame Colucci's for the night. I love going there. She has a lovely house, and she is so delightful herself. And this is Dr. Fietta, who has come with me." As the boy added these words, Dr. Fietta came forward and peered at me through his pince-nez. I bowed, and he returned my salutation. "This is an extraordinary coincidence, Dr. Fietta," I exclaimed. "Cecil Kenyon happens to be the son of one of my greatest friends. I am glad to see him looking so well. Whatever Madame Colucci's treatment has been, it has had a marvelous effect. I am told that you are fortunate enough to be the participator in her wonderful secrets and cures." "I have the honor of assisting Madame Colucci," he replied with a strong foreign accent. "But may I take the liberty of inquiring who gave you the information about myself?" "It was Mrs. Kenyon," I answered. "She told me all about you the other day." "She knew, then, that you were going to be a fellow passenger of her son's?" "No, for I did not know myself. An urgent telegram calling me to Egypt arrived that evening, and I only booked my passage yesterday. I am fortunate in having the honor of meeting so distinguished a savant as yourself. I have heard much about Madame Colucci's marvelous occult powers, but I suppose the secrets of her success are very jealously guarded. The profession, of course, pooh-pooh her, I know, but if one may credit all one hears, she possesses remedies undreamt of in their philosophy." "It is quite true, Mr. Head. As a medical man myself, I can vouch for her capacity, and unfettered by English professional scrupulousness. Madame Colucci and I are very proud of our young friend here, and hope that the voyage will complete his cure, and will fit him for the high position he is destined to occupy." The voyage flew by. Fietta was an intelligent man, and his scientific attainments were considerable. But for my knowledge of the terrible past, my fears might have slumbered. But as it was, they were always present with me, and the moment all too quickly arrived when suspicion was to be plunged into certainty. On the day before we were due at Malta, the wind sprang up, and we got into a choppy sea. When I had finished breakfast, I went to Cecil's cabin to see how he was. He was just getting up, and looked pale and unwell. "There is a nasty sea on," I said, "but the captain says we shall be out of it in an hour or so." "I hope we shall," he answered, "for it makes me feel squeamish, but I dare say I shall be all right when I get on deck. Dr. Fietta has given me something to stop the sickness, but it has not had much effect." "I do not know anything that really stops seasickness," I answered, "but what has he done?" "Oh, a curious thing, Mr. Head. He pricked my arm with a needle on a syringe and squirted something in. He says it is a certain cure for seasickness. Look," said the child, baring his arm. "That is where he did it." I examined the mark closely. It had evidently been made with a hypodermic injection needle. "Did Dr. Fietta tell you what he put into your arm?" I asked. "Yes, he said it was morphia." "Where does he keep his needle?" "It is on his trunk, there, under his bunk. I shall be dressed directly and will come on deck." I left the cabin and went up the companion. The doctor was pacing to and fro on the hurricane deck. I approached him. "Your charge has not been well," I said. "I have just seen him. He tells me you have given him a hypodermic of morphia." He turned round and gave me a quick glance of uneasy fear. "Did Lord Cairn tell you so?" "Yes." "Well, Mr. Head, it is the very best cure for seasickness. I have found it very efficacious." "Do you think it wise to give a child morphia?" I asked. "I do not discuss my treatment with an unqualified man," he replied brusquely, turning away as he spoke. I looked after him, and as he disappeared down the deck my fears became certainties. I determined, come what would, to find out what he had given the boy. I knew only too well the infinite possibilities of that dangerous little instrument, a hypodermic syringe. As the day wore on, the sea moderated, and at 5 o'clock it was quite calm again, a welcome change to the passengers, who, with the permission of the captain, had arranged to give a dance that evening on deck. The occasion was one when ordinary scruples must fade out of sight. Honour in such a mission as I had set myself must take place to the watchful zeal of the detective. I was determined to take advantage of the dance to explore Dr. Fietta's cabin. The doctor was fond of dancing, and as soon as I saw that he and Lord Cairn were well engaged, I descended the companion and went to their cabin. I switched on the electric light, and dragging the trunk from beneath the bunk, hastily opened it. It was unlocked, and only secured by straps. I ran my hand rapidly through the contents, which were chiefly clothes, but tucked in one corner I found a case, and pulling it out opened it. Inside lay the delicate little hypodermic syringe which I had come in search of. I hurried up to the light and examined it. Smeared round the inside of the glass and adhering to the bottom of the little plunger was a whitish, gelatinous-looking substance. This was no ordinary hypodermic solution. It was half-liquefied gelatin, such as I knew so well as the medium for the cultivation of microorganisms. For a moment I felt half-stunned. What infernal culture might it not contain? Time was flying, and at any moment I might be discovered. I hastily slipped the syringe into my pocket, and closing the trunk, replaced it, and switching off the electric light, returned to the deck. My temples were throbbing, and it was with difficulty I could keep my self-control. I made up my mind quickly. Fietta would of course miss the syringe, but the chances were that he would not do so that night. As yet there was nothing apparently the matter with the boy, but might there not be flowing through his veins some poisonous germs of disease, which only required a period of incubation for their development? At daybreak the boat would arrive at Malta. I would go on shore at once, call upon some medical man, and lay the case before him in confidence, in the hope of his having the things I should need in order to examine the contents of the syringe. If I found any organisms, I would take the law into my own hands, and carry the boy back to England by the next boat. No sleep visited me that night, and I lay tossing to and fro in my bunk, longing for daylight. At 6 a.m. I heard the engine bell ring, and the screw suddenly slow down to half speed. I leapt up and went on deck. I could see the outline of the rock-bound fortress and the lighthouse of St. Elmo looming more vividly every moment. As soon as we were at anchor and the gangway down, I hailed one of the little green boats, and told the men to row me to the shore. I drove at once to the Grand Hotel in the Strada Reale, and asked the Italian guide the address of a medical man. He gave me the address of an English doctor who lived close by, and I went there at once to see him. It was now 7 o'clock, and I found him up. I made my apologies for the early hour of my visit, put the whole matter before him, and produced the syringe. For a moment he was inclined to take my story with incredulity, but by degrees he became interested, and ended by inviting me to breakfast with him. After the meal we repaired to his consulting room to make our investigations. He brought out his microscope, which I saw, to my delight, was of the latest design, and I set at once to work, while he watched me with evident interest. At last the crucial moment came, and I bent over the instrument and adjusted the focus on my preparation. My suspicions were only too well confirmed by what I had extracted, which I saw. The substance from the syringe was a mass of microorganisms, but of what nature I did not know. I had never seen anything quite like them before. I drew back. "I wish you would look at this," I said. "You tell me you have devoted considerable attention to bacteriology. Please tell me what you see." Dr. Benson applied his eye to the instrument, regulating the focus for a few moments in silence. Then he raised his head and looked at me with a curious expression. "Where did this culture come from?" he asked. "From London, I presume," I answered. "It is extraordinary," he said with emphasis, "but there is no doubt whatever that these organisms are the specific germs of the very disease I have studied here so assiduously. They are the micrococci of Mediterranean fever, the minute round or oval bacteria. They are absolutely characteristic." I jumped to my feet. "Is that so?" I cried. The diabolical nature of the plot was only too plain. These germs injected into a patient would produce a fever which only occurs in the Mediterranean. The fact that the boy had been in the Mediterranean even for a short time would be a complete blind as to the way in which they obtained access to the body, as everyone would think the disease occurred from natural causes. "How long is the period of incubation?" I asked. "About 10 days," replied Dr. Benson. I extended my hand. "You have done me an invaluable service," I said. "I may possibly be able to do you a still further service," was his reply. "I have made Mediterranean fever the study of my life, and have, I believe, discovered an antitoxin for it. I have tried my discovery on the patients of the Naval Hospital with excellent results. The local disturbance is slight, and I have never found bad symptoms follow the treatment. If you will bring the boy to me, I will administer the antidote without delay." I considered for a moment, then I said, "My position is a terrible one, and I am inclined to accept your proposition. Under the circumstances, it is the only chance." "It is," replied Dr. Benson. "I shall be at your service whenever you need me." I bade him good-bye and quickly left the house. End of Part 1 of Chapter 1. Part 2 of Chapter 1 of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 1 At the Edge of the Crater. Part 2. It was now 10 o'clock. My first object was to find Dr. Fietta, to speak to him boldly, and take the boy away by main force if necessary. I rushed back to the Grand Hotel, where I learned that a boy and a man answering to the description of Dr. Fietta and Cecil had breakfast there, but had gone out again immediately afterwards. The Hydaspes I knew was to coal, and would not leave Malta before 1 o'clock. My only chance, therefore, was to catch them as they came on board. Until then I could do nothing. At 12 o'clock I went down to the quay and took a boat to the Hydaspes. Seeing no sign of Fietta and the boy on deck, I made my way at once to Lord Cairns' cabin. The door was open and the place in confusion. Every vestige of baggage had disappeared. Absolutely at a loss to divine the cause of this unexpected discovery, I pressed the electric bell. In a moment a steward appeared. "Has Lord Cairns left the ship?" I asked, my heart beating fast. "I believe so, sir," replied the man. "I had orders to pack the luggage and send it on shore. It went about an hour ago." I waited to hear no more. Rushing to my cabin, I began flinging my things pell-mell into my portmanteau. I was full of apprehension at this sudden move of Dr. Fietta's. Calling a steward who was passing to help me, I got my things on deck, and in a few moments had them in a boat and was making rapidly for the shore. I drove back at once to the Grand Hotel in the Strada Reale. "Did the gentleman who came here to-day from the Hydaspes, accompanied by a little boy, engage rooms for the night?" I asked of the proprietor in the bureau at the top of the stairs. "No, sir," answered the man. "They breakfasted here, but did not return. I think they said they were going to the gardens of San Antonio." For a minute or two I paced the hall in uncontrollable excitement. I was completely at a loss what step to take next. Then suddenly an idea struck me. I hurried down the steps and made my way to Cook's office. "A gentleman of that description took 2 tickets for Naples by the Spartivento, a Rupertino boat, 2 hours ago," said the clerk in answer to my inquiries. "She has started by now," he continued, glancing up at the clock. "To Naples?" I cried. A sickening fear seized me. The very name of that hated place struck me like a poisoned weapon. "Is it too late to catch her?" I cried. "Yes, sir, she has gone." "Then what is the quickest route by which I can reach Naples?" "You can go by the Gingra, a P&O boat, to-night to Brindisi, and then overland. That is the quickest way now." I at once took my passage and left the office. There was not the least doubt what had occurred. Dr. Fietta had missed his syringe, and in consequence had immediately altered his plans. He was now taking the lad to the very fountainhead of the Brotherhood, where other means, if necessary, would be employed to put an end to his life. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, 3 days later, when from the windows of the railway carriage I caught my first glimpse of the glow on the summit of Vesuvius. During the journey I had decided on my line of action. Leaving my luggage in the cloakroom, I entered a carriage and began to visit hotel after hotel. For a long time I had no success. It was past 11 o'clock that night when, weary and heartsick, I drew up at the Hotel Londres. I went to the concierge with my usual question, expecting the invariable reply, but a glow of relief swept over me when the man said, "Dr. Fietta is out, sir, but the young man is in." "He is in bed. Will you call to-morrow? What name shall I say?" "I shall stay here," I answered. "Let me have a room at once, and have my bag taken to it." "What is the number of Lord Cairns' room?" "Number 46, but he will be asleep, sir. You cannot see him now." I made no answer, but going quickly upstairs I found the boy's room. I knocked. There was no reply. I turned the handle and entered. All was dark. Striking a match, I looked round. In a white bed at the farther end lay the child. I went up and bent softly over him. He was lying with one hand beneath his cheek. He looked worn and tired, and now and then moaned as if in trouble. When I touched him lightly on the shoulder, he started up and opened his eyes. A dazed expression of surprise swept over his face. Then with an eager cry he stretched out both his hands and clasped one of mine. "I am so glad to see you," he said. Dr. Fietta told me you were angry, that I had offended you. I very nearly cried when I missed you that morning at Malta, and Dr. Fietta said I should never see you any more. I don't like him. I am afraid of him. Have you come to take me home?" As he spoke, he glanced eagerly round in the direction of the door, clutching my hand still tighter as he did so. "Yes, I shall take you home, Cecil. I have come for the purpose," I answered. "But are you quite well?" "That's just it. I am not. I have awful dreams at night. Oh, I am so glad you have come back, and you are not angry. Did you say you were really going to take me home?" "Tomorrow, if you like." "Please do. Stoop down, I want to whisper to you. I am dreadfully afraid of Dr. Fietta." "What is your reason?" I asked. "There is no reason," answered the child, "but somehow I dread him. I have done so ever since you left us at Malta. Once I woke in the middle of the night, and he was bending over me. He had such a queer look on his face, and he used that syringe again. He was putting something into my arm. He told me it was morphia. I did not want him to do it, for I thought you would rather he didn't. I wish Mother had sent me away with you. I am afraid of him. Yes, I am afraid of him." "Now that I have come, everything will be right," I said. "And you will take me home tomorrow?" "Certainly." "But I should like to see Vesuvius first. Now that we are here, it seems a pity that I should not see it. Can you take me to Vesuvius tomorrow morning, and home in the evening? And will you explain to Dr. Fietta?" "I will explain everything. Now go to sleep. I am in the house, and you have nothing whatever to fear." "I am very glad you have come," he said wearily. He flung himself back on his pillow. The exhausted look was very manifest on his small, childish face. I left the room, shutting the door softly. To say that my blood boiled can express but little the emotions which ran through my frame. The child was in the hands of a monster. He was in the very clutch of the Brotherhood, whose intention was to destroy his life. I thought for a moment. There was nothing now for it but to see Fietta, tell him that I had discovered his machinations, claim the boy, and take him away by force. I knew that I was treading on dangerous ground. At any moment my own life might be forfeit for my supposed treachery to the cause whose vows I had so madly taken. Still, if I saved the boy, nothing else really mattered. I went downstairs into the great central hall, interviewed the concierge, who told me that Fietta had returned, asked for the number of his private sitting room, and going there, opened the door without knocking. At a writing table at the farther end sat the doctor. He turned as I entered, and recognizing me, started up with a sudden exclamation. I noticed that his face changed colour, and that his beady eyes flashed all ugly fire. Then, recovering himself, he advanced quietly towards me. "This is another of your unexpected surprises, Mr. Head," he said with politeness. "You have not, then, gone on to Cairo? You change your plans rapidly." "Not more so than you do, Dr. Fietta," I replied, watching him as I spoke. "I was obliged to change my mind," he answered. "I heard in Malta that cholera had broken out in Cairo. I could not therefore take my patient there. May I inquire why I have the honour of this visit? You will excuse my saying so, but this action of yours forces me to suspect that you are following me. Have you a reason?" He stood with his hands behind him, and a look of furtive vigilance crept into his small eyes. "This is my reason," I replied. I boldly drew the hypodermic syringe from my pocket as I spoke. With an inconceivably rapid movement he hurried past me, locked the door, and placed the key in his pocket. As he turned towards me again I saw the glint of a long bright stiletto, which he had drawn and was holding in his right hand, which he kept behind him. "I see you are armed," I said quietly, "but do not be too hasty. I have a few words to say to you." As I spoke I looked him full in the face, then I dropped my voice. "I am one of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings." When I uttered these magical words he started back and looked at me with dilated eyes. "Your proofs, instantly, or you are a dead man," he cried hoarsely. Beads of sweat gleamed upon his forehead. "Put that weapon on the table. Give me your right hand, and you shall have the proofs you need," I answered. He hesitated, then changed the stiletto to his left hand, and gave me his right. I grasped it in the peculiar manner which I had never forgotten, and bent my head close to his. The next moment I had uttered the password of the Brotherhood. "La Regina," I whispered. "Il a ragione," he replied, flinging the stiletto on the carpet. "Ah!" he continued, with an expression of the strongest relief, while he wiped the moisture from his forehead. "This is too wonderful. And now tell me, my friend, what your mission is. I knew you had stolen my syringe, but why did you do it? Why did you not reveal yourself to me before? You are, of course, under the Queen's orders?" "I am," I answered, "and her orders to me now are to take Lord Kairn home to England overland to-morrow morning." "Very well. Everything is finished. He will die in 1 month." "From Mediterranean fever? But it is not necessarily fatal," I continued. "That is true. It is not always fatal acquired in the ordinary way, but by our methods it is so." "Then you have administered more of the microorganisms since Malta?" "Yes. I had another syringe in my case, and now nothing can save him. The fever will commence in 6 days from now." He paused for a moment or two. "It is very odd," he went on, "that I should have had no communication. I cannot understand it." A sudden flash of suspicion shot across his dark face. My heart sank as I saw it. It passed, however. The next instant the man's words were courteous and quiet. "I of course accede to your proposition," he said. "Everything is quite safe. This that I have done can never by any possibility be discovered. Madame is invincible. Have you yet seen Lord Kairn?" "Yes, and I have told him to be prepared to accompany me home to-morrow." "Very well." Dr. Fietta walked across the room, unlocked the door, and threw it open. "Your plans will suit me admirably," he continued. "I shall stay on here for a few days more, as I have some private business to transact. Tonight I shall sleep in peace. Your shadow has been haunting me for the last 3 days." I went from Fietta's room to the boy's. He was wide awake and started up when he saw me. "I have arranged everything, Cecil," I said, "and you are in my charge now. I mean to take you to my room to sleep." "Oh," he answered, "I am glad. Perhaps I shall sleep better in your room. I am not afraid of you. I love you." His eyes, bright with affection, looked into mine. I lifted him into my arms, wrapped his dressing gown over his shoulders, and conveyed him through the folding doors, down the corridor, into the room I had secured for myself. There were 2 beds in the room, and I placed him in one. "I am so happy," he said. "I love you so much. Will you take me to Vesuvius in the morning, and then home in the evening?" "I will see about that. Now go to sleep," I answered. He closed his eyes with a sigh of pleasure. In 10 minutes he was sound asleep. I was standing by him when there came a knock at the door. I went to open it. A waiter stood without. He held a salver in his hand. It contained a letter, also a sheet of paper and an envelope stamped in the name of the hotel. "From the dottore, to be delivered to the signore immediately," was the laconic remark. Still standing in the doorway, I took the letter from the tray, opened it, and read the following words. "You have removed the boy, and that action arouses my mistrust. I doubt your having received any communication from Madame. If you wish me to believe that you are a bona fide member of the Brotherhood, return the boy to his own sleeping room immediately." I took a pencil out of my pocket and hastily wrote a few words on the sheet of paper which had been sent for this purpose. "I retain the boy. You are welcome to draw your own conclusions." Folding up the paper, I slipped it into the envelope, and wetting the gum with my tongue, fastened it together, and handed it to the waiter, who withdrew. I re-entered my room and locked the door. To keep the boy was imperative, but there was little doubt that Fietta would now telegraph to Madame Colucci, the telegraphic office being open day and night, and find out the trick I was playing upon him. I considered whether I might not remove the boy there and then to another hotel, but decided that such a step would be useless. Once the emissaries of the Brotherhood were put upon my track, the case for the child and myself would be all but hopeless. There was likely to be little sleep for me that night. I paced up and down my lofty room. My thoughts were keen and busy. After a time, however, a strange confusion seized me. One moment I thought of the child, the next of Madame Colucci, and then again I found myself pondering some abstruse and comparatively unimportant point in science which I was perfecting at home. I shook myself free of these thoughts, to walk about again, to pause by the bedside of the child, to listen to his quiet breathing. Perfect peace reigned over his little face. He had resigned himself to me. His terrors were things of the past, and he was absolutely happy. Then once again that queer confusion of brain returned. I wondered what I was doing, and why I was anxious about the boy. Finally I sank upon the bed at the farther end of the room, for my limbs were tired and weighted with a heavy oppression. I would rest for a moment, but nothing would induce me to close my eyes. So I thought, and flung myself back on my pillow. But the next instant all present things were forgotten in dreamless and heavy slumber. I awoke long hours afterwards to find the sunshine flooding the room, the window which led onto the balcony wide open, and Cecil's bed empty. I sprang up with a cry. Memory returned with a flash. What had happened? Had Fietta managed to get in by means of the window? I had noticed the balcony outside the window on the previous night. The balcony of the next room was but a few feet distant from mine. It would be easy for anyone to enter there, spring from one balcony to the other, and so obtain access to my room. Doubtless this had been done. Why had I slept? I had firmly resolved to stay awake all night. In an instant I found the solution. Fietta's letter had been a trap. The envelope which he sent me contained poison on the gum. I had licked it, and so received the fatal soporific. My heart beat wildly. I knew I had not an instant to lose. With hasty strides I went into Fietta's sitting room. There was no one there. Into his bedroom, the door of which was open. It was also empty. I rushed into the hall. "The gentleman and the little boy went out about half an hour ago," said the concierge in answer to my inquiries. "They have gone to Vesuvius. A fine day for the trip." The man smiled as he spoke. My heart almost stopped. "How did they go?" I asked. "A carriage, 2 horses. Best way to go." In a second I was out in the Piazza del Municipio. Hastily selecting a pair-horse carriage out of the group of importunate drivers, I jumped in. "Vesuvius!" I shouted, "as hard as you can go." The man began to bargain. I thrust a roll of paper money into his hand. On receiving it he waited no longer, and we were soon dashing at a furious speed along the crowded, ill-paved streets, scattering the pedestrians as we went, down the Via Roma and out on the Santa Lucia quay, away and away through endless labyrinths of noisome, narrow streets, till at length we got into the more open country at the base of the burning mountain. Should I be in time to prevent the catastrophe which I dreaded? For I had been up that mountain before, and knew well the horrible danger at the crater's mouth. A slip, a push, and one would never be seen again. The ascent began, and the exhausted horses were beginning to fail. I leapt out, and giving the driver a sum which I did not wait to count, ran up the winding road of cinders and pumice that curves round beneath the observatory. My breath had failed me, and my heart was beating so hard that I could scarcely speak when I reached the station where one takes ponies to go over the new rough lava. In answer to my inquiries, Cook's agent told me that Fietta and Cecil had gone on not a quarter of an hour ago. I shouted my orders, and flinging money right and left, I soon obtained a fleet pony and was galloping recklessly over the broken lava. Throwing the reins over the pony's head, I presently jumped off, and ran up the little narrow path to the funicular wire-laid railway that takes passengers up the steep cone to the crater. "Just gone on, sir," said a Cook's official in answer to my question. "But I must follow at once," I said excitedly, hurrying towards the little shed. The man stopped me. "We don't take single passengers," he said. "I will and must go alone," I said. "I'll buy the car, and the railway, and you, and the mountain if necessary, but go I will. How much do you want to take me alone?" 100 francs, he said impertinently, little thinking that I would agree to the bargain. "Done," I replied. In astonishment he counted out the notes which I handed to him, and hurried at once into the shed. Here he rang an electric bell to have the car at the top started back, and getting into the empty car I began to ascend, up and up and up. Soon I passed the empty car returning. How slowly we moved! My mouth was parched and dry, and I was in a fever of excitement. The smoke from the crater was close above me in great wreaths. At last we reached the top. I leapt out, and without waiting for a guide, made my way past and rushed up the active cone, slipping in the shifting, loose, gritty soil. When I reached the top a gale was blowing, and the scenery below, with the bay and Naples and Sorrento, lay before me. The most magnificent panorama in the world. I had no time to glance at it, but hurried forward past crags of hot rock from which steam and sulphur were escaping. The wind was taking the huge volumes of smoke over to the farther side of the crater, and I could just catch sight of two figures as the smoke cleared for a moment. The figures were that of Fietta and the boy. They were evidently making a detour of the crater, and had just entered the smoke. I heard a guide behind shout something to me in Italian, but I took no notice, and plunged at once into the blinding, suffocating smoke that came belching forth from the crater. I was now close behind Fietta and the boy. They held their handkerchiefs up to their faces to keep off the choking, sulphurous fumes, and had evidently not seen me. Their guide was ahead of them. Fietta was walking slowly. He was farthest away from the crater's mouth. The boy's hand was within his. The boy was nearest to the yawning gulf. A hot and choking blast of smoke blinded me for a moment and hid the pair from view. The next instant it passed. I saw Fietta suddenly turn, seize the boy, and push him towards the edge. Through the rumbling thunder that came from below I heard a sharp cry of terror, and bounding forward I just caught the lad as he reeled and hurled him away into safety. With a yell of baffled rage, Fietta dashed through the smoke and flung himself upon me. I moved nimbly aside, and the doctor, carried on by the impetus of his rush, missed his footing in the crumbling ashes, and fell headlong down through the reeking smoke and steam into the fathomless, seething cauldron below. What followed may be told in a few words. That evening I sailed for Malta with the boy. Dr. Benson administered the antitoxin in time, and the child's life was saved. Within a fortnight I brought him back to his mother. It was reported that Dr. Fietta had gone mad at the edge of the crater, and in an excess of maniacal fury had first tried to destroy the boy and then flung himself in. I kept my secret. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 2. The Winged Assassin. Part 1. My scientific pursuits no longer interested me. I returned to my house in Regent's Park, but only to ponder recent events. With the sanction of conscience I fully intended to be a traitor to the infamous Brotherhood which, in a moment of mad folly, I had joined. From henceforth my object would be to expose Madame Colucci. By doing so my own life would be in danger. Nevertheless, my firm determination was not to leave a stone unturned to place this woman and her confederates in the felon's dock of an English criminal court. To effect this end one thing was obvious. Single-handed I could not work. I knew little of the law, and to expose a secret society like Madame Colucci's, I must invoke the aid of the keenest and most able legal advisers. Colin Dufrayer, the man I had just met before my hurried visit to Naples, was assuredly the person of all others for my purpose. He was one of the smartest lawyers in London. I went therefore one day to his office. I was fortunate in finding him in, and he listened to the story which I told him in confidence with the keenest attention. "If this is true, Head," he said, "you yourself are in considerable danger." "Yes," I answered. "Nevertheless, my mind is made up. I will enter the lists against Madame Colucci." His face grew grave. Furrows lined his high and bald forehead, and knitted themselves together over his watchful, grey eyes. "If anyone but yourself had brought me such an incredible story, Head, I should have thought him mad," he said at last. "Of course, one knows that from time to time a great master in crime arises and sets justice at defiance, but that this woman should be the leader of a deliberately organized crusade against the laws of England is almost past my belief. Granted it is so, however, what do you wish me to do?" "Give me your help," I answered. "Use your ingenuity. Employ your keenest agents, the most trusted and experienced officers of the law, to watch this woman day and night. and bring her and her accomplices to justice. I am a rich man, and I am prepared to devote both my life and my money to this great cause. When we have obtained a sufficient evidence," I continued, "let us lay our information before the authorities." He looked at me thoughtfully. After a moment he spoke. "What occurred in Naples has doubtless given the Brotherhood a considerable shock," he said, "and if Madame Koluchy is as clever as you suppose her to be, she will remain quiet for the present. Your best plan, therefore, is to do nothing, and allow me to watch. She suspects you. She does not suspect me." "That is certainly the case," I answered. "Take a sea voyage, or do something to restore your equilibrium, Head. You look overexcited." "So would you be if you knew the woman, and if you had just gone through my terrible experiences." "Granted. But do not let this get on your nerves. Rest assured that I won't leave a stone unturned to convict the woman, and that when the right moment comes I will apply to you." I had to be satisfied with this reply, and soon afterwards I left Dufrayer. I spent a winter of anxiety, during which time I heard nothing of Madame Koluchy. Once again my suspicions were slumbering, and my attention was turned to that science which was at once the delight and solace of my life, when, in the May of the following year, I received a note from Dufrayer. It ran as follows: "My dear Head, I have received an invitation both for you and myself to dine and sleep next Friday at Sir John Winton's place at Epsom. You are, of course, aware that his horse, Ajax, is the favourite for the Derby. Don't on any account refuse this invitation. Throw over all engagements for the sake of it. There is more in this than meets the eye. Yours sincerely, Colin Dufrayer." I wired back to Dufrayer to accept the invitation, and on the following Friday went down to Epsom in time for dinner. Dufrayer had arrived earlier in the day, and I had not yet had an opportunity of seeing him alone. When I entered the drawing-room before dinner, I found myself one of a large party. My host came forward to receive me. I happened to have met Sir John several times at his club in town, and he now signified his pleasure at seeing me in his house. A moment afterwards he introduced me to a bright-eyed girl of about 19 years of age. Her name was Alison Carr. She had very dark eyes and hair, a transparent complexion, and a manner full of vivacity and intelligence. I noticed, however, an anxious expression about her lips, and also that now and then, when engaged in the most animated conversation, she lost herself in a reverie of a somewhat painful nature. She would wake from these fits of inattention with an obvious start and a heightened colour. I found she was to be my companion at dinner, and soon discovered that hers was an interesting, indeed delightful, personality. She knew the world and could talk well. Our conversation presently drifted to the great subject of the hour, Sir John Winton's colt Ajax. "He is a beauty," cried the girl. "I love him for himself, as who would not who had ever seen him? But if he wins the Derby, why, then my gratitude—" She paused and clasped her hands, then drew herself up, colouring. "Are you very much interested in the result of the race?" I could not help asking. "All my future turns on it," she said, dropping her voice to a low whisper. "I think," she continued, "Mr. Dufrayer intends to confide in you. I know something about you, Mr. Head, for Mr. Dufrayer has told me. I am so glad to meet you. I cannot say any more now, but my position is one of great anxiety." Her words somewhat surprised me, but I could not question her further at that moment. Later on, however, when we returned to the drawing-room, I approached her side. She looked up eagerly when she saw me. "I have been all over Europe this summer," she said gaily. "Don't you want to see some of my photographs?" She motioned me to a seat near her side, and taking up a book, opened it. We bent over the photographs. She turned the pages, talking eagerly. Suddenly she put her hand to her brow, and her face turned deadly pale. "What is the matter?" I asked. She did not speak for a moment, but I noticed that the moisture stood on her forehead. Presently she gave a sigh of relief. "It has passed," she said. "Yes, I suffer in my head an indescribable agony, but it does not last now more than a moment or two. At one time the pain used to stay for nearly an hour, and I was almost crazy at the end. I have had these sharp sort of neuralgic pains from a child, but since I have consulted Madame Koluchy—" I started. She looked up at me and nodded. "Of course you have heard of her," she said. "Who has not? She is quite the most wonderful, delightful woman in existence. She indeed is a doctor to have confidence in. I understand that the men of the profession are mad with jealousy, and small wonder, her cures are so marvelous. Yes, Mr. Head, I went to quite half a dozen of our greatest doctors, and they could do nothing for me. But since I have been to Madame Colucci the pain comes but seldom, and when it does arise from any cause, it quickly subsides. I have much to thank her for. Have you ever seen her?" "Yes," I replied. "And don't you like her?" continued the girl eagerly. "Is she not beautiful? The most beautiful woman in the world? Perhaps you have consulted her for your health. She has a great many men patients." I made no reply. Miss Carr continued to speak with great animation. "It is not only her beauty which impresses me," she said. "It is also her power. She draws you out of yourself completely. When I am away from her I must confess I am restless. It is as though she hypnotized me, and yet she has never done so. I long to go back to her, even when—" She hesitated and trembled. Some one came up, and commonplace subjects of conversation resumed their sway. That evening late I joined Dufrayer in the smoking-room. We found ourselves alone, and I began to speak at once. "You asked me to come here for a purpose," I said. "Miss Carr, the girl whom I took in to dinner, further told me that you had something to communicate. What is the matter?" "Sit down, Head. I have much to tell you." "By the way," I continued as I sank into the nearest chair, "do you know that Miss Carr is under the influence of Madame Colucci?" "I know it. And before I can go any further, tell me what you think of her." "She is a handsome girl," I replied, "and I should say a good one. But she seems to have trouble. She hinted at such, and in any case I observed it in her face and manner." "You are right. She is suffering from a very considerable anxiety. I will explain all that to you presently. Now, please give your best attention to the following details. It is about a month ago that I first received a visit from Frank Calthorpe, Sir John Winton's nephew, and the junior partner of Bruce, Nicholson and Calthorpe, the great stock jobbers in Garrick Gardens. I did some legal business for his firm some years ago, but the matter on which Calthorpe came to see me was not one connected with his business, but of a purely private character. Am I to hear what it is? You are. And the first piece of information I mean to impart to you is the following. Frank Calthorpe is engaged to Miss Carr. Indeed. The engagement is of 3 months' date. When are they to be married? That altogether depends on whether Sir John Winton's favourite, Ajax, wins the Derby or not. What do you mean? To explain, I must tell you something of Miss Carr's early history. I sat back in my chair and prepared to listen. Dufrayer spoke slowly. "About a year ago," he began, "Alison Carr lost her father. She was then 18 years of age and still at school. Her mother died when she was 5 years old. The father was a West Indian merchant and had made his money slowly and with care. When he died, he left £100,000 behind him and an extraordinary will. The girl whom you met tonight was his only child. Henry Carr, Alison's father, had a brother, Felix Carr, a clergyman. In his will, Henry made his brother Alison's sole guardian, and also his own residuary legatee. The interest of the £100,000 was to be devoted altogether to the girl's benefit, but the capital was only to come into her possession on certain conditions. She was to live with her uncle, and receive the interest of the money as long as she remained single. After the death of the uncle she was still, provided she was unmarried, to receive the interest during her lifetime. At her death, the property was to go to Felix Carr's eldest son, or, in case he was dead, to his children. Provided, however, Alison married according to the conditions of the will, the whole of the £100,000 was to be settled on her and her children. The conditions were as follows. The man who married Alison was to settle a similar sum of £100,000 upon her and her children, and he was also to add the name of Carr to his own. Failing the fulfilment of these 2 conditions, Alison, if she married, was to lose the interest and capital of her father's fortune, the whole going to Felix Carr for his life, and after him to his eldest son. On this point the girl's father seems to have had a crank. He was often heard to say that he did not intend to amass gold in order to provide luxuries for a stranger. "Let the man who marries Alison put pound to pound," he would cry. "That's fair enough. Otherwise the money goes to my brother." Since her father's death Alison has had 1 or 2 proposals from elderly men of great wealth, but she naturally would not consider them. When she became engaged, however, to Calthorpe, he had every hope that he would be able to fulfil the strange conditions of the will and meet her fortune with an equal sum on his own account. The engagement is now of 3 months' date, and here comes the extraordinary part of the story. Calthorpe, like most of his kind, is a speculator, and has large dealings both in stocks and shares and on the turf. He is a keen sportsman. Now, pray listen. Hitherto he has always been remarkable for his luck, which has been, of course, as much due to his own common sense as anything else. But since his engagement to Miss Carr, his financial ventures have been so persistently disastrous, and his losses so heavy, that he is practically now on the verge of ruin. Several most remarkable and unaccountable things have happened recently, and it is now almost certain that someone with great resources has been using his influence against him. You will naturally say that the person whose object it would be to do so is Allison's uncle, but beyond the vaguest suspicion there is not the slightest evidence against him. He has been interested in the engagement from the first, and preparations have even been made for the wedding. It is true that Allison does not like him, and resents very much the clause in the will which compels her to live with him, but as far as we can tell he has always been systematically kind to her, and takes the deepest interest in Calthorpe's affairs. Day by day, however, these affairs grow worse and worse. About a fortnight ago, Calthorpe actually discovered that shares were being held against him on which he was paying enormous differences, and had finally to buy them back at tremendous loss. The business was done through a broker, but the identity of his client is a mystery. We now come to his present position, which is a most crucial one. Next Wednesday is the Derby Day, and Calthorpe hopes to retrieve his losses by a big coup, as he has backed Ajax at an average price of 5-2 in order to win 100,000 on the horse alone. He has been quietly getting his money on during the last 2 months through a lot of different commission agents. If he secures this big haul, he will be in a position to marry Allison, and his difficulties will be at an end. If, on the other hand, the horse is beaten, Calthorpe is ruined. What are the chances for the horse? I asked. As far as I can tell, they are splendid. He is a magnificent creature, a bay colt with black points, and comes of splendid stock. His grandsire was Colonel Gillingham's trumpeter, who was the champion of his year, winning the Derby, the 2,000 guineas, and St. Leger. There is not a 3-year-old with such a fashionable ancestry as Ajax, and Sir John Winton is confident that he will follow their glorious record. Have you any reason to suspect Madame Colucci in this matter? I asked. None. Without doubt Calthorpe possesses an enemy, but who that enemy is remains to be discovered. His natural enemy would be Felix Carr, but to all appearance the man has not moved a finger against him. Felix is well off, too, on his own account, and it is scarcely fair to suspect him of the wish to deliberately ruin his niece's prospects and her happiness. On the other hand, such a series of disasters would not happen to Calthorpe without a cause, and we have got to face that fact. Madame Colucci would, of course, be capable of doing the business, but we cannot find that Felix Carr even knows her. His niece does, I cried. She consults her. She is under her care. I know that, and have followed up the clue very carefully, said Dufrayer. Of course, the fact that Allison visits her 2 or 3 times a week, and in all probability confides in her fully, makes it all important to watch her carefully. That fact, with the history which you have unfolded of Madame Colucci, makes it essential that we should take her into our calculations, but up to the present there is not a breath of suspicion against her. All turns on the Derby. If Ajax wins, whoever the person is who is Calthorpe's secret enemy will have his foul purpose defeated. Early the following morning, Sir John Winton took Dufrayer and myself to the training stables. Miss Carr accompanied us. The colt was brought out for inspection, and I had seldom seen a more magnificent animal. He was, as Dufrayer had described him, a bright bay with black points. His broad forehead, brilliant eyes, black muzzle, and expanded nostrils proclaimed the Arab in his blood, while the long, light body with the elongated limbs were essentially adapted for the maximum development of speed. As the spirited creature curveted and pranced before us, our admiration could scarcely be kept in bounds. Miss Carr in particular was almost feverishly excited. She went up to the horse and patted him on his forehead. I heard her murmur something low into his ear. The creature turned his large and beautiful eye upon her, as if he understood. He further responded to the girl's caress by pushing his nose forward for her to stroke. "I have no doubt whatever of the result," said Sir John Winton, as he walked round and round the animal, examining his points and emphasizing his perfections. If Ajax does not win the Derby, I shall never believe in a horse again." He then spoke in a low tone to the trainer, who nodded. The horse was led back to his stables, and we returned to the house. As we crossed the downs I found myself by Miss Carr's side. "Yes," she exclaimed, looking up at me, her eyes sparkling, "Ajax is safe to win. Has Mr. Dufrayer confided in you, Mr. Head?" "He has," I answered. "Do you understand my great anxiety?" "I do, but I think you may rest assured. If I am any judge of a horse, the favourite is sure to win the race." "I wish Frank could hear you," she cried. "He is terribly nervous. He has had such a queer succession of misfortunes. Of course I would marry him gladly, and will, without any fortune, if the worst comes to worst. But there will be no worst," she continued brightly, "for Ajax will save us both." Here she paused and pulled out her watch. "I did not know it was so late," she exclaimed. "I have an appointment with Madame Koluchy this morning. I must ask Sir John to send me to the station at once." She hurried forward to speak to the old gentleman, and Dufrayer and I fell behind. Soon afterwards we all returned to London, and on the following Monday I received a telegram from Dufrayer. "Come to dinner, 7 o'clock, important," was his brief message. I responded in the affirmative, and at the right hour drove off to Dufrayer's flat in Shaftesbury Avenue, arriving punctual to the moment. "I have asked Calthorpe to meet you," exclaimed Dufrayer, coming forward when I appeared. "His ill luck dogs him closely. If the horse loses he is absolutely ruined. His concealed enemy becomes more active as the crucial hour approaches. Ah, here he comes to speak for himself." The door was thrown open, and Calthorpe was announced. Dufrayer introduced him to me, and the next moment we went into the dining-room. I watched him with interest. He was a fair man, somewhat slight in build, with a long, thin face and a heavy moustache. He wore a worried and anxious look painful to witness. His age must have been about 28 years. During dinner he looked across at me several times with an expression of the most intense curiosity, and as soon as the meal had come to an end, turned the conversation to the topic that was uppermost in all our minds. "Dufrayer has told me about you, Mr. Head. You are in his confidence, and therefore in mine." "Be assured of my keen interest," I answered. "I know how much you have staked on the favourite. I saw the colt on Saturday. He is a magnificent creature, and I should say is safe to win. That is—" I paused and looked full into the young man's face. "Would it not be possible for you to hedge on the most advantageous terms?" I suggested. "I see the price to-night is 5-4." "Yes, and I could win 30,000 either way if I could negotiate the transaction, but that would not affect my purpose. You have heard, I know, from Dufrayer all about my engagement and the strange conditions of old Carr's will. There is no doubt that I possess a concealed enemy whose object is to ruin me, but if Ajax wins I could obtain sufficient credit to right myself, and also to fulfil the conditions of Carr's will. Yes, I will stand to it now, every penny. The horse can win, and by God he shall!" As he spoke, Calthorpe brought down his fist with a blow on the table that set the glasses dancing. A glance was sufficient to show that his nerves were strung up to the highest pitch, and that a little more excitement would make him scarcely answerable for his actions. "I have already given you my advice on this matter," said Dufrayer in a grave tone. He turned and faced the young man as he spoke. "I would say emphatically, choose the 30,000 now and get out of it. You have plunged far too heavily in this matter. As to your present run of ill luck, it will turn, depend upon it, and it is only a question of time. If you hedge now, you will have to put off your marriage, that is all. In the long run you will be able to fulfil the strange conditions which Carr has enjoined on his daughter's future husband, and if I know Alison aright, she will be willing to wait for you. If, on the other hand, you lose, all is lost. It is the ancient adage, a bird in the hand—" "It would be a dead crow," he interrupted excitedly, "and I want a golden eagle." 2 hectic spots burned his pale cheeks, and the glitter in his eyes showed how keen was the excitement which consumed him. "I saw my uncle this morning," he went on. "Of course, Sir John knows my position well, and there is no expense spared to guard and watch the horse. He is never left day or night by old and trusted grooms in the training stables. Whoever my enemy may be, I defy him to tamper with the horse. By the way, you must come down to see the race, Dufrayer. I insist upon it. And you too, Mr. Head. Yes, I should like you both to be there in the hour of my great success." I saw Rushton, the trainer, today, and he says the race is all over, bar shouting." This was Monday night, and the following Wednesday was Derby Day. On the next evening, impelled by an uncontrollable desire to see Calthorpe, I called a hansom and gave the driver the name of his club. I felt certain that I should find him there. When I arrived, the porter told me that he was in the house, and sending up my card, I went across to the tape machine, which was ticking away under its glass case in the hall. 2 or 3 men were standing beside it, chatting. The Derby prizes had just come through, and a page boy was tearing the tape into lengths and pinning them on a green baize board in the hall. I glanced hurriedly through them. Evans Ajax, 4-1 Bright Star, 11-2 Midge, 8-1 Day Dawn. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and Calthorpe stood beside me. I was startled at his appearance. There was a haggard, wild look in his eyes. "It seems to be all right," I said cheerfully. "I see Ajax has gone off a point since this morning, but I suppose that means nothing." "Oh, nothing," he replied. "There has been a pot of money going on Bright Star all day, but the favourite can hold the field from start to finish. I saw him this morning, and he is as fit as possible. Rushton, the trainer, says he absolutely can't lose." A small, dark man in evening dress approached us, and overheard Calthorpe's last remark. "I'll have a level monkey about that if you like, Mr. Calthorpe," he said in a low, nasal voice. "It's a wager," retorted Calthorpe, drawing out his pocketbook with silver-bound edges and entering the bet. "I'll make it 1,000 if you like," he added, looking up. "With pleasure," cried the little man. "Does your friend fancy anything?" "No, thank you," I replied. The man turned away and went back to his companions. "Who is that fellow?" I asked of Calthorpe. "Oh, a very decent little chap. He's on the Stock Exchange and makes a pretty big book on his own account." "So I should think," I replied. "Why do you suppose he wants to lay against Ajax?" "Hedging, I should imagine," answered Calthorpe carelessly. 1,000 one way or another cannot make any difference now." He had scarcely said the words before Dufrayer entered the hall. "I've been looking for you, Head," he said, just nodding to Calthorpe as he spoke, and coming up to my side. "I went to your house and heard you were here, and hoped I should run you to earth. I want to speak to you. Can you come with me?" "Anything wrong?" asked Calthorpe uneasily. "I hope not," replied Dufrayer, "but I want to have a word with Head. I will see you presently, Calthorpe." He linked his hand through my arm, and we left the club. "What is it?" I asked the moment we got into the street. "I want you to come to my flat. Miss Carr is there, and she wishes to see you." "Miss Carr is at your flat, and she wishes to see me?" "She does. You will soon know all about it, Head. Here, let us get into this hansom." He hailed one which was passing. We got into it and drove quickly to Shaftesbury Avenue. Dufrayer let himself into his rooms with a latchkey, and the next moment I found myself in Alison's presence. She started up when she saw the lawyer and myself. "Now, Miss Carr," said Dufrayer, shutting the door hastily, "we have not a moment to lose. Will you kindly repeat the story to Head which you have just told me?" "But is there anything to be really frightened about?" she asked. "I do not know of any one who can judge of that better than Mr. Head. Tell him everything, please, and at once." Thus adjured, the girl began to speak. "I went as usual to Madame Clochy this afternoon," she began. "Her treatment does me a great deal of good. She was even kinder than usual. I believe her to be possessed of a sort of second sight. When she assured me that Ajax would win the Derby, I felt so happy that I laughed in my glee. She knows, no one better, how much this means to me. I was just about to leave her when the door of the consulting room was opened, and who should appear standing on the threshold but my uncle, the Reverend Felix Carr. There is no love lost between my uncle and myself, and I could not help uttering a cry, half of fear and half of astonishment. I could see that he was equally startled to see me. 'What in the name of fortune has brought you to Madame Clochy?' he cried. Madame rose in her usual stately way and went forward to meet him. 'Your niece Alison is quite an old patient of mine,' she said. 'But did you not receive my telegram?' 'No, I left home before it arrived,' he answered. 'The pains grew worse, and I felt I must see you. I have taken a terrible cold on the journey.' As he spoke he took his handkerchief out of his pocket and sneezed several times. He continued to stand on the threshold of the room. 'Well, good-bye, Alison. Keep up your courage,' cried Madame Clochy. She kissed me on my forehead, and I left. Uncle Felix did not take any further notice of me. The moment I went out, the door of the consulting room was closed, and the first thing I saw in the corridor was a torn piece of letter. It lay on the floor and must have dropped out of Uncle Felix's pocket. I recognized the handwriting to be that of Madame Colucci. I picked it up, and these words met my eyes: "Innocuous to man, but fatal to the horse." I could not read any further, as the letter was torn across and the other half not in my possession, but the words frightened me, although I did not understand them. I became possessed with a dreadful sense of depression. I hurried out of the house. I was so much at home with Madame Colucci now that I could go in and out as much as I pleased. I drove straight to see you, Mr. Dufrayer. I hoped you would set my terrors at rest, for surely Ajax cannot be the horse alluded to. The words haunt me, but there is nothing in them, is there? Please tell me so, Mr. Head. Please allay my fears. "May I see the torn piece of paper?" I asked gravely. The girl took it out of her pocket and handed it to me. "You don't mind if I keep this?" I said. "No, certainly. But is there any cause for alarm?" "I hope none. But you did well to consult Dufrayer. Now, I have something to ask you." "What is that?" "Do not repeat what you were good enough to tell Dufrayer and me to Calthorpe." "Why so?" "Because it would give him needless anxiety. I am going to take the matter up, and I trust all will be well. Keep your own counsel. Do not tell what you have just told us to another living soul. And now I must ask you to leave us." Her face grew whiter than ever. Her anxious eyes travelled from my face to Dufrayer's. "I will see you to a hansom," I said. I took her downstairs, put her into one, and returned to the lawyer's presence. "I am glad you sent for me, Dufrayer," I answered. "Don't you see how grave all this is? If Ajax wins the Derby, the Reverend Felix Carr, I know nothing about his character, remember, will lose the interest on £100,000, and the further chance of the capital being secured to his son. You see that it would be very much to the interest of the Reverend Felix if Ajax loses the Derby. Then why does he consult Madame Colucci? The question of health is surely a mere blind. I confess I do not like the aspect of affairs at all. That woman has science at her fingers' ends. I shall go down immediately to Epsom and insist on Sir John Winton allowing me to spend the night in the training stables." "I believe you are doing the right thing," answered Dufrayer. "You, who know Madame Colucci well, are armed at 1,000 points." "I shall start at once," I said. I bade Dufrayer good-bye, hailed a hansom, desired the man to drive me to Victoria Station, and took the next train to Epsom. End of Part 1 of Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 2, The Winged Assassin, Part 2. I arrived at Sir John Winton's house about 10 o'clock. He was astonished to see me, and when I begged his permission to share the company of the groom in the training stables that night, he seemed inclined to resent my intrusion. I did not wish to betray Alison, but I repeated my request with great firmness. "I have a grave reason for making it," I said, "but one which at the present moment is best for me not to disclose. Much depends on this race. From the events which have recently transpired, there is little doubt that Calthorpe has a secret enemy. Forewarned is forearmed. Will you share my watch to-night in the training stables, Sir John?" "Certainly," he answered. "I do not see that you have any cause for alarm, but under the circumstances, and in the face of the mad way that nephew of mine has plunged, I cannot but accede to your request. We will go together." We started to walk across the downs. As we did so, Sir John became somewhat garrulous. "I thought Alison would have come by your train," he said, "but have just had a telegram asking me not to expect her. She is probably spending the night with Madame Colucci. By the way, Head, what a charming woman that is." "Do you know her?" I asked. "She was down here on Sunday. Alison begged me to invite her. We all enjoyed her company immensely. She has a wonderful knowledge of horses. In fact, she seems to know all about everything." "Has she seen Ajax?" I asked. My heart sank. I could not tell why. "Yes, I took her to the stables. She was interested in all the horses, and above all in Ajax. She is certain he will win the Derby." I said nothing further. We arrived at the stables. Sir John and I spent a wakeful night. Early in the morning I asked to be allowed to examine the colt. He appeared in excellent condition, and the groom stood by him, admiring him, praising his points, and speaking about the certain result of the day's race. "Here is the Derby winner," he said, clapping Ajax on his glossy side. "He'll win the race by a good 3 lengths. By the way, I hope he won't be off his feed this morning." "Off his feed?" exclaimed Sir John. "What do you mean?" "What I say, sir. We couldn't get the colt to touch his food last night, although we tempted him with all kinds of things. There ain't nothing in it, I know, and he seems all right now, don't he?" "Try him with a carrot," said Sir John. The man brought a carrot and offered it to the creature. He turned away from it, and fixed his large, bright eyes on Sir John's face. I fancied there was suffering in them. Sir John seemed to share my fears. He went up to the horse and examined it critically, feeling its nose and ears. "Tell Saunders to step across," he said, turning to the groom. He mentioned a veterinary surgeon who lived close by. "And look you here, Dan, keep your own counsel. If so much as a word of this gets out, you may do untold mischief." "No fear of me, sir," said the man. He rushed off to fetch Saunders, who soon appeared. The veterinary surgeon was a thickly built man with an intelligent face. He examined the horse carefully, taking his temperature, feeling him all over, and finally stepping back with a satisfied smile. "There's nothing to be alarmed about, Sir John," he said. "The colt is in perfect health. Let him have a mash presently with some crushed corn in it. I'll look in a couple of hours, but there's nothing wrong. He's as fit as possible." As the man left the stables, Sir John uttered a profound yawn. "I confess I had a moment's fright," he said. "But I believe it was more from your manner than anything else, Mr. Head. Well, I am sleepy. Won't you come back to the house and let me offer you a shakedown?" "No," I replied. "I want to return to town. I can catch an early train if I start at once." He shook hands with me, and I went to the railway station. The oppression and apprehension at my heart got worse moment by moment. For what object had Madame Colucci visited the stables? What was the meaning of that mysterious writing which I had in my pocket, innocuous to man, but fatal to the horse? What did the woman with her devilish ingenuity mean to do? Something bad. I had not the slightest doubt. I called at Dufrayer's flat and gave him an account of the night's proceedings. "I don't like the aspect of affairs, but God grant my fears are groundless," I cried. "The horse is off his feed, but Sir John and the vet are both assured there is nothing whatever the matter with him. Madame Colucci was at the stables on Sunday, but after all what could she do? We must keep the thing dark from Calthorpe, and trust for the best." At 11:45 that day I found myself at Victoria. When I arrived on the platform I saw Calthorpe and Miss Carr coming to meet me. Dufrayer also, a moment afterwards, made his appearance. Miss Carr's eyes were full of question, and I avoided her as much as possible. Calthorpe, on the contrary, seemed to have recovered a good bit of nerve, and to be in a sanguine mood. We took our seats, and the train started for Epsom. As we alighted at the Down station, a man in livery hurried up to Calthorpe. "Sir John is in the paddock, sir," he said, touching his hat. "He sent me to you, and says he wishes to see you at once, sir, and also Mr. Head." The man spoke breathlessly, and seemed very much excited. "Very well, tell him we'll both come," replied Calthorpe. He turned to Dufrayer. "Will you take charge of Alison?" he said. Calthorpe and I moved off at once. "What can be the matter?" cried the young man. "Nothing wrong, I hope. What is that?" he cried the next instant. The enormous crowd was increasing moment by moment, and the din that rose from Tattersall's ring seemed to me unusually loud so early in the day's proceedings. As Calthorpe uttered the last words he started, and his face turned white. "Good God! Did you hear that?" he cried, dashing forward. I followed him quickly. The ring was buzzing like an infuriated beehive, and the men in it were hurrying to and fro as if possessed by the very madness of excitement. It was an absolute pandemonium. The stentorian tones of a brass-voiced bookmaker close beside us fell upon my ears. "Here, I'll bet 5-1 Ajax, 5-1 Ajax." The voice was suddenly drowned in the deafening clamour of the crowd. The air seemed to swell with the uproar. Were my worst fears confirmed? I felt stunned and sick. I turned round. Calthorpe had vanished. Several smart drags were drawn up beside the railings. I glanced up at the occupants of the one beside me. From the box seat, looking down at me with the amused smile of a spectator, sat Madame Colucci. As I caught her eyes, I thought I detected a flash of triumph, but the next moment she smiled and bowed gracefully. "You are a true Englishman, Mr. Head," she said. "Even your infatuated devotion to your scientific pursuits cannot restrain you from attending your characteristic national fête. Can you tell me what has happened? Those men seem to have suddenly gone mad. Is that a part of the programme?" "Innocuous to man, but fatal to the horse," was my strange reply. I looked her full in the face. The long lashes covered her brilliant eyes for one flashing moment, then she smiled at me more serenely than ever. "I will guess your enigma when the Derby is won," she said. I raised my hat and hurried away. I had seen enough. Suspicion was changed into certainty. The next moment I reached the paddock. I saw Calthorpe engaged in earnest conversation with his uncle. "It's all up, Head," he said when he saw me. "Don't be an idiot, Frank," cried Sir John Winton angrily. "I tell you the thing is impossible. I don't believe there is anything the matter with the horse. Let the ring play their own game. It is nothing to us. Damn the market. I tell you what it is, Frank. When you plunged as you did, you would deserve it if the horse fell dead on the course. But he won't. He'll win by 3 lengths. There's not another horse in the race." Calthorpe muttered some inaudible reply and turned away. I accompanied him. "What is the matter?" I asked as we left the paddock. "Saunders is not satisfied with the state of the horse. His temperature has gone up, but there, my uncle will see nothing wrong. Well, it will be over soon. For God's sake, don't let us say anything to Alison." "Not a word," I replied. We reached the grandstand. Alison's earnest and apprehensive eyes travelled from her lover's face to mine. Calthorpe went up to her and endeavoured to speak cheerfully. "I believe it's all right," he said. "Sir John says so, and he ought to know. It will be all decided one way or another soon. Look, the first race is starting." We watched it, and the one that followed, hardly caring to know the name of the winner. The Derby was timed for 3 o'clock. It only wanted 3 minutes to the hour. The ring below was seething with excitement. Calthorpe was silent, now gazing over the course with the vacant expression of a man in a daydream. Bright Star was a hot favourite at even money. "Against Ajax, 5 to 1," rang out a monotonous insistence. There was a sudden lull. The flag had fallen. The moments that followed seemed like years of pain. There was much senseless cheering and shouting, a flash of bright colours, and the race was over. Bright Star had won. Ajax had been pulled up at Tattenham Corner and was being led by his jockey. 20 minutes later Dufrayer and I were in the horse's stable. "Will you allow me to examine the horse for a moment?" I asked to the veterinary surgeon. "It will want some experience to make out what is the matter," replied Saunders. "It's beyond me." I entered the box and examined the colt carefully. As I did so, the meaning of Madame Colucci's words became plain. Too late now to do anything. The race was lost, and the horse was doomed. I looked around me. "Has any one been bitten in this stable?" I asked. "Bitten?" cried one of the grooms. "Why, I say to Sam last night," he apostrophized the stable boy, "that there must be gnats about. See my arm, it's all inflamed." "Hold," I cried. "What is that on your sleeve?" "A housefly, I suppose, sir," he answered. "Stand still," I cried. I put out my hand and captured the fly. "Give me a glass," I said. "I must examine this." One was brought, and the fly put under it. I looked at it carefully. It resembled the ordinary housefly, except the wings were longer. Its colour was like an ordinary humming-bee. "I killed a fly like that this morning," said Sam, the stable boy, pushing his head forward. "When did you say you were first bitten?" I asked, turning to the groom. "A day or 2 ago," he replied. "I was bitten by a gnat. I don't rightly know the time. Sam, you was bitten too. We couldn't catch it, and we wondered that gnats should be about so early in the year. It has nothing to do with the horse, has it, sir?" I motioned to the veterinary surgeon to come forward, and once more we examined Ajax. He now showed serious and unmistakable signs of malaise. "Can you make anything out?" asked Saunders. "With this fly before me, there is little doubt," I replied. "The horse will be dead in 10 days. Nothing can save him. He has been bitten by the tsetse fly of South Africa. I know it only too well." My news fell on the bystanders like a thunderbolt. Innocuous to man, but fatal to the horse, I found myself repeating. The knowledge of this fact had been taken advantage of. The devilish ingenuity of the plot was revealed. In all probability, Madame Colucci herself had let the winged assassin loose when she had entered the stables on Sunday. The plot was worthy of her brain, and hers alone. "You had better look after the other horses," I said, turning to the grooms. "If they have not been bitten already, they had better be removed from the stables immediately. As for Ajax, he is doomed." Late that evening Dufrayer dined with me alone. Pity for Calthorpe was only exceeded by our indignation and almost fear of Madame Colucci. "What is to happen?" asked Dufrayer. "Calthorpe is a brave man and will recover," I said. "He will win Miss Carr yet. I am rich, and I mean to help him, if for no other reason than in order to defeat that woman." "By the way," said Dufrayer, "that scrap of paper which you hold in your possession, coupled with the fact that Mr. Carr called upon Madame Colucci, might induce a magistrate to commit them both for conspiracy." "I doubt it," I replied. "The risk is not worth running. If we failed, the woman would leave the country, to return again in more dangerous guise. No, Dufrayer, we must bide our time until we get such a case against her as will secure conviction without the least doubt." "At least," cried Dufrayer, "what happened to-day has shown me the truth of your words. It has also brought me to a decision. For the future I shall work with you, not as your employed legal adviser, but hand in hand against the horrible power and machinations of that woman. We will meet wit with wit until we bring her to the justice she deserves." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 3 The Swing of the Pendulum. Part 1. There was now little doubt that Madame Colucci knew herself to be in personal danger. On the Derby Day I had thrown down the gauntlet with a vengeance. Her object henceforth would be to put me out of the way. I lived in an atmosphere of intangible mystery, which was all the darker and more horrible because it was felt, not seen. By Dufrayer's advice I left the bringing of this dangerous woman to justice in his hands. He employed the cleverest and most up-to-date detectives to have her secretly watched, and from time to time they brought us their reports. Clue after clue arose. Each clue was carefully followed, but it invariably led to disappointing results. Madame eluded every effort to bring a definite charge against her. The money we were spending, however, was not entirely in vain. We learned that her influence and the wide range of her acquaintances were far beyond what we had originally surmised. Her fame as a healer, her marvelous and occult cures, the reputation of her great wealth and dazzling beauty increased daily, and I was certain that before long I should meet her in the lists. The encounter was destined to come sooner even than I had anticipated, and in a manner most unexpected. It was the beginning of the following November that I received an invitation to dine with an old friend, Harry de Brett. He was several years my senior, and had recently succeeded to his father's business in the city, an old established firm of bankers, whose house was in St. Mark's Court, Gracechurch Street. Only a few days previously I had seen it announced in the society papers that a marriage had been arranged between de Brett's only daughter, Geraldine, and the Duke of Friedeck, a foreign nobleman, whose name I had seen figuring prominently at many a function the previous season. I had known Geraldine since she was a child, and was glad to have an opportunity of offering my congratulations. At the appointed hour I found myself at de Brett's beautiful house in Bayswater, and Geraldine, who was standing near her father, came eagerly forward to welcome me. She was a pretty and very young girl, with a clear olive complexion and soft dark eyes. She had the innocent and naive manner of a schoolgirl. She was delighted to see me, and began to talk eagerly. "Come and stand by this window, Mr. Head. I am so glad you were able to come. I want to introduce you to Karl, the Duke of Friedeck, I mean. He will be here in a minute or two." As she spoke, she dropped her voice to a semi-whisper. "You know, of course, that we are to be married soon?" she continued. "I have heard of the engagement," I answered, "and I congratulate you heartily. I should like very much to meet the Duke. His name is, of course, familiar to anyone who reads the society papers." "He is anxious to make your acquaintance also," she replied. "I told him you were coming, and he said—" She paused. "But surely the Duke of Friedeck has never heard of me before," I answered in some surprise. "I think he has," she answered. "He was quite excited when I spoke of you. I asked him if he had met you. He said no, but that you were very well known in scientific circles as a clever man. The Duke is a great scientist himself, Mr. Head, and I know he would like to have a chat with you. I am certain you will be friends." Just at that moment the Duke was announced. He was a tall and handsome man of about 35, with the somewhat florid complexion, blue eyes, and fair curling hair of the Teuton. He was well dressed, and had the indescribable air of good breeding which proclaims the gentleman. I looked at him with much curiosity, being puzzled by an intangible memory of having seen his face before, where and how I could not tell. Geraldine tripped up to him and brought him to my side. "Karl," she cried, "this is my friend, Mr. Head. Don't you remember we talked about him this morning?" Friedeck bowed. "I am glad to make your acquaintance," he said to me. "Yours is a name of distinction in the world of science." "That can scarcely be the case," I answered. "It is true I am fond of original research, but up to the present I have worked for my own pleasure alone." "Nevertheless, the world has whispered of you," he replied. "I, too, am fond of science, and have lost myself more than once in its tortuous mazes. I have lately started a laboratory of my own, but just now other matters—" He broke off abruptly and glanced at Geraldine, who smiled and blushed. Dinner was announced. I happened to sit not far from the guest of the evening, and noticed that he was a good conversationalist. There was scarcely a subject mentioned on which he had not something to say, and on more than one occasion his repartee was brilliant, and his remarks touched with humour. Geraldine, in her white dress, with her soft, rather sad eyes, her manner at once bright, sweet, and timid, made a contrast to this astute-looking man of the world. I glanced from one to the other, and an uneasiness which I could scarcely account for sprang up within me. Notwithstanding his handsome appearance and his easy and courteous manner, I wondered if this man, nearly double her age, was likely to make the pretty English girl happy. As dinner progressed, I observed that the Duke often took the trouble to look at me. I also noticed that whenever our eyes met, he turned away. How was it possible for him to have heard of me before? Although I was a scientist, my researches were unknown to the world. I determined to take the first opportunity of solving this mystery. Soon after 11 o'clock the guests took their leave, and I was just about to follow their example when Debrett asked me to have a pipe with him in his smoking-room. As we seated ourselves by the fire, he began to talk at once of his future son-in-law. "He is a capital fellow, is he not, Head?" exclaimed my host. "I hope you have formed a favourable opinion of him." "I never form an opinion quickly," I answered with caution. "The Duke of Friedeck is certainly distinguished in appearance, and—" "Oh, you are too cautious," cried Debrett in some irritation. "You may take my word for it that he is all right. This is a great catch for my little girl. Of course she will have plenty of money on her own account, but the Duke is not only of high family, he is also rich. He comes from Bavaria, and his title is absolutely genuine. Soon after the great Duke of Marlborough's wars, and almost immediately after the Battle of Blenheim, the Austrian government took possession of the Dukedom of Friedeck, and until lately the family have remained in exile. It was only a year ago that the present Duke regained his rights and all the great estates. He was introduced to us by no less a person than Madame Colucci. Ah, I see you start. You have heard of her, of course." "Who has not?" I replied. "Do you know her?" "I have met her," I said. It was only with an effort I could control the ungovernable excitement which seized me at the mere mention of this woman's name. "She dines with us next week," continued Debrett. "A wonderful woman, wonderful. Her cures are marvellous, but that is after all the least part of her interesting personality. She is so fascinating, so wise and good-natured, that men and women alike fall at her feet. As to Geraldine, she has taken an immense fancy to her." "Where did you first meet her?" I asked. "In Scotland, last summer. She was staying with my old friends the Campbells for a couple of nights, and Friedeck was also one of the guests. If she is a friend of yours, Head, and I rather expect so from your manner, will you dine with us again next Thursday in order to meet her? We are going down to my place, Forest Manor, in Essex, and Madam is to stay with us for a couple of nights. We expect quite a large party, and can give you a bed. Will you come?" "I wish I could, but I fear it will be impossible," I replied. "It is true that I know Madame Koluchy, but—" I broke off. "Don't ask me any more at the moment, Debrett. The fact is, your news has excited me, you will say unreasonably." Debrett gazed at me with earnestness. "You have fallen under the spell of the most beautiful woman in London," he said after a pause. "Is that so, Head?" "You may put it that way if you like," I said, "but I cannot explain myself to-night. Be assured, however, of my deep interest in this matter. Pray tell me anything more you may happen to know with regard to the Duke of Friedeck." "You certainly are a strange fellow," said my host. "You are wearing at the present moment an air of quite painful mystery. However, here goes. You wish to hear about the Duke. I have nothing but good to tell of him. He is a rich man, and dabbles now and then on the Stock Exchange, but not to any serious extent. A week ago he arranged for a loan from my bank, depositing as security some of the most splendid diamonds I have ever seen. They are worth a king's ransom, and each stone is historical. He brought the diamonds away from the estates in Bavaria, and they are to be reset and presented to Geraldine just before the wedding." "How large was the amount of the loan?" I asked. Debrett raised his eyebrows. He evidently thought I was infringing on privileges, even of an old friend. "Compared with the security, the loan was a trifling one," he said after a pause. "Not more than £10,000. Friedeck will pay me back next week, as he wishes to release the diamonds in order to have them ready to give to Geraldine on her wedding day." "And when do you propose that the wedding shall take place?" I continued. "Ah, you have me there, Head. That is the painful part. You know what my motherless girl is to me. Well, the Duke insists upon taking her away between now and Christmas. They are to spend Christmas in the old feudal style in the old castle in Bavaria. It is a great wrench parting from the little one, but she will be happy. I never met a man I took more warmly to than Karl Duke of Friedeck. You can see for yourself that the child is devoted to him." "I can," I said. "I will wish you good night now, Debrett. Be assured once again of my warm interest in all that concerns you and Geraldine." I shook hands with my host, and a moment later found myself in the street. I called a hansom and desired the man to drive straight to Dufrayer's flat in Shaftesbury Avenue. He had just come in and welcomed me eagerly. "By all that's fortunate, Head!" he exclaimed. "I was just on my way to see you." "Then we have met well," I answered. "Dufrayer, I have come here on a most important matter. But first of all tell me, have you ever heard of the Duke of Friedeck?" "The Duke of Friedeck?" cried Dufrayer. "Why, it was on that very subject I wished to see you. You have, of course, observed the announcement of his approaching marriage in the society papers?" "I have," I replied. "He is engaged to Geraldine Debrett. I have been dining at Debrett's house to-night and met the Duke at dinner. Debrett has been telling me all about him. Dufrayer, I have learned to my consternation that the man was introduced to the Debretts by Madame Koluchy. That fact is quite enough to rouse my suspicions, but I see you have something to communicate on your own account. What is it?" "Sit down, Head. You know, of course, that I am having Madame watched. The Duke of Friedeck is beyond doubt one of her satellites, and I am strongly inclined to think that this is a new plot brewing." "Just my own opinion," I replied, "but tell me what you know." "I was coming to see you, for I hoped that you might remember the Duke's name from your old association with the Brotherhood." "I do not recall it, but names mean nothing. The man is handsome, and has the manners of a gentleman. When he entered Debrett's drawing-room, I thought for a moment that I must have met him before, but that idea quickly vanished. Nevertheless, he contrived to arouse my suspicions by more than one stealthy glance which he favoured me with, even before his connection with Madame Koluchy was mentioned. I regard him now as a highly suspicious individual, and I fully believe he is playing some game a little deeper than appears." "Beyond doubt. The man has plenty of money and moves in good circles," said Dufrayer. "He is known, however, to live a pretty fast life. He shoots at Hurlingham, drives his own drag, rents a moor in Scotland, and has a suite at the Hotel Cecil. But nothing can be discovered against him except that he is constantly seen in Madame's company." "And that is quite enough," I replied. "Friedeck is one of Madame's satellites. Without doubt there is mischief ahead." "I agree with you," said Dufrayer. "I think it more than possible that this plausible Duke is simply another serpent springing from the head of this modern Medusa. In that case, Debrett ought to be warned. I rose uneasily. I would have warned him tonight, I answered, but I want more evidence. How are we to get it? Tyler's agents are doing their best, and Madame is closely watched. Yes, but that woman could deceive the devil himself, I said bitterly. That is true, answered Dufrayer, and to show our hand too soon might be fatal. We cannot move in this matter until we have got more circumstantial evidence. How are we to set to work is the puzzle. Well, I said, I shall move heaven and earth in this matter. I have known Geraldine since she was a child. She is a sweet, innocent, motherless girl. The great risk to her happiness that may now be impending is too serious to contemplate quietly. If I had time, I should go to Bavaria in order to find out if the Duke's story is true. But in any case, it might be well to send one of Tyler's agents to look up the supposed estates. I will do so, said Dufrayer. And in the meantime I shall watch, I said, and if an opportunity occurs, believe me, Debrett shall have his warning. As I spoke, I bade my friend good night and returned to my own house. The next few days were spent in anxious thought, but no immediate action seemed possible. Clue after clue still arose, but only to vanish into nothing. I seldom now went into society without hearing Madame Colucci's name, and all the accounts of her were favourable. She was the sort of woman to charm the eye and fire the imagination. Her personal attractions were some of her strongest potentialities. On the following Tuesday, as I was walking down Oxford Street, a brougham drew up suddenly at the pavement, the window was lowered, and a girlish face looked eagerly out. "Mr. Head," cried Geraldine Debrett eagerly, "you are the very man I want. Come here, I have something to say." I approached her at once. "We are dreadfully disappointed at your refusing to come to us on Thursday," she continued. "We are making up a delightful party. My father and I are going down to Forest Manor for a fortnight, in order to have plenty of room to entertain our friends. This is a personal matter with me. I ask you to come to us as a personal favour. Will you refuse?" I looked full into the sparkling and lovely eyes of the young girl. The colour came and went in her cheeks. She laid one of her small hands for a moment on mine. "I must tell you everything," she continued eagerly. "Of course I want you, but I am not the only one. Madame Colucci, you have heard of her?" "Who has not?" was my cautious reply. "Yes, but Mr. Head, you are concealing something. Madame is one of your very greatest friends. She has told me so. It is only an hour since I left her. She is most anxious to meet you on Thursday at our house. I promised you should be there. Wasn't it rash of me? But I made up my mind that I would insist on your coming. Now you won't allow me to break my word, will you?" "Did Madame Colucci really say that she wished to see me?" I asked. As I put the question I felt my face turning pale. I looked again full at Miss Debrett. It was evident that she misinterpreted my emotion. Well, that mattered nothing. I quickly made up my mind. "I had an engagement for Thursday," I said, "but your word is law. I cannot refuse you." Geraldine laughed. "Madame doubted my power to bring you, but I knew you would come if I could really see you." "Suppose we had not met in this chance sort of way?" "I was going to your house. I had no intention of leaving a stone unturned. Without you, my party will not be complete. Yes, you will come, and it is all right. You will hear from Father tomorrow. He very often drives out to Forest Manor from the bank, and perhaps you can arrange to come with him. But you will get all the particulars straight from him. Thank you 1,000 times. You have made me a happy girl." She waved her hand to me in farewell, and the brougham rolled out of sight. My blood was coursing quickly through my veins, and my mind was made up. Madame would not wish me to meet her at Debrett's house without a strong reason. With her usual astuteness, she was using Geraldine Debrett as her tool in more senses than one. I must not delay another moment in warning the banker. Calling a hansom, I desired the man to drive me straight to Debrett's bank in the city, and soon after 12 o'clock I found myself in Gracechurch Street. In a few moments the hansom turned down a narrow lane leading into St. Mark's Court. Here I paid my driver, and a moment later found myself in the open space in front of the bank. This was a cul-de-sac, but there was another lane leading into it also from Gracechurch Street, running parallel to the one I had come down, and separated from it by a narrow row of buildings, which came to an abrupt termination about 50 feet from the houses forming the farther side of the court. Well as I knew Debrett, I had not been at the old bank for some years, and looked around me now eagerly, until my eye fell upon the large brass plate bearing the well-known name. I entered the office, and going up to the counter, asked if Mr. de Brett were in. The clerk replied in the affirmative, and giving him my card, he passed through a door into an inner room. The next moment he reappeared and requested me to step inside. I found de Brett seated at a writing table, upon which a circle of light fell from a shaded incandescent. "Welcome, Head!" he exclaimed, rising and coming forward with his usual heartiness of manner. "To what am I indebted for this visit? Sit down. I am delighted to see you. By the way, Geraldine tells me—" "I have just met your daughter," I interrupted, "and it is principally on account of that meeting that I have come here to trouble you during business hours." "Oh, I can spare you 10 minutes," he answered, looking around him as he spoke. "The fact is, Head, Geraldine is anxious that you should join our party at Forest Manor, and I wish you would reconsider your determination. The Duke has taken a fancy to you, and as you happen to know Madame Colucci, it would be a pleasure to us all if you would give us the benefit of your society for a night or two." "I have promised Geraldine to come," I answered gravely, "but, de Brett, you must pardon me. I have intruded on you in your business hours to speak on a most delicate private matter. However you may receive what I have to say, I must ask you to hear it in confidence, and with that good feeling that has prompted me to come to you." "My dear Head, what do you mean? Pray, explain yourself." "I am uneasy," I continued, "very uneasy. I am also in a peculiar position, and cannot disclose the reason of my fears. You are pleased with the match which Geraldine is about to make. Now I have reasons for doubting the Duke of Friedeck, reasons which I cannot at the present moment disclose, but I am bound, yes, bound, de Brett, in your girl's interests, to warn you as to your dealings with him." De Brett looked at me through his gold-rimmed spectacles with a blank expression of amazement. "If it were any other man who spoke to me in this strain," he said at last, "I believe I should show him the door. Are you aware, Head, that this is a most serious allegation? You are bound in all honor to explain yourself." "I cannot do so at the present moment. I can only repeat that my fears are grave. All I ask of you is to use double caution, to find out all you can about the man's antecedents." De Brett interrupted me, rising hastily from his seat. "In our dealings one with the other," he said, "this is the first time in which you have shown bad taste. I shall see the Duke this afternoon, and shall be bound to acquaint him, in his and my own interests, with your communications." "I hope you won't do so. Remember, my warning is given in confidence." "It is not fair to give a man such a warning, and then to give him no reason for it," retorted the banker. "I will give you my reasons." "When?" "On Thursday night. Will you regard my confidence as sacred until then?" "You have disturbed me considerably, but I will do so. I should be sorry to alarm Geraldine unnecessarily. I am quite certain you are mistaken. You never saw the Duke until you met him at my house?" "That I believe to be true, but I cannot say anything further now. I will explain my reasons fully on Thursday night." De Brett rose from his seat. He bade me good-bye, but not with his customary friendliness. I went away to pass the time until Thursday in much anxiety. After grave thought I resolved, if I discovered nothing fresh with regard to Friedeck, to acquaint de Brett with what I knew of Madame Colucci. If Geraldine married the Duke, she should at least do so with her father's eyes opened. I little guessed, however, when I made these plans, what circumstances were about to bring forth. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 3. The Swing of the Pendulum, Part 2. On the following Thursday morning I awoke from a disturbed sleep to find London enveloped in one of the thickest fogs that had been known for some years. The limit of my vision scarcely extended beyond the area railings round which the soot-laden mist clung in a breathless calm. In the course of the morning I received a telegram from de Brett. "Meet me at the bank not later than 4:15, were the few words which it contained. Soon after 3 o'clock I started for my destination, avoiding omnibuses and preferring to walk the greater part of the way. I arrived at St. Mark's Court at the time named, and was just approaching the bank when 2 men knocked violently against me in the thick fog. One of them apologized, but before I could make any reply vanished into the surrounding gloom. I had caught a glimpse of his features, however. He was the Duke of Friedeck. Across the narrow court at the opposite side of the bank I saw a stream of light from an open door making a blurred gleam in the surrounding darkness. I crossed the court to see what this indicated. I then discovered that the light came from an old-fashioned eating-house, something in the style of the celebrated Cock in Fleet Street. As I stood in the shadow, the 2 men who had knocked against me entered the eating-house. I returned now to the bank. As soon as I arrived, the manager came up to me. "Mr. de Brett was called out about half an hour ago," he said, "but he has asked you to wait for him here, Mr. Head. He expects to be back not later than 4:30. I seated myself accordingly. A clerk brought me the Times, and I drew up my chair in front of a bright fire. Now and then someone made a desultory remark about the fog, which was thickening in intensity each moment. The time flew by. The bank, of course, closed at 4 o'clock, but the clerks were busy finishing accounts and putting the place in order for the night. The different tills were emptied of their contents, and the money was taken down to the great vaults where the different safes were kept. The hands of the clock over the mantelpiece pointed to 5:15, when the sound of wheels was heard distinctly outside, and the next moment I saw a splendidly equipped brougham and a pair draw up outside the bank. A footman dismounted and handed the commissionaire a note. This was brought into the office. It was for me. A clerk gave it to me. I glanced at the writing and saw that the letter was from de Brett. I tore open the envelope and read as follows: "Dear Head, I have been unexpectedly detained at Lynn's Bank in Broad Street, so have sent the brougham for you. Will you come on at once and pick me up at Lynn's? Please ask Derbyshire, the manager, for the keys of the small safe. He will give them to you after he has locked up the strong room. Yours, Harry de Brett." I turned to the manager. He was an elderly man with grizzled hair and an anxious expression of face. "Mr. de Brett wants me to bring the keys of the small safe," I said. I saw the man raise his brows in surprise. "That is an unusual request," he answered. "But, of course, it must be as Mr. de Brett wishes. As a rule, either Mr. Frome or I keep the keys, as Mr. de Brett never cares to be troubled with them." "Here is his letter," I replied, handing it to the manager. He read it, retaining it in his hand. "Do you object to my keeping this, Mr. Head? The request is so unusual that I should like to have this note as my authority." "You can certainly keep the note," I said. "Very well, sir. I shall have to detain you for a few moments, as we have not quite cleared the tills. The keys of all the other safes are kept in the small one. I will bring you the keys of the small safe in a moment or two." The clerks bustled about, the work of the night was quickly accomplished, and shortly after 5 o'clock I was seated in de Brett's luxurious brougham with the keys of the small safe in my pocket. We went along very slowly, as the fog seemed to grow thicker each moment. Suddenly, as the coachman piloted his way in the direction of Broad Street, I began to feel a peculiar sensation. My head was giddy, an unusual weakness trembled through my nerves, and for the first time I noticed that the brougham was full of a faint, sweet odor. Doubtless the smell of the fog had prevented my observing this at first. The sensation of faintness grew worse, and I now made an effort to attract the coachman's attention. This I altogether failed to do, and becoming seriously alarmed I tried to open the door, but it resisted all my efforts, as also did the windows, which were securely fixed. The horrible feeling that I was the victim of some dastardly plot came over me with force. I shouted and struggled to attract attention, and finally tried to break the windows. All in vain. The sense of giddiness grew worse. Everything seemed to whirl before my mental vision. The bank, de Brett, the keys of the safe which I had in my pocket, the thought of Geraldine and her danger, were mixed up in a hideous phantasmagoria. The next moment I had lost consciousness. When I came to myself I found that I was lying on a piece of waste ground which I afterwards found to be in the neighborhood of Putney. For 1 or 2 moments I could not in the least recall what had happened. Then my memory came back with a quick flash. "The Duke of Friedeck, the bank, Geraldine," I said to myself. I sprang to my feet and began a hasty examination of my pockets. Yes, My worst conjectures were confirmed, for the keys of the small safe were gone. My watch and money were intact. The keys alone were stolen. I stood still for a moment, half dazed from the anesthetic fumes which by some means had been liberated in the brougham. Then the need of immediate action came over me, and I made my way at once to the nearest railway station. I found to my relief that it was only a little past 11 o'clock. Beyond doubt, I had recovered consciousness much sooner than the villains who had planned this terrible plot intended. I took the next train to town, and on my way resolved up my line of action. To warn Debrett was impracticable, for the simple reason that he was out of town. To waste time visiting Dufrayer was also not to be thought of. Without the least doubt, the bank was in imminent danger, and I must not lose an unnecessary moment in getting to St. Mark's Court. As I thought over matters, I felt more and more certain that the eating-house facing the bank was a rendezvous for Madame's agents. I hastily resolved, therefore, to disguise myself and go there. Once I had belonged to the infamous Brotherhood. I knew their password. By this means, if my suspicions were true, I could doubtless gain admission. As for the rest, I must leave it to chance. As soon as I reached town, I drove off at once to a theatrical agent, whose acquaintance I had already made. He remembered me, and I explained enough of the situation to induce him to render me assistance. In a very short time I was metamorphosed. By a few judicious touches 20 years were added to my age. A wig of dark hair completely covered my own. My complexion was dyed to a dark olive, and in a thick travelling coat with a high fur collar I scarcely knew myself. My final act was to slip a loaded revolver into my pocket, and then, feeling that I was prepared for the worst, I hurried forth. It was now between 12 and 1 in the morning, and the fog was denser than ever. Few men knew London better than I do, but once or twice in that perilous journey I lost my way. At last, however, I found myself in St. Mark's Court. I was now breathing with difficulty. The fog was piercing my lungs and hurting my throat. My eyes watered. When I got into the court, I heard the steady tramp of the policeman whose duty it was to guard the place at night. Taking no notice of him, I went across the court in the direction of the eating-house. The light within still burned, but dimly. There was a blur visible, nothing more. This came through one of the windows, for the door was shut. I tapped at the door. A man came immediately and opened it. He asked me what my business was. I repeated the password of the society. A change came over his face. My conjectures were verified. I was instantly admitted.
"Are you expecting to see a friend here tonight?" said the man. "It is rather late, and we are just closing."
As he uttered the words, like a flash of lightning, an old memory returned to me. I have said that when I first saw the Duke at Debrett's house, I was puzzled by an intangible likeness. Now I knew who the man really was. In the old days in Naples, an English boy of the name of Drake was often seen in Madame's salons. Drake and the Duke of Friedeck were one and the same. "I have come here to see Mr. Drake," I said stoutly. The man nodded. My chance shot had found its belay.
"Mr. Drake is upstairs," he said. "Will you find your own way up, or shall I announce you?"
"I will find my own way," I said. "He is in the—"
"Room to the front, 3rd floor," answered the man.
He returned to the dining saloon, and I heard the swing door close behind him. Without a moment's hesitation I ascended the stairs. The stairs and passage were in complete darkness. I went up, past the 1st and 2nd stories, and on to the 3rd. As I approached the landing of the 3rd story, I saw an open door and a gleam of light in a small room which faced the court. The light was caused by a lamp which stood on a deal table, the wick of which was turned down very low. Except the lamp and table, there was no other furniture in the room. I went in and looked around me. The Duke was not present. I was just considering what my next step should be when I heard voices and several steps ascending the stairs. I saw an empty cupboard, the door of which stood ajar. I made for it, and closed the door softly behind me. As the men approached, I slipped the revolver from my pocket and held it in my hand. It was probable that Friedeck had been told of my arrival. If so, he would search for me, and in all probability look in the cupboard. 3 or 4 men at least were coming up the stairs, and I knew that my life was scarcely worth a moment's purchase. I had a wild feeling of regret that I had not summoned the policeman in the court to my aid, and then the men entered the room. When they did so, I breathed a sigh of relief. They talked to one another as if I did not exist. Evidently, the waiter downstairs had thought that my knowledge of the password was all sufficient, and had not troubled himself to mention my appearance on the scene. One of the men went up to the lamp, turned it on to a full blaze, and then placed it in the window. "That will be sufficient for our purpose," he said with a laugh. "Otherwise, with the fog as thick as it is now, the bolt might miss its mark." "The thicker the fog, the better," said another voice, which I recognized as that of the Duke. "I am quite ready, gentlemen, if you are." "All right," said the man who had first spoken. "I will go across to Bell's house and fix the rope from the bar outside the window. As the bob of the pendulum, you will swing true, Drake, no fear of that. You will swing straight to the balcony, as sure as mathematics. Have you anything else to ask?" "No," answered Friedeck. "I am ready. Get your part of the work through as quickly as you can. You cannot fail to see this window with the bright light in it. I will have the lower sash open, and be ready to receive the bolt from the crossbow with the light string attached." "That will do the business," answered his confederate. "When the bolt reaches you, pull in as hard as you can, for the rope will be attached to the light string. The crossbar is here. You have only to attach it to the rope and swing across. Well, all right, I'm off." The man whose mission it was to send the bolt into the open window now left the room, and I heard his footsteps going softly downstairs. I opened the cupboard door about half an inch, and was able to watch the proceedings of the other 3 men who remained on the scene. The window was softly opened. They spoke in whispers. I could judge by their attitudes that all 3 were in the highest state of nervous excitement. Presently, a low cry of satisfaction from Friedeck reached my ears, and something shot into the room and struck against the opposite wall. The next moment the men were pulling in a silken string, to which a wire rope was attached. I then saw the Duke remove his coat. A wooden crossbar was securely fastened to the end of the stout rope. The rope was held outside the window by the 2 confederates, and the Duke got upon the window-sill, slipped his legs over the crossbar, and the next instant had disappeared into space. Where he had gone, what he was doing, were mysteries yet to be solved. The men remained for a moment longer beside the window, then they softly closed the sash, and putting out the lamp, left the room. I heard their steps descending the stairs. The sounds died away into utter stillness. I listened intently, and then softly leaving the cupboard approached the window. In the intense darkness caused by the fog, I could not see a yard in front of me. Debrett's bank was in danger. The Duke of Friedeck and his accomplices were burglars. But what the crossbow, the rope, the bolt, the crossbar of wood, and the sudden disappearance of the Duke himself through the open window portended, I could not fathom. My duty, however, was clear. I must immediately give the alarm to the policeman in the court, whose tramp I even now heard coming up to me through the fog. I waited for a few moments longer, and then determined to make my exit. I ran downstairs, treading as softly as I could. I had just reached the little hall and put my hand on the latch of the door when I was accosted. "Who is there?" said a voice. I replied glibly, "I'm going in search of Drake." "You cannot see him. He is engaged," said the same voice, and now a man came forward. He held a dark lantern in his hand, and suddenly threw its bull's-eye full on my face. Perhaps he saw through my disguise. Anyhow, he must have observed my face was unfamiliar to him. The expression on his own changed to one of alarm. He suddenly made a low and peculiar whistle, and 2 or 3 other men entered the hall. The first man said something, the words of which I could not catch, and all 4 made a rush for me. But the door was on the latch. I burst it open and escaped into the court. The thick fog favored me, and I hoped that I had escaped the gang when a heavy blow on the back of my head rendered me, for the second time within that ominous 24 hours, unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself in the ward of a London hospital, and the kind face of a house surgeon was bending over me. "Ah, you'll do," I heard him say. "You're coming to nicely. You had a nasty blow on your head, though. Don't talk at present. You'll be all right in a couple of hours." I lay still, feeling bewildered. Figures were moving about the room, and the daylight was streaming in at the windows. I saw a nurse come up and look at me. She bent down. "You feel better? You are not suffering?" she said. "I am not," I replied. "But how did I get here? What has happened?" "A policeman heard you cry and picked you up unconscious in a place called St. Mark's Court. Someone gave you a bad blow on your head. It is a wonder your skull was not cracked. But you are better. Have you a message to give anyone?" "I must get up immediately," I said. "I have not a moment to lose. Something dreadful has happened, and I must see to it. I must leave the hospital at once." "Not without the surgeon's permission," said the nurse. "Have you any friend you would like to be sent to you?" I mentioned Dufrayer's name. The nurse said she would dispatch a messenger immediately to his house and ask him to come to me. I waited with what patience I could. The severe blow had fortunately only stunned me. I was not seriously hurt, and all the events of the preceding night, previous to the blow, presented themselves clearly before my memory. In a little over an hour Dufrayer arrived. His eyes were blazing with excitement. He came up to me full of consternation. "What has happened, Head?" he asked. "Oh, I am all right. Don't bother about me," I said. "But listen, Dufrayer, I must go to St. Mark's Court immediately. There is mischief." "St. Mark's Court? Are you mad? Have you heard anything?" "Heard what?" I asked. "They have done it, that's all," cried Dufrayer. "What?" I exclaimed. "Well, there's the very devil to pay in the city this morning. Debrett's bank was broken into last night, the night watchman seriously injured, and securities and cash to the tune of £100,000 taken from the strong room, and the man has got clean away. Your messenger from here followed me to the bank. Tyler is there, and Debrett. The daring of the robbery is unparalleled." "I can throw light on this matter," I said. "Get the surgeon to give me leave to go, Dufrayer. There is not a moment to lose if we are to catch the scoundrel. I must accompany you to the bank." "Well, you seem all right, old chap, and if you have anything to say—" "I have!" I cried impatiently. "See the surgeon. I must get off immediately." Dufrayer did as I requested him. The surgeon shook his head over what he called my imprudence, but said he could not detain me against my will. Dufrayer and I stepped into a hansom, and on my way to the bank I repeated my strange adventures of the previous night. "Did ever anyone hear of another man doing such a foolhardy thing?" cried Dufrayer. "What possessed you to enter that hell alone beats my comprehension." "Never mind that now," I replied. "Remember, I knew the Brotherhood. My one chance consisted in going alone. Thank goodness the fog has risen." A light breeze was blowing over the city, and as we entered St. Mark's Court a ray of sunshine cast a watery gleam over the old smoke-begrimed buildings. We entered the bank and found Debrett, his manager, 2 police inspectors, and Tyler's agent awaiting us. Debrett exclaimed when he saw sight of me, "Ah, Head, here's a pretty business. I'm a ruined man. The bank cannot stand a blow of this kind." "Courage," I replied. "We may be able to put things right yet. I have a story to tell. Mr. Derbyshire, you have doubtless kept the note which Mr. Debrett wrote to me last night?" "The note I wrote to you?" cried Debrett. "What do you mean?" "Will you produce the note?" I said to the manager. The man brought it and put it into his chief's hand. Debrett read it with increasing amazement. "But I never put pen to paper on such a fool's errand," he cried. "Why, I never take the keys of the small safe. Derbyshire and Frome have charge of them. Head, this note is a forgery. What in the name of heaven does it mean?" "It meant for me a brougham which was a death trap," I replied, "and it also meant the most dastardly scheme to rob you, and perhaps murder me, which has ever been conceived. But listen. Let me tell you my story." I did so, amidst the breathless silence of the spectators. "And now," I continued, "the best thing we can do, gentlemen, is to go across to the house from which the bolt was shot. It is possible that we may see something in that upper room which will explain the manner in which the burglar entered the bank." "I am at your service, Mr. Head," said Inspector Brown in a cheerful tone. "A mystery of this sort is quite to my mind. All the same, sir," he continued, as he and I took the lead of the little procession which crossed St. Mark's Court, "I cannot imagine how any man got into that window of the bank on the second floor without wings. There is a constable on patrol in the court all night, so ladders are out of the question. The annihilation of gravity is a new departure in the burglar's art." We had now reached the building which faced the court, and which was between the bank and the eating-house. It was composed entirely of offices. We went up at once to the top floor. The door of the room which faced the court was locked. The inspector took a step back, and flinging his shoulders against it, it flew open. The room was bare and unoccupied, but as we entered, Inspector Brown uttered a cry. "Here's the confirmation of your story, Mr. Head." As he spoke, he lifted up a coil of strong rope which lay in a corner of the room. Attached to it was a crossbar of wood. A strong iron bar with a hook at one end and a crossbow also lay in the neighborhood of the rope. "The thing is as clear as daylight," I exclaimed. I could not put two and two together last night, for the fog fairly bewildered me, but now I see the whole scheme. Let me explain. This rope was sent by means of the crossbow across to the window in the eating-house. To the bolt of the crossbow was attached a silken cord, to which again the rope was fastened. The man who swung himself out of the window by the rope last night acted as the bob of the pendulum, and so reached the window of the bank. Swinging through the eating-house window and rising to the balcony opposite the bank window, he then doubtless seized the handle of the outside frame, and settling on the balcony, cut out the glass with a diamond. "We will go at once and see the room in the eating-house," said the inspector. We did so, and found to our amazement that the door of the eating-house was locked and the place empty. After some slight difficulty, we got the door burst open and went upstairs. Here we found the final confirmation of my words, the silken string which had been attached to the rope and cut from it before the Duke made his aerial flight. "But who did it?" cried Debrett. "We must secure the scoundrel without a moment's delay, for amongst other things he has stolen the Duke of Friedeck's priceless securities, the diamonds. By the way," continued the banker, "where is the Duke? I sent him a telegram, and expected him here before now." An ominous silence fell upon everyone. Debrett's face grew white. He looked at me. "For God's sake, speak!" he cried. "Have you anything else to confide?" "You must be prepared for bad news, Debrett," I said. I went up and laid my hand on my old friend's shoulders. "Thank God I was in time. Your little girl is saved from the most awful fate which could overtake any woman. The man who committed the burglary was known to you as the Duke of Friedeck." Debrett stepped back. His face changed from white to purple. "Then that accounts for the telegrams," he said. "I received two yesterday, one from you, telling me to expect you by a late train at Forest Manor, the other from that scoundrel. In it he said that he was unexpectedly detained in town. Doubtless both telegrams were sent by the same man." "Without doubt," I replied. The whole thing was carefully planned, and not a stone left unturned to secure the success of this most dastardly scheme. But, Debrett, I have one more thing to say. There is no Duke of Friedeck. It was an assumed name. I am prepared to swear to the man's real identity when the police have secured him. The remainder of this story can be told in a few words. The ruffian who had posed as the Duke of Friedeck was captured a few days later, but the greater part of the securities and money which he had stolen were never recovered. Doubtless Madame Colucci had them in her possession. The man passed through his trial and received his sentence, but that has nothing to do with the story. By the energetic aid of his many friends, Debrett escaped ruin, and his bank still exists and prospers. He is a sadder and a wiser man. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 4. The Luck of Pitsey Hall. As the days and weeks went on, Madame Colucci became more than ever the talk of London. The medical world agitated itself about her to an extraordinary degree. It was useless to gainsay the fact that she performed marvelous cures. Under her influence and treatment, weak people became strong again. Those who stood at the door of the shadow of death returned to their intercourse with the busy world. Beneath her spell, pain vanished. What she did and how she did it remained more than ever a secret. She dispensed her own prescriptions, but although some of her medicines were analyzed by experts, nothing in the least extraordinary could be discovered in their composition. The cure did not therefore lie in drugs. In what did it consist? Doctors asked this question one of another, and could find no satisfactory answer. The rage to consult Madame became stronger and stronger. Her patients adored her. The magnetic influence which she exercised was felt by each person with whom she came in contact. Meanwhile, Dufrayer and I watched and waited. The detective officers in Scotland Yard knew of some of our views with regard to this woman. Led by Dufrayer, they were ceaselessly on the alert, but try as the most able of their staff did, they could learn nothing of Madame Colucci which was not to her credit. She was spoken of as a universal benefactress, taking, it is true, large fees from those who could afford to pay, but, on the other hand, giving her services freely to the people to whom money was scarce. This woman could scarcely walk down the street without heads being turned to look after her, and this was not only on account of her remarkable beauty, but still more because of her genius and goodness. As she passed by, blessings were showered upon her, and if the person who called down these benedictions was rewarded by even one glance from those lovely and brilliant eyes, he counted himself happy. About the middle of January the attention of London was diverted from Madame Colucci to a murder of a particularly mysterious character. A member of the cabinet of the name of Delacour was found dead in St. James's Park. His body was discovered in the early morning, in the neighbourhood of Marlborough House, with a wound straight through the heart. Death must have been instantaneous. He was stabbed from behind, which showed the cowardly nature of the attack. I knew Delacour, and for many reasons was appalled when the tidings reached me. As far as anyone could tell, he had no enemies. He was a man in the prime of life, of singular power of mind and strength of character, and the only possible motive for the murder seemed to be to wrest some important state secrets from his possession. He had been attending a cabinet meeting in Downing Street, and was on his way home when the dastardly deed was committed. Certain memoranda respecting a loan to a foreign government were abstracted from his person, but his watch, a valuable ring, and some money were left intact. The police immediately put measures in active train to secure the murderer, but no clue could be obtained. Delacour's wife and only daughter were broken-hearted. His position as a cabinet minister was so well known that not only his family but the whole country rang with horror at the dastardly crime, and it was fervently hoped that before long the murderer would be arrested and receive the punishment which he so justly merited. On a certain evening, about a fortnight after this event, as I was walking slowly down Welbeck Street, and was just about to pass the door of Madame Colucci's splendid mansion, I saw a young girl come down the steps. She was dressed in deep mourning, and glanced around from right to left, evidently searching for a passing hansom. Her face arrested me, her eyes met mine, and with a slight cry she took a step forward. "You are Mr. Head?" she exclaimed. "And you are Vivian Delacour," I replied. "I am glad to meet you again. Don't you remember the Hotel Bellevue at Brussels?" When I spoke her name she coloured perceptibly and began to tremble. Suddenly, putting out one of her hands, she laid it on my arm. "I am glad to see you again," she said in a whisper. "You know of our most terrible tragedy?" "I do," I replied. "Mother is completely prostrated from the shock. The murder was so sudden and mysterious. If it were not for Madame—" "Madame Colucci?" I queried. "Yes, Mr. Head, Madame Colucci, the best and dearest friend we have in the world. She was attending Mother professionally at the time of the murder, and since then has been with her daily. On that first terrible day she scarcely left us. I don't know what we should have done were it not for her great tact and kindness. She is full of suggestions, too, for the capture of the wretch who took my dear father's life." "You look shaken yourself," I said. "Ought you to be out alone at this hour?" "I have just seen Madame with a message from Mother, and am waiting here for a hansom. If you would be so kind as to call one, I should be much indebted to you." "Can I do anything to help you, Vivian?" I said. "You know you only have to command me." A hansom drew up at the pavement as I spoke. Vivian's sad grey eyes were fixed on my face. "Find the man who killed my father," she said. "We shall never rest until we know who took his life." "May I call at your house to-morrow morning?" I asked suddenly. "If you will be satisfied with seeing me, Mother will admit no one to her presence but Madame Colucci." "I will come to see you then. Expect me at 11." I helped Miss Delacour into her hansom, gave directions to the driver, and she was quickly bowled out of sight. On my way home many thoughts coursed through my brain. A year ago the Delacours, a family of the name of Pitsey, and I made friends while travelling through Belgium. The Pitseys, of old Italian origin, owned a magnificent place not far from Tunbridge Wells. The Pitseys and the Delacours were distant cousins. Vivian at that time was only 16, and she and I became special chums. She used to tell me all about her ambitions and hopes, and in particular descanted on the museum of rare curios which her cousins, the Pitseys, possessed at their splendid place, Pitsey Hall. I had a standing invitation to visit the hall at any time when I happened to have leisure, but up to the present had not availed myself of it. Memories of that gay time thronged upon me as I hurried to my own house, but mixed with the old reminiscences was an inconceivable sensation of horror. Why was Madame Colucci a friend of the Delacours? My mind had got into such a disordered state that I, more or less, associated her with any crime which was committed. Hating myself for what I considered pure morbidness, I arrived at my own house. There I was told that Dufrayer was waiting to see me. I hurried into my study to greet him. He came eagerly forward. "Have you any news?" I cried. "If you allude to Delacour's murder, I have," he answered. "Then, pray, speak quickly," I said. "Well," he continued, "a curious development, and one which may have the most profoundly important bearing on the murder, has just taken place. It is in connection with it that I have come to see you." Dufrayer stood up as he spoke. He never liked to be interrupted, and I listened attentively without uttering a syllable. "Yesterday," he continued, "a man was arrested on suspicion. He was examined this morning before the magistrate at Dow Street. His name is Walter Hunt. He is the keeper of a small marine store at Houndsditch. For several nights he has been found hovering in a suspicious manner round the Delacours' house. On being questioned, he could give no straightforward account of himself, and the police thought it best to arrest him. On his person was discovered an envelope, addressed to himself, bearing the city postmark and the date of the day the murder was committed. Inside the envelope was an absolutely blank sheet of paper. Thinking this might be a communication of importance, it was submitted to George Lambert, the government expert at Scotland Yard, for examination. He subjected it to every known test in order to see if it contained any writing on sympathetic ink or some other secret cipher principles. The result is absolutely negative, and Lambert firmly declares that it is a blank sheet of paper and of no value. I heard all these particulars from Ford, the superintendent in charge of the case, and knowing of your knowledge of chemistry and the quantity of odds and ends of curious information you possess on these matters, I obtained leave that you should come with me to Scotland Yard and submit the paper to any further tests you know of. I felt sure you would be willing to do this." "Certainly," I replied. "Shall I come with you now?" "I wish you would. If the paper contains any hidden cipher, the sooner it is known, the better." "One moment first," I said. "I have just met Vivienne Delacour. She was coming out of Madame Colucci's house. It is strange how that woman gets to know all one's friends and acquaintances." "I forgot that you knew the Delacours," said Dufrayer. "A year ago," I replied, "I seemed to know them well. When we were in Brussels we were great friends. Vivienne looked ill and in great trouble. I would give the world to help her, but I earnestly wish she did not know Madame. It may be morbidness on my part, but lately I never hear of any crime being committed in London without instantly associating Madame Colucci with it. She has got that girl more or less under her spell, and Vivienne herself informed me that she visits her mother daily. Be assured of this, Dufrayer, the woman is after no good." As I spoke I saw the lawyer's face darken, and the cold, hard expression I knew so well came into it, but he did not speak a word. "I am at your service now," I said. "Just let me go to my laboratory first. I have some valuable notes on these ciphers which I will take with me." A moment later Dufrayer and I found ourselves in a hansom on our way to Scotland Yard. There we were met by Superintendent Ford and also by George Lambert, a particularly intelligent-looking man who favoured me with a keen glance from under shaggy brows. "I have heard of you, Mr. Head," he said courteously, "and shall be only too pleased if you can discover what I have failed to do. The sheet of paper in question is the sort on which ciphers are often written, but all my reagents have failed to produce the slightest effect. My fear is that they may possibly have destroyed the cipher should such a thing exist." "That is certainly possible," I said, "but if you will take me to your laboratory I will submit the paper to some rather delicate tests of my own." The expert at once led the way, and Dufrayer, Superintendent Ford, and I followed him. When we reached the laboratory, Lambert put all possible tests at my disposal. A glance at the stain on the paper before me showed that cobalt, copper, etc., had been already applied. These tests had in all probability nullified any further chemical tests I might try, and had destroyed the result even if there were some secret writing on the paper. I spent some time trying the more delicate and less known tests, with no success. Presently I rose to my feet. "It is useless," I said. "I can do nothing with this paper. It is rather a presumption on my part to attempt it after you, Mr. Lambert, have given your ultimatum. I am inclined to agree with you that the paper is valueless." Lambert bowed, and a look of satisfaction crept over his face. Dufrayer and I soon afterwards took our leave. As we did so, I heard my friend utter a quick sigh. "We are only beating the air as yet," he said. "We must trust that justice and right will win the day at last." He parted from me at the corner of the street, and I returned to my own house. On the following day, at the appointed hour, I went to see Vivienne Delacour. She received me in her mother's boudoir. Here the blinds were partly down, and the whole room had a desolate aspect. The young girl herself looked pale and sad, years older than she had done in the happy days at Brussels. "Mother was pleased when I told her that I met you yesterday," she exclaimed. "Sit down, won't you, Mr. Head? You and my father were great friends during that happy time at the Bellevue. Yes, I feel certain of your sympathy." "You may be assured of it," I said, "and I earnestly wish I could give you more than sympathy. Would it be too painful to give me some particulars in connection with the murder?" She shuddered quite perceptibly. "You must have read all there is to know in the newspapers," she said. "I can tell you nothing more. My father left us on that dreadful day to attend a cabinet meeting at Downing Street. He never returned home. The police look in vain for the murderer. There seems no motive for the horrible crime. Father had no enemies." Here the poor girl sobbed without restraint. I allowed her grief to have its way for a few moments. Then I spoke. "Listen, Vivian," I said. "I promise you that I will not leave a stone unturned to discover the man or woman who killed your father. But you must help me by being calm and self-collected. Grief like this is quite natural, but it does no good to anyone. Try, my dear girl, to compose yourself. You say there was no motive for the crime, but surely some important memoranda were stolen from your father?" "His pocket-book in which he often made notes was removed, but nothing more. Neither his watch nor his money. Surely no one would murder him for the sake of securing that pocket-book, Mr. Head." "It is possible," I answered gloomily. "The memoranda contained in the book may have held clues to government secrets, remember." Vivian looked as if she scarcely understood. Once more my thoughts travelled to Madame Koluchy. She was a strange woman. She dealt in colossal crimes. Her influence permeated society through and through. With her, a life more or less was not of the slightest consequence. And this terrible woman, whom, up to the present, the laws of England could not touch, was the intimate friend of the young girl by my side. Vivian moved uneasily, and presently rose. "I am glad you are going to help us," she said, looking at me earnestly. "Madame does all she can, but we cannot have too many friends on our side, and we are all aware of your wisdom, Mr. Head. Why do you not consult Madame?" I shook my head. "But you are friends, are you not? I told her only this morning how I had met you." "We are acquaintances, but not friends," I replied. "Indeed, you astonish me. You cannot imagine how useful she is, and how many suggestions she throws out. By the way, Mother and I leave London to-day." "Where are you going?" I asked. "Away from here. It is quite too painful to remain any longer in this house. The shock has completely shattered Mother's nerves, and she is now under Madame Koluchy's care. Madame has just taken a house in the country called Frome Manor. It is not far from our cousins, the Pitseys. You remember them? You met them in Brussels." I nodded. "We are going there to-day," continued Vivian. "Of course we shall see no one, but Mother will be under the same roof with Madame, and thus will have the benefit of her treatment day and night." Soon afterwards I took my leave. All was suspicion and uncertainty, and no definite clue had been obtained. About this time I began to be haunted by an air which had sprung like a mushroom into popularity. It was called the Queen Waltz, and it was scarcely possible to pick up a dance programme without seeing it. There was something fascinating about its swinging measure, its almost dreamy refrain, and its graceful alternations of harmony and unison. No one knew who had really composed it, and still less did any one for a moment dream that its pleasant chords contained a dark or subtle meaning. As I listened to it on more than one occasion, at more than one concert, for I am a passionate lover of music, and seldom spend an afternoon without listening to it, I little guessed all that the Queen Waltz would bring forth. I was waiting for a clue. How could I tell that all too late, and by such unlikely means, it would be put into my hands? A month and even 6 weeks went by, and although the police were unceasing in their endeavours to gain a trace of the murderer, they were absolutely unsuccessful. Once or twice during this interval I had letters from Vivian Delacour. She wrote with the passion and impetuosity of a very young girl. She was anxious about her mother, who was growing steadily weaker, and was losing her self-restraint more and more as the long weeks glided by. Madame Koluchy was anxious about her. Madame's medicines, her treatment, her soothing powers, were on this occasion destitute of results. "Nothing will rest her," said Vivian in conclusion, "until the murderer is discovered. She dreams of him night and day. During the daytime she is absolutely silent, or she paces the room in violent agitation, crying out to God to help her to discover him. Oh, Mr. Head, what is to be done?" The child's letters appealed to me strongly. I was obliged to answer her with extreme care, as I knew that Madame would see what I wrote, but none the less were all my faculties at work on her behalf. From time to time I thought of the mysterious blank sheet of paper. Was it possible that it contained a cipher? Was one of those old, incomparable, magnificent undiscovered ciphers which belonged to the ancient Brotherhood really concealed beneath its blank surface? That blank sheet of paper mingled with my dreams and worried me during my wakeful hours. I became nearly as restless as Vivian herself, and when a letter of a more despairing nature than usual arrived on a certain morning towards the end of February, I felt that I could no longer remain inactive. I would answer Vivian's letter in person. To do so, I had but to accept my standing invitation to Pitsey Hall. I wrote, therefore, to my friend, Leonardo Pitsey, suggesting that if it were convenient to him and his wife, I should like to go to Pitsey Hall on the following Saturday. The next afternoon Pitsey himself called to see me. "I received your letter this morning, and having to come to town today, thought I would look you up," he cried. "I have to catch a train at 5:30, so cannot stay a minute. We shall be delighted to welcome you at the Hall. My wife and I have never forgotten you, Head. You will be, I assure you, a most welcome guest. By the way, have you heard of our burglary?" "No," I answered. "You do not read your paper, then. It is an extraordinary affair. Crime seems to be in the air just now. The Hall was attacked by burglars last week, a most daring and cunningly planned affair. Some plate was stolen, but the plate chest, built on the newest principles, was untampered with. There was a desperate attempt made, however, to get into the large drawing-room, where all our valuable curios are kept. Druco, the mastiff who is loose about the house at night, was found poisoned outside the drawing-room door. Luckily the butler awoke in time, gave the alarm, and the rascals bolted. The country police have been after them, and in despair I have come up to Scotland Yard and engaged a couple of their best detectives. They come down with me to-night, and I trust we shall soon get the necessary clue to the capture of the burglars. My fear is that if they are not arrested they will try again, for, I assure you, the old place is worth robbing. But there, I ought not to worry you about my domestic concerns. We shall have a gay party on Saturday, for my oldest boy, Ottavio, comes of age next week, and the event is to be celebrated by a great ball in his honor." "How are the Delacours?" I interrupted. "Vivian keeps fairly well, but her mother is a source of great anxiety. Madame Colucci and Vivian are constant guests at the Hall. The Delacours return to town before the ball, but Madame will attend it. It will be an honor and a great attraction to have such a lioness for the occasion. Do you know her, Head? She is quite charming." "I have met her," I replied. "Ah, that is capital. You and she are just the sort to hit it off. It's all right, then, and we shall expect you. A good train leaves Charing Cross at 4:30. I will send the trap to meet you." "Thank you," I answered. "I shall be glad to come to Pitsey Hall, but I do not know that I can stay as long as the night of the ball." "Once we get you in our clutches, Head, we won't let you go. My young people are all anxious to renew their acquaintance with you. Don't you remember little Antonia, my pretty songstress, as I call her? Vivian, too, talks of you as one of her greatest friends. Poor child, I pity her from my heart. She is a sweet, gentle girl, but such a shock as she has sustained may leave its mark for life. Poor Delacour, the very best of men. The fact is, I should like to postpone the ball on account of the Delacours, although they are very distant cousins, but Ottavio only comes of age once in his life, and under the circumstances we feel that we must go through with it. 'Pon my word, Head, when I think of that poor child and her mother, I have little heart for festivities. However, that is neither here nor there. We shall expect you on Saturday." As Pitsey spoke, he took up his hat. "I must be off now," he said, "for I have to meet the two detectives at Charing Cross by appointment." End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 4. The Luck of Pitsey Hall, Part 2. On the following Saturday, the 27th, I arrived at Pitsey Hall, where a warm welcome awaited me. The ball was to be on the following Tuesday, the 2nd of March. There was a large house party, and the late burglary was still the topic of conversation. After dinner, when the ladies had left the dining-room, Pitsey and I drew our chairs together, and presently the conversation drifted to Mrs. Delacour, the mysterious murder, and Madame Colucci. "The police are completely nonplussed," said Pitsey. "I doubt if the man who committed that rascally crime will ever be brought to justice. I was speaking to Madame on the subject to-day, and although she was very hopeful when she first arrived at Frome Manor, she is now almost inclined to agree with me. By the way, Mrs. Delacour's state is most alarming. She loses strength hour by hour." "I can quite understand that," I replied. "If the murderer were discovered it would be an immense relief to her." "So Madame says. I know she is terribly anxious about her patient. By the way, knowing that she was an acquaintance of yours, I asked her here to-night, but unfortunately she had another engagement which she could not postpone. What a wonderfully well-informed woman she is! She spent hours at the Hall this morning examining my curios. She gave me information about some of them which was news to me. But she has been many times now round my collection. It is a positive treat to talk with anyone so intelligent, and if she were not so keen about my Venetian goblet—" "What?" I interrupted. "The goblet you spoke to me about in Brussels, the one which has been in your family since 1500? "The same," he answered, nodding his head and lowering his voice a trifle. "It has been in the family, as you say, since 1500. Madame has shown bad taste in the matter, and I am surprised at her." "Pray explain yourself," I said. "She first saw it last November, when she came here with the Delacours. I shall never forget her stare of astonishment. She stood perfectly still for at least 2 minutes, gazing at it without speaking. When she turned round at last she was white as a ghost, and asked me where I got it from. I told her, and she offered me £10,000 for it on the spot." "A large figure," I remarked. "I was much annoyed," continued Pitsey, "and told her I would not sell it at any price." "Did she give any reason for wishing to obtain it?" "Yes. She said she had a goblet very like it in her own collection, and wished to purchase this one in order to complete one of the most unique collections of old Venetian glass in England. The woman must be fabulously rich, or even her passion for curios would not induce her to offer so preposterous a sum. Since her residence at Frome Manor she has been constantly here, and still takes, I can see, the deepest interest in the goblet, often remarking about it. She says it has got quite a remarkably pure musical note, very clear and distinct. But come, Head, you would like to see it. We will go into the drawing-room, and I will show it to you." As Pitsey spoke he rose, and led me through the great central hall into the inner drawing-room, a colossal apartment supported by Corinthian pillars and magnificently decorated. "As you know, the goblet has been in our family for many centuries," he went on, "and we call it, from Euland's ballad of the old Cumberland tradition, the Luck of Pitsey Hall. You know Longfellow's translation, of course. Here it is, Head. Is it not a wonderful piece of work? Have a close look at it. It is worth examining." The goblet in question stood about 6 feet from the ground on a pedestal of solid malachite, which was placed in a niche in the wall. One glance was sufficient to show me that it was a gem of art. The cup, which was 8 inches in diameter, was made of thin glass of a pale ruby color. Some mystical letters were etched on the outside of the glass, small portions of which could be seen, but screening them from any closer interpretation was some twisted fancy work, often to be observed on old Venetian goblets. If by any chance this fancy work were chipped off, the letters would be plainly visible. The cup itself was supported on an open-work stem richly gilt and enamelled with coloured filigree work, the whole supported again on a base set with opal, agate, lapis lazuli, turquoise, and pearl. From the centre of the cup, and in reality supporting it, was a central column of pale green glass, which bore what was apparently some heraldic design. Stepping up close, I tapped the cup gently with my finger. It gave out, as Pitsey had described, a note of music singularly sweet and clear. I then proceeded to examine the stem, and saw at once that the design formed a row of separate crowns. Scarcely knowing why, I counted them. There were 7. A queer suspicion crept over me. The sequence of late events passed rapidly through my mind, and a strange relationship between circumstances apparently having no connection began to appear. I turned to Pitsey. "Can you tell me how this goblet came into your possession?" I asked. "Certainly," he replied. "The legend which is attached to this goblet is this. We are, as you know, descended from an old Italian family, the Pizzis, our present name being merely an anglicized corruption of the Italian. My children and I still bear Italian Christian names, as you know, and our love of the old country amounts almost to a passion. The Pizzis were great people in Venice in the 16th century. At that time the city had an immense fame for its beautiful glass, the manufacturers forming a guild, and the secret being jealously kept. It was during this time that Catherine de' Medici, by her arbitrary and tyrannical administration, roused the opposition of a Catholic party, at whose head was the Duke of Alençon, her own 4th son. Among the Duke's followers was my ancestor, Giovanni Pizzi. It was discovered that an order had been sent by Catherine de' Medici to one of the manufacturers at Venice to construct that very goblet which you see there. After its construction it was for some secret purpose sent to the laboratory of an alchemist in Venice, where it was seized by Giovanni Pizzi, and has been handed down in our family ever since." "But what is the meaning of the 7 crowns on the stem?" I asked. "That I cannot tell. They probably have no special significance." I thought otherwise, but kept my ideas to myself. We turned away. A beautiful young voice was filling the drawing-room with sweetness. I went up to the piano to listen to Antonia Pizzi while she sang an Italian song as only one who had Italian blood in her veins could. Antonia was a beautiful girl, dark, with luminous eyes and an air of distinction about her. "I wish you would tell me something about your friend Vivian," I said, as she rose from the piano. "Oh, Mr. Head, I am so unhappy about her," was the low reply. "I see her very often. She is altogether changed, and as to Mrs. Delacour, the shock has been so sudden, so terrible, that I doubt she will ever recover. Mr. Head, I am so glad you have come. Vivian constantly speaks of you. She wants to see you to-morrow." "Is she coming here?" "No, but you can meet her in the park. She has sent you a message. To-morrow is Sunday. Vivian is not going to church. May I take you to the rendezvous?" I promised, and soon afterwards the evening came to an end. That night I was haunted by 3 main thoughts: the old Italian legend of the goblet, the 7 crowns, symbolic of the Brotherhood of the 7 Kings, and finally, Madame's emotion when she first saw it, and her strong desire to obtain it. I wondered had the burglary been committed by her instigation. Sleep I could not. My brain was too active and busy. I was certain there was mischief ahead, but try as I would, I could only lose myself in strange conjectures. The following day I met Miss Delacour, as arranged, in the park. Antonia brought me to her, and then left us together. The young girl's worn face, the pathetic expression in her large grey eyes, her evident nervousness and want of self-control, all appealed to me to a terrible degree. She asked me eagerly if any fresh clue had been obtained with regard to the murderer. I shook my head. "If something is not done soon, Mother will lose her senses," she remarked. "Even Madame Colucci is in despair about her. All her ordinary modes of treatment fail in Mother's case, and the strangest thing is that Mother has begun to take a most queer and unaccountable dislike to Madame herself. She says that Madame's presence in the room gives her an uncontrollable feeling of nervousness. This has become so bad that Mother and I return to town to-morrow. My cousin's house is too gay for us at present, and Mother refuses to stay any longer under Madame Colucci's roof." "But why?" I asked. "That I cannot explain to you. For my part, I think Madame one of the best women on earth. She has been kindness itself to us, and I do not know what we should have done without her." I did not speak, and Vivian continued, after a pause. "Mother's conduct makes Madame strangely unhappy. She told me so, and I pity her from my heart. We had a long talk on the subject yesterday. That was just before she began to speak of the goblet, and before Mr. Lewisham arrived." "Mr. Lewisham? Who is he?" I asked. "A great friend of Madame's. He comes to see her almost daily. He is very handsome, and I like him, but I did not know she was expecting him yesterday. She and I were in the drawing-room. She spoke of Mother, and then alluded to the goblet, the one at the Hall. You have seen it, of course, Mr. Head?" I nodded. I was too much interested to interrupt the girl by words. "My cousins call it the luck of Pitsey Hall. Well, Madame has set her heart on obtaining it, and she has gone to the length of offering Cousin Leonardo £10,000 for it." "Mr. Pitsey told me last night that Madame had offered an enormous sum for the vase," I said. "But it is useless, as he has no intention of selling." "I told Madame so," replied Vivian. "I know well what value my cousins place upon the old glass. I believe they think their luck would really go if anything happened to it." "Heaven forbid!" I replied involuntarily. "It is a perfect gem of its kind." I know. I never saw Madame so excited and unreasonable about anything. She begged of me to use my influence to try and get my cousin to let her have it. When I assured her that it was useless, she looked more annoyed than I had ever seen her. She took up a book and pretended to read. I went and sat behind one of the curtains near a window. The next moment Mr. Lewisham was announced. He came eagerly up to Madame. I don't think he saw me. "Well," he cried, "any success? Have you secured it yet? If you have, we are absolutely safe. Has that child helped you?" I guessed that they were talking about me, and started up and disclosed myself. Madame did not take the slightest notice, but she motioned to Mr. Lewisham to come into another room. What can it all mean, Mr. Head? "That I cannot tell you, Vivian, but may I ask you one thing?" "Certainly you may." Will you promise me to keep what you have just told me a secret from anybody else? I allude to Madame's anxiety to obtain the old goblet. There may be nothing in what I ask, or there may be much. Will you do this?" "Of course I will. How queer you look!" I made no remark, and soon afterwards took my leave of her. Late that same evening, Antonia Pizzi received a note from Vivien, in which she said that Madame Colucci, her mother, and herself were returning to town by an early train the following morning. The Delacours did not intend to come back to Frome Manor, but Madame would do so on Tuesday in order to be in time for the great ball. She was going to town now in order to be present at an early performance of For the Crown at the Lyceum, having secured a box on the grand tier for the occasion. This note was commented on without any special interest being attached to it, but restless already, I now quickly made up my mind. I would also go up to town on the following day. I also would return to Pitsey Hall in time for the ball. Accordingly, at an early hour on the following day I found myself in Dufrayer's office. "I tell you what it is," I said. "There is some plot, deeper than we think, brewing. Madame took Frome Manor after the murder of Delacour. She would not do so without a purpose. She is willing to spend £10,000 in order to secure a goblet of old Venetian glass, which is one of the curios at Pitsey Hall. A man called Lewisham, who doubtless bears another alias, is in her confidence. Madame returns to town to-night with a definite motive. I have not the slightest doubt." "This is all very well, Norman," replied Dufrayer, "but what we want are facts. You will lose your senses if you go on building up fantastic ideas. Madame comes up to town and is going to the Lyceum, at least, so you tell me." "Yes." "And you mean to follow her to see if she has any designs on Forbes Robertson or Mrs. Patrick Campbell?" "I mean to follow her," I replied gravely. "I mean to see what sort of man Lewisham is. It is possible that I may have seen him before." Dufrayer shrugged his shoulders and turned away somewhat impatiently. As he did so, a wild thought suddenly struck me. "What would you say," I cried, "if I suggested an idea to force Madame to divulge some clue to us?" "My dear Norman, I should say that your fancies are getting the better of your reason, that is all." "Now listen to me," I said. I sat down beside Dufrayer. "I have an idea which may serve us well. It is, of course, a bare chance, and if you like you may call it the conception of a madman. Madame goes to the Lyceum to-night. She occupies a box on the grand tier. In all probability Lewisham will accompany her. Dufrayer, you and I will also be at the theatre, and if possible we will take a box on the second tier exactly opposite to hers. I will bring Robertson, the principal and the trainer of the new deaf and dumb college, with me. I happen to know him well." Dufrayer stared at me with some alarm in his face. "Don't you see?" I went on excitedly. "Robertson is a master of the art of lip language. We will keep him in the back of the box. About the middle of the play, and in one of the intervals when the electric light is full on, we will send a note to Madame's box, saying that the cipher on the blank sheet of paper has been read. The note will pretend to be an anonymous warning to her. We shall watch her, and by means of Robertson hear what she says. Robertson will watch her through opera glasses, and he will be able to understand every word she speaks, just as you or I could if we were in her box beside her. The whole thing is a bare chance, I know, but we may learn something by taking her unsuspecting and unawares." Dufrayer thought for a minute, then he sprang to his feet. "Magnificent!" he cried. "Head, you are an extraordinary man. It is a unique idea. I will go off to the box office at once, and take a box, if possible, opposite Madame, or failing that, the best seats we can get. I only hope you can secure Robertson. Go to his house at once, and offer him any fee he wants. This is detection carried to a fine art with a vengeance. If successful, I shall class you as the smartest criminal agent of the day. We both meet at the Lyceum at 7:45. Now, there is not a moment to lose." I drove down to Robertson's house in Brompton, found him at home, and told him my wish. I strongly impressed upon him that if he would help he would be aiding in the cause of justice. He became keenly interested, entered fully into the situation, and refused to accept any fee. At the appointed hour we met Dufrayer at the theatre door, and learned that he had secured a box on the second tier directly opposite Madame Colucci's box on the grand tier. I had arranged to have my letter sent by a messenger at 10 o'clock. We took our seats, and a few moments later Madame Colucci, in rose-coloured velvet and blazing with diamonds, accompanied by a tall, dark, clean-shaven man, entered her box. I drew back into the shadow of my own box and watched her. She bowed to one or two acquaintances in the stalls, then sat down, leaning her arm on the plush-covered edge of her box. Robertson never took his eyes off her, and I felt reassured as he repeated to us the chance bits of conversation that he could catch between her and her companion. The play began, and a few minutes past 10 in one of the intervals I saw Madame turn and receive my note, with a slight gesture of surprise. She tore it open, and her face paled perceptibly. Robertson, as I had instructed him, stood in front of me. His opera glasses were fixed on the faces of Madame and her companion. I watched Madame as she read the note. She then handed it to Lewisham, who read it also. They looked at each other, and I saw Madame's lips moving. Simultaneously, Robertson began to make the following report verbatim. Impossible. Some trick. Quite safe. Goblet key to cipher tomorrow night. Then followed a pause. Life and death to us. Signed, my name. There was another long pause, and I saw Madame twist the paper nervously in her fingers. I looked at Dufrayer. Our eyes met. My heart was beating. His face had become drawn and grey. The ghastly truth and the explanation were slowly sealing their impress upon our brains. The darkness of doubt had lifted. The stunning truth was clear. The paper which had defied us was a cipher written by Madame in her own name, and doubtless implicated her with Delacour's murder. Her anxiety to secure the goblet was very obvious. In some subtle way, handed down doubtless through generations, the goblet, once in the possession of the ancient Brotherhood, had held the key of the secret cipher. But tomorrow night was the night of the ball, and Madame was to be there. The reasoning was so obvious that the chain of evidence struck Dufrayer and me simultaneously. We immediately left the theatre. There was one thing to be done, and that without delay. I must catch the first train in the morning to Pitsey Hall, examine the goblet afresh, and tell Pitsey everything, and thus secure and protect the goblet from harm. If possible, I would myself discover the key to the cipher, which, if our reasoning was true, would place Madame in a felon's dock and see the end of the Brotherhood. At 10 o'clock the following morning I reached Pitsey Hall. When I arrived I found, as I expected, the house in more or less confusion. Pitsey was busily engaged superintending arrangements and directing the servants in their work. It was some little time before I could see him alone. "What is the matter, my dear fellow?" he said. "I am very busy now." "Come into the library and I will tell you," I replied. As soon as ever we were alone I unfolded my story. Hardened by years of contact with the world, it was difficult to startle or shake the composure of Leonardo Pitsey, and before I had finished my strange tale I could see from his expression the difficulty I should have in convincing him of the truth. "I have had my suspicions for a long time," I said in conclusion. "These are not the first dealings I have had with Madame Koluchy. Hitherto she has eluded all my efforts to get her within the arm of the law, but I believe her time is near. Pitsey, your goblet is in danger. You will remove it to some place of safety?" "Remove the luck of Pitsey Hall on the night when my boy comes of age?" replied Pitsey, frowning as he spoke. "It is good of you to be interested, Head, but really— Well, I never knew you were such an imaginative man. As to any accident taking place to-night, that is quite outside the realms of probability. The band will be placed in front of the goblet, and it is impossible for anything to happen to it, as none of the dancers can come near it. Now, have you anything more to say?" "I beg of you to be guided by me and to put the goblet into a place of safety," I repeated. "You don't suppose I would try to scare you with a cock-and-bull story. There is reason in what I say. I know that woman. My uneasiness is far more than due to mere imagination." "To please you, Head, I will place 2 of my footmen beside the goblet during the ball, in order to prevent the slightest chance of anyone approaching it. There, will that satisfy you?" I was obliged to bow my acquiescence, and Pitsey soon left me in order to attend to his multifarious duties. I spent nearly an hour that morning examining the goblet afresh. The mystical writing on the cup, concealed by the open-work design, engrossed my most careful attention, but so well were the principal letters concealed by the outside ornaments that I could make nothing of them. Was I, after all, entirely mistaken, or did this beautiful work of art contain hidden within itself the power for which I longed, the strange key to the mysterious paper which would convict Madame Koluchy of a capital charge? The evening came at last, and about 9 the guests began to arrive. The first dance had hardly come to an end before Madame Koluchy appeared on the scene. She wore a dress of cloth of silver, and her appearance caused an almost imperceptible lull in the dancing and conversation. As she walked slowly up the great ballroom on the arm of a country magnate, all eyes turned to look at her. She passed me with a hardening about the corners of her mouth as she acknowledged my bow, and I fancy I saw her eyes wander in the direction of the goblet at the other end of the room. Soon afterwards Antonia Pitsey came to my side. "How beautiful everything is!" she said. Did you ever see anyone look quite so lovely as Madame? Her dress tonight gives her a regal appearance. Have you seen our dance program? The Queen Waltz will be played just after supper." "So you have fallen a victim to the popular taste," I answered. "I hear that waltz everywhere." "But you don't know who has composed it?" said the girl with an arch look. "Now, I don't mind confiding in you. It is Madame Colucci." I could not help starting. "I was unaware that she was a musician," I remarked. "She is, and a most accomplished one. We have included the waltz in our program by her special request. I am so glad. It is the most lively and inspiriting air I ever danced to." Antonia was called away, and I leant against the wall, too ill at ease to dance or take any active part in the revels of the hour. The moments flew by, and at last the festive and brilliant notes of the Queen Waltz sounded on my ears. Couples came thronging into the ballroom as soon as this most fascinating melody was heard. To listen to its seductive measures was enough to make your feet tingle and your heart beat. Once again I watched Madame Colucci as she moved through the throng. Ottavio Pizzi, the hero of the evening, was now her partner. There was a slight colour in her usually pale cheeks, and I had never seen her look more beautiful. I was standing not far from the band, and could not help noticing how the dominant note, repeated in 2 bars when all the instruments played together in harmony, rang out with a peculiar and almost passionate insistence. Suddenly, without a moment's warning, and with a clap that struck the dancers motionless, a loud crash rang through the room. The music instantly ceased, and the priceless heirloom of the Pizzis lay in 1,000 silvered splinters on the polished floor. There was a moment's pause of absolute silence, followed by a sharp cry from our host, and then a hum of voices as the dancers hurried toward the scene of the disaster. The consternation and dismay were indescribable. Pizzi, with a face like death, was gazing horror-struck at the base and stem of the vase which still kept their place on the malachite stand, the cup alone being shivered to fragments. The 2 footmen who had been standing under the pedestal looked as if they had been struck by an unseen hand. Pushing my way almost roughly through the crowded throng, I reached the spot. Nothing remained but the stem and the jewelled base of the goblet. Silent and gazing at the throng as one in a dream stood Madame Colucci. Antonia had crept up close to her father, her face as white as her dress. "The luck of Pizzi Hall," she murmured, "and on this night, of all nights." As for me, I felt my brain almost reeling with excitement. For the moment the thoughts which surged through it numbed my capacity for speech. I saw a servant gathering up the fragments. The evening was ended, and the party gradually broke up. To go on dancing would have been impossible. It was not till some hours afterwards that the whole satanic scheme burst upon me. The catastrophe admitted of but one explanation. The dominant note, repeated in 2 bars when all the instruments played together in harmony, must have been the note accordant with that of the cup of the goblet, and by the well-known laws of acoustics, when so played, it shattered the goblet. Next day there was an effort made to piece together the shattered fragments, but some were missing. How removed, by whom taken, no one could ever tell. Beyond doubt the characters cunningly concealed by the open-work pattern contained the key to the cipher. But once again Madame had escaped. The ingenuity, the genius of the woman, placed her beyond the ordinary consequences of crime. Delacour's murder still remains unavenged. Will the truth ever come to light? End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 5 20 Degrees. A hot and sultry day towards the end of June was drawing to a close. I had just finished dinner, and returned to my laboratory to continue some spectroscopic work, when Dufrayer, whom I had not seen for more than a week, walked in. Noticing that I was busy, he took a cigar from a box which lay on the table and sank into an easy chair without speaking. "What is it to-night, Norman?" he asked at last, as I descended from my stool. "Is it the elixir of life or the philosopher's stone?" "Neither," I replied. "I have received some interesting specimens of reduced hemoglobin, and am experimenting on them. By the way, where have you been all this week?" "At Eastbourne. The assizes begin at the Old Bailey, as you know, on Thursday, and I am conducting the defence in the case of the Disney murder. However, I have not come here to talk shop. I had a small adventure in Eastbourne, and have come to tell you about it." "More developments?" I asked, slightly startled by his tone. which was unusually grave. "Come into the garden. We will have coffee there." We went through the open French windows and ensconced ourselves in wicker chairs. "Does it ever occur to you," said Dufrayer, taking his cigar from his mouth as he spoke, "that you and I are in personal danger? It is absurd to lull ourselves into security by saying that such things do not happen in our day. But my only surprise is that Madame Koluchy has not yet struck a blow at either of us. The thought of her haunts me. She fights with almost omnipotent powers, and we cannot foresee from what quarter the shaft may come." "You have a reason for saying this?" I interrupted. "Has it anything to do with your visit to the seaside?" "There is a possibility that it may have something to do with it, but of that I am not certain. In all likelihood, Head, there are no two men in London in such a strange position as ours." "It is a self-elected one, at any rate," I replied. "True," he answered. "Well, I will tell you what happened, and the further sequel which occurred this evening. I had been feeling rather done, and as I had a few days to spare, thought I would spend them geologizing along the cliffs at Eastbourne. On Tuesday last I went out for the whole day on a long expedition under the cliffs towards Burling Gap. I was so engrossed in my discovery of some very curious pieces of iron pyrites, for which that part of the coast is noted, that I forgot the time, and darkness set in before I turned for home. The tide was luckily low, so I had nothing to fear. I had just rounded the point on which the lighthouse stands when, to my amazement, I heard a shrill, clear voice call my name. I stopped and turned round, but at first could see nothing. In a moment, however, I observed a figure approaching me. It sprang lightly from rock to rock. As it came nearer, it resolved itself into a boy, dressed in a light grey suit and a cloth cap. I was just going to address him, when he raised his hands as if in warning, and said quickly in a low voice, "Don't return to London. Stay here. You are in danger." "What do you mean?" I asked. He made no reply, and before I could repeat my question had left me, and was continuing his rapid course toward the promontory. I shouted after him, "Stop! Who are you?" But in another moment I completely lost sight of him in the dark shadow of the cliffs. I ran forward, but not a trace of him could I see. I shouted. There was no answer. I then made up my mind that pursuit was useless, and returned to the town. "Have you seen or heard anything since of the mysterious youth?" I asked. "Nothing whatever. What do you think of his warning? Is it possible that I am really in danger? Is Madame Koluchy mixed up in this affair?" I paused before replying. Then I said slowly, "As Madame is in existence, and as the youth, whoever he was, happened to know your name, there is just a possibility that the adventure may wear an ugly aspect. Two conclusions may be arrived at with regard to it. One, that this warning was intended to keep you at Eastbourne for some dangerous object; the other, that it was a friendly warning given for some reason in this strange manner." "You arrive precisely at my own views on the subject," replied Dufrayer. "I am not a nervous man, and can defend my life if necessary, but that small incident has struck me in a curious way. Of course, it is quite impossible for me to leave town. The Disney murder trial comes on this week, and as there are many complications it will occupy some days. But, Head, try as I will, the impression of that boy's warning will not wear off. And now, listen, there is a sequel. See, this came by the last post." As Dufrayer spoke, he drew a letter from his pocket and thrust it into my hands. I took it to the window, where, by the light of a lamp inside the room, I read the following lines: "Meet me inside gates, Marble Arch, at 10 tonight. Do not fail. You have disregarded my advice, but I may still be able to do something." "Your correspondent makes a strange rendezvous," I remarked, as I handed it back to him. "What do you mean to do?" "What would you do in my place?" asked Dufrayer, shifting the question. He gazed at me earnestly, and with veiled anxiety in his face. "Take no notice," I said. "The letter is anonymous, and as likely as not may be a trap to lead you into danger. I do not see anything for it but for you to pursue the even tenor of your way, just as if there were no Madame Koluchy in the world." It was 9:30 o'clock. The moon was rising, and Dufrayer's grave face, with his dark brows knit, confronted mine. After a time he rose. "I believe you are right," he said. "I shall disregard that letter as I disregarded the warning of the youth in the sands. My unknown correspondent must keep his rendezvous in vain. I won't stay any longer this evening. I am terribly busy getting up my case for Thursday. Good night." When he was gone, I sat out of doors a little longer, pondering much over the two warnings which he had received, and which I had thought best to make little of to him. It was, as he said, impossible for him to leave town, but all the same I by no means liked the aspect of the affairs. Whatever the warnings meant, they were at least significant of grave danger ahead, and knowing Madame Koluchy as I did, I felt certain that no depths of treachery were beyond her powers. I returned to the house, but felt little inclination to resume my experiments in the laboratory. The night grew more and more sultry, and a thunderstorm threatened. Between 11 and 12 o'clock I was just preparing to retire for the night, when there came a loud ring at my front door. The servants had all gone to bed. In some surprise I went to open the door. A woman in a voluminous cloak and old-fashioned bonnet was standing on the threshold. The moment the door was opened, and before I could say a word, she had stepped into the hall. "Don't keep me out," she said in a breathless voice. "I am followed, and there is danger. Mr. Dufrayer has failed to keep his appointment, and I was forced to come here. I know you, Mr. Head. I know all about you, and also about Mr. Dufrayer. Let me speak at once. I have something most important to say. Do get over your astonishment, and close the door. I tell you I am closely watched." The figure of the woman was old, but the voice was young. Without a word I shut the hall door. As I did so, she removed her bonnet and dropped her cloak. She now stood revealed to me as a slight, handsome, dark-eyed girl. Her skin was of a clear olive, and her eyes black. "My name is Elsie Fancourt," she said. "My home is at Henley. My mother is the widow of a barrister. Our address is 5 Gloucester Gardens, Albert Road, Henley. Will you remember it?" I nodded. "Will you make a note of it?" "I can remember it without that," I said. "Very good. You may need that address later on. Now, Mr. Head, you are thinking strange things of me, but I am not, in the ordinary sense of the word, an adventuress. I am a lady, one in sore, sore straits. I have come to you in my desperate need, because I believe you can help me, and because you and also Mr. Dufrayer are in the gravest danger. Will you trust me?" As she spoke, she raised her eyes and looked me full in the face. I read an expression of truth in the depths of her fine eyes. My suspicion vanished. I held out my hand. "You are a strange girl, and have come here at a strange hour," I said, "but I do trust you. Only extreme circumstances could make you act as you are doing. What is the matter?" "Take me into one of your sitting rooms, and I will explain." I opened the door of my study and asked her to walk in. "The matter is one of life and death," she began, speaking in a hurried voice. "Mr. Dufrayer has twice disregarded my warning. I warned him at the risk of my liberty, if not my life, and when he failed to keep the appointment which I made for him this evening, I felt there was nothing whatever for it but to come to you and to cast myself on your mercy. Mr. Head, there is not a moment to lose. Our common enemy," here she lowered her voice, "is Madame Koluchy. She has done me a great and awful wrong. She has done that which no woman with a woman's wit and intuition can ever forgive. I will avenge myself on her or die." "Is it possible that you are the person who gave Mr. Dufrayer that strange warning on the beach at Eastbourne?" I asked. "I am. I dressed myself as a boy for greater safety, but that night I was followed to my lodgings. Had Mr. Dufrayer heeded my advice, I should not be here now. Mr. Head, your friend is in imminent danger of his life. I cannot tell you how the blow will fall, for I do not know, but I am certain of what I am saying. Out of London he might have a chance. In London he has practically none. Listen. You are both marked by the Brotherhood, and Mr. Dufrayer is to be the first victim. No human laws can protect him. Even here, in this great and guarded city, he cannot possibly escape. The person who strikes the blow may be caught, may suffer." Here a look of agony crossed her face. "But what is the good of that," she continued, "when the blow has done its work? No one outside the Brotherhood knows its immense resources. I repeat, Mr. Dufrayer has no chance whatever if he remains in London. He must leave immediately." "That, I fear, is impossible," I replied gravely. "My friend is no coward. He is conducting the defence in an important case at the criminal courts. The life of an accused man hangs on his remaining in town. Need I say more?" She turned white to her lips. "I know all that," she answered. "Have I not followed the thing step by step? Madame also knows how Mr. Dufrayer is placed and what he has to do this week. She has made her plans accordingly. Oh, Mr. Head, would I risk my life as I am doing for a mere nothing? Can you not believe in the reality of the danger?" "I can," I answered. "I am certain from your manner that you are speaking the truth, and I know enough of Madame Koluchy to be sure of the gravity of the situation. Of course I will tell Mr. Dufrayer what you say, and suggest that he get a substitute to carry on his work in the courts." "Will you see him to-night?" she asked eagerly. "Yes." "Thank you." "He is certain to refuse to go," I said. "It is right to give him your warning, but he will disregard it." "Ah, you think so?" "I am positive." "In that case something else must be done, and I must know immediately. If your friend refuses, send a letter to E.F., General Post Office, marked Poste Restante. I will go to St. Martin's-le-Grand early tomorrow morning to obtain it. Put nothing within the letter but the word no. Don't sign your name." "In case my friend decides not to leave town, you shall have such a letter," I replied. "Under those circumstances I must see you again," continued Miss Fancourt. I made no reply. "It is better for me not to communicate with you. Even a telegram would be scarcely safe. I have, I believe, managed to elude vigilance in coming here. I feel that I am watched day and night. I dare not risk the chance of meeting you in the ordinary way. Let me think for a moment." She stood still, leaning her hand against her cheek. "Are you musical?" she asked suddenly. "Fairly so," I replied. "Do you know enough of music to—" She paused and half smiled. "To tune a piano, for instance?" "What do you mean?" I asked. "I will soon explain myself. The piano tuner is expected at our house to-morrow. Will you come in his place? I will send him a line the moment I get home, telling him to postpone his visit, but will let our servant think that he is coming. She has never seen our piano tuner, and will suppose that you are the man we usually employ for the purpose. Do you mind assuming this role?" "I am perfectly willing to try my hand on your piano," I said. "Thank you. Then, in case you have to write that letter, come to our house to-morrow about 2 o'clock. The servant will admit you, believing you to be the tuner, and will show you into our drawing-room. I will join you there in a few moments. You can leave the rest to me." I promised to do as Miss Fancourt required, and soon afterwards she took her leave. A few moments later I was on my way to Dufrayer's flat. He kept late hours, and I was relieved to see lights still burning in his windows. I was quickly admitted by my host himself. "Come in, Norman," he cried. "That will do, North," he continued, turning to a young man whom I recognized as one of his managing clerks. "You have taken down all those instructions? Murchison and James Watts must be subpoenaed as witnesses. I shall be at the office early tomorrow morning." The young man in question, who had a pale, dark face and grey, sensitive eyes, quickly gathered up several papers, and bowing to Dufrayer and myself, took his leave. "One of the best managing clerks I have ever had," said Dufrayer as he left the room. "I have been in great luck to secure him. He is a wonderfully well-educated fellow and knows several languages. He has been with me for the past 3 months. I cannot tell you what a relief it is to have a clerk who really possesses a head on his shoulders. But you have news, Norman. What is it?" "I have," I answered, "strange news. After all, Dufrayer, I am inclined to believe your anonymous correspondent. The youth on the Eastbourne beach has merged into a girl. Finding that you would not keep the appointment she made for you, she came straight to me, and has in fact only just left me. Strange as it all seems, I believe in that girl. May I tell you what occurred during our interview?" Dufrayer pulled a chair forward for me without saying a word. He stood facing me while I told my story. When I had finished, he gave his shoulders a slight shrug, and then said, "But, after all, Miss Fancourt has revealed nothing." "Because at present she only suspects," I replied. "And she coolly asked you to come to me to request me to throw my client over at the 11th hour and to leave town?" "She certainly believes that your danger is real," I answered. "Well, real or not, I cannot possibly act on her warning," replied Dufrayer. As he spoke he walked to the window and looked out. "Things have come to a pretty pass when a man is hunted in this fashion," he continued. "A respectable London solicitor is converted into a modern Damocles, with the sword of Madame Colucci suspended above his head. The thing is preposterous. It cannot go on. My work keeps me here, and here I must stay. I will trust the Criminal Investigation Department against Madame's worst machinations. I shall go to Scotland Yard early tomorrow morning and see Ford. The thing is a perfect nightmare." "I told Miss Fancourt you would not leave town," I replied. "And you did right," he said. "Nevertheless, I believe in her," I continued. Dufrayer gave me one of those slow, inscrutable smiles which now and then flitted across his strong face. "You were always a bit of an enthusiast, Head," he replied. "But the fact is, I have no time to worry over this matter now. All my energies of mind and body must be exerted on behalf of that unfortunate man, the conduct of whose trial has been placed in my hands." I left Dufrayer, and before I resumed home, wrote the single word "No" on a sheet of blank paper, folded it up, and put it into an envelope, and addressed it to E.F., Poste Restante, St. Martin-le-Grand. To think over the enigma which Miss Fancourt had presented to me seemed worse than useless, but try as I would, I could not banish it from my thoughts, and I even owned to a sense of relief when, on the following day, about 2 o'clock, I presented myself as the supposed piano tuner at 5 Gloucester Gardens, Albert Road, Henley. The house was a small one, and a neatly dressed little servant opened the door. She evidently expected the piano tuner, for she smiled when she saw me, and showed me at once into the drawing-room. She supplied me with the necessary dusters and opened the piano. I had just struck some chords on the somewhat ancient instrument when Miss Fancourt came hastily in. "I am sorry," she said, speaking in a rather loud voice, "but Mother has a very bad headache and has asked me to request you to postpone tuning the instrument today. But you must not go before you have had some lunch. I have asked the servant to bring it in." She had left the door open, and now the girl who had admitted me followed, bearing a tray which contained some light refreshment. "Put it down on that table, Susan," said Miss Fancourt, "and then please go at once for the medicine for your mistress. I can open the door in case anyone calls." The girl, quite unsuspicious, departed, and Miss Fancourt and I found ourselves alone. "Susan will be absent for over half an hour," said the girl, "and I have told Mother enough to insure her not coming into the room. She has feigned that headache. It was necessary to do so, in order to get an excuse for sending our little servant out for some medicine, and so keeping her out of the way. A man was here, questioning her only this morning. Oh, you make a first-class piano tuner, Mr. Head," she continued, looking at me with a smile, which vanished almost as soon as it came. "But now to business. So your friend refuses to leave town?" "He does," I replied. "I told you that it was quite impossible for him to do so." "I know you said so. Now I am going to give you my full confidence. But before I do so, will you give me your word that what I am about to say will never, under any circumstances, pass your lips?" "I cannot do that," I replied. "But if I find that you are a friend to me, I will be one to you." She looked at me steadily. "That will not do," she said. "Mr. Dufrayer is an old acquaintance of yours, is he not?" "My greatest friend," I said. Her brow cleared, and her dark eyes lightened. "His life is in danger," she said. "By this time tomorrow he may—" She paused, trembling. Her very lips turned white. "For heaven's sake, speak out!" I cried. "Yes, I will explain myself. I am certain that when you know all, you will give me the promise which is absolutely necessary for my own salvation and the salvation of one dearer to me than myself. 6 months ago I became engaged to a man of the name of John North." "North," I said. "North?" I felt puzzled by a memory. The girl proceeded without noticing my interruption. "I love John North," she said slowly. "If necessary, I would die for him. I would go to any risk to save him from his present most perilous position." As she spoke, her dark brows were knit. She clasped her hands tightly together and bent her head. "There is a managing clerk of the name of North in Dufrayer's office," I said slowly. "There is," she replied. "He is the man about whom I am speaking. Now please follow me closely. Mr. North, who was educated abroad and spent all his early years in Italy, was articled, while still quite a youth, to a large firm of solicitors in the city. Early in the spring, Mr. Dufrayer engaged him as one of his managing clerks at a salary of 4 guineas a week. "I met North last night," I said. "He looked an intelligent fellow, and my friend spoke very highly of him. I have not the least idea, Miss Fancourt, what this is leading up to, but, as far as I can tell, North seems all right." "Please let me continue," said the girl. "You will soon see how complicated matters are. Almost immediately after our engagement, John North got into Madame's set. I do not know how he first had an introduction to her, although I sometimes think he must have met her long ago in Italy. She evidently holds the deepest fascination over him, for he was never tired of talking of her, her wonderful house, her fame, her beauty, and the strange power she had over each person with whom she came in contact. One day he told me through her agency, although her name did not appear in the matter, she had got him an excellent appointment as managing clerk in the office of your friend." I started. My attention was now keenly aroused. "This," continued Miss Fancourt, "was 3 months ago. Mr. Head, during those 3 months everything has altered. The sun has got behind clouds, the sky is black. I am the most miserable girl on earth." "You have doubtless a reason for your misery," I said. "I have. Mr. Head, you tell me you have seen John North?" "Last night for the first time," I answered. "And you liked his appearance?" "I was attracted by his face. I cannot exactly say that I liked it. It seemed clever. He looked intelligent." "He is wonderfully so. 6 months ago, when first we were engaged, his face used to wear the brightest, keenest expression. Now it is haggard, restless. Each day something of good leaves it, and something of evil takes its place. Something, yes, something is eating into his youth, his manhood, and his beauty. He is changed to me. I believe he has almost lost the capacity of loving anyone. My love, however, is unaltered, for I know there is a spell over him. When it is removed, he will be his own old self again. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Head, I swore I would discover what was wrong. Unknown to anyone, I followed John North to a house in Mayfair. He went there with a large party, of whom Madame was one. I have found out what that house is. It is an opium den, though few except its frequenters are aware of that fact. It was easy for me, then, to put 2 and 2 together, and to know what was wrecking the life of the man I loved. You are a scientist, and understand what the opium vice means. It has ruined my lover, both in body and soul.
This is terribly sad, I answered, but I cannot quite understand what it has to do with Dufrayer.
I am coming to that part, she replied. After I had seen him entering the opium saloon, I began to watch John North more closely than ever, and soon I had strong reason to suspect that he was burdened by a great and very terrible secret. I seemed to read this fact in his eyes, in his manner. He avoided my glance, his gaiety left him, he became more gloomy and depressed hour by hour. My mother lives here, and has done so for years, but my journalistic work keeps me in town during the greater part of the week. I have a small room in Soho, where I sleep whenever necessary, but I always spend from Saturday to Monday at home. I was careful not to give Mr. North the slightest clue that I had guessed his secret, and on the special Sunday evening about which I am going to tell you, I asked him to come and visit me at our house. He had neglected me terribly of late, leaving my letters unanswered, seeming indifferent to my presence. He had ceased altogether to speak of our marriage, and the only things which really interested him were his law work and his evenings in Madame's set. When I pressed him, however, he promised faithfully to come to see me on that special Sunday, and I sat for a long time in this room waiting for him. He did not arrive, and I grew restless. I put on my hat and went along the road to meet him. He did not appear. I felt desperate then, and determined to do a bold thing. I took the next train to town. I arrived in London between 6 and 7 o'clock, and took a hansom straight to his rooms. The landlady, whom I had already seen once or twice, told me that he was in. I went upstairs and knocked at his sitting-room door. I heard his voice say, "Come in," and I entered. He was sitting on the sofa, and did not show the least surprise at seeing me. He asked me in a low, languid voice what I had come about. I replied that, as he had failed to keep his appointment with me, I had come to him. As I spoke, I looked round the room. I noticed that he had in his hand a long pipe, and that there was a peculiar, sickly odor in the air. A small spirit lamp of uncommon shape stood burning on the table. I immediately guessed what was happening. When I interrupted him, he was indulging in opium smoke. He was drawing in the pernicious, the awful drug, and did not care that I should interfere with him. I was determined, however, to probe this matter to the bitter end. I resolved at any risk to save him. I knew that there was only one way to do this. I must learn the truth. I must find out what that thing was which was casting its awful shadow over him. Like a flash, it occurred to me that in his present condition it would be easy to wrest secrets from his lips. I would therefore encourage him to smoke. Instead of blaming him, therefore, for smoking the opium, I sat down by him, and asked some questions with regard to it. I requested him to continue the pleasure which I had interrupted, and showed him that I was very much interested in the effects of opium. Low as he had fallen, he evidently did not like to indulge in the horrible habit in my presence, but I would not hear of his denying himself. I even helped him to put some more of the prepared opium into the bowl of the pipe. I smiled gently at him as the heavy aromatic smoke curled up round his nostrils, soothing and calming him. He began to enter into the fun of the thing, as he called it, and asked me to seat myself by his side. I felt sick and trembling, but never for a moment did my resolution fail me. As he got more and more under the influence of the opium, and I noticed the pin-point pupils of his eyes, I began to question him. My questions were asked with extreme care, and deliberately, step by step, I wormed his secrets from him. A ghastly plot was revealed to me, a plot so horrible, so certain in its issues, that I could scarcely restrain myself while I listened. It had to do with you, Mr. Head, with Mr. Dufrayer, and in especial with my lover himself, John North. Just as he murmured the last words of his awful secret, he fell back into complete insensibility. I immediately hurried from the room. I knew enough of the effects of opium to be certain that John would have no remembrance of what he had said to me when he awoke in the morning. I saw the landlady, told her enough of my strange position to ensure her secrecy, and hurried away. That night I spent in town, but I had no rest. Since that dreadful moment I have not had an hour's quiet. The man I love is to be the instrument used by Madame Koluchy for her terrible purpose. A blow is to be struck, and John North is to strike it. What the blow is in itself, how the fatal deed is to be committed, I have not the slightest idea, but your friend is doomed. Can you not understand my awful position? John North is to execute Madame's vengeance. It matters little to her if eventually he hangs for his crime, for, with her usual cunning, she has so arranged matters that she herself will not be implicated. Mr. Head, you now see what I want to do. I want to save John North. Your friend I should also wish to save, but John North comes first. Don't you understand?" "I understand," I replied, "and I pity you from my heart." "Then, if you pity me, you will help me." "Undoubtedly I will." "That is good. That is what I hoped." "But what is to be done? At present it seems to me that you and I are in the terrible position of knowing that there are rocks ahead without having the slightest idea where they are." "I know this much at least," she replied. "The fatal deed will be committed in London, hence my entreaty to your friend not to leave Eastbourne. I might have guessed that he would not heed an anonymous warning of that sort. Then I tried what a letter would do, begging him to meet me at the Marble Arch. Little I cared what he thought of me, if only I could save John North. Mr. Dufrayer did not come, and as a last resource I fled to you." "I am glad you did so," I answered. "Have you any plan in your head on which I can immediately act?" "I have, but first of all I want your promise. You must not only save your friend, but you must save Mr. North. I want your word of honor that you will never give your testimony against him." "I can only say that I will not be the one to hand him over to the police," I replied. "More it is impossible to promise. Will that content you?" She hesitated and looked thoughtful. "I suppose it must," she said at last. "Will Mr. Dufrayer make a similar promise?" "I think I can answer for him," I said. "Very well. Now then, Mr. Head, it is just possible that we may be victorious yet. I have discovered that from time to time Mr. North receives communications from Madame Koluchy. If we could get hold of some of these, we might reach the heart of this ghastly plot." "But how is that to be done?" I asked. "I have acquainted myself with all Mr. North's movements," continued the girl. "He goes to his lodgings every evening between 10 and 11 o'clock, not leaving them again until the morning. Doubtless, night after night, he has recourse to the solace of the opium pipe. It is impossible for me to visit him again, for I am too closely watched. But will you go to him? Will you go to him to-night?" "Do you really mean this?" I asked. "I do," she replied. "It is the only thing to be done. You can take a message from Mr. Dufrayer. You are Mr. Dufrayer's friend, so a message from him will be natural. When you have got into Mr. North's presence, you will know yourself what to do. Your own judgment will guide you. In all probability he will be under the effect of opium, and you can get further secrets from him. At the worst, you may be able to find some of Madame's communications." I stood still, considering. "I will go," I said, "but success seems more than doubtful." "I do not agree with you. I am certain that, with your tact, you will succeed. If you can only get hold of some of Madame's letters, all may yet be well. By the way, can you read cipher?" "I understand many ciphers," I replied. "I have discovered that Madame Koluchy always writes in cipher. Go to-night. Do not fail. This is Mr. North's address. Do not try to communicate with me again. I shall know if you succeed, and but I dare not think of the other alternative." She held out her hand. Her face was white. Her lips trembled. "You are a brave man," she said. "I feel somehow that you will succeed. Go. You must be out of this house before our little servant returns." That evening, between 10 and 11 o'clock, I found myself at North's lodging. The landlady herself opened the door. I inquired if North was in, said that I had come with an urgent message from Dufrayer, and asked to see him at once. "I do not know whether he is in," replied the woman. "But if you will go upstairs to the sitting room on the 3rd floor, just facing the landing, you can see for yourself." I nodded to her and ran upstairs. A moment later I was knocking at the door which the landlady had indicated. There was no reply. I turned the handle and went in. One glance round the room caused my heart to beat with apprehension. The bird had evidently flown. Signs of a speedy departure were all too evident. Some paper, partly torn and partly burnt, was lying in the grate, and some more papers completely charred to ashes were near it. The door which opened into the bedroom was flung back on its hinges. I went there to see drawers and wardrobe open and empty. My next business was to go to the grate, secure the half-burnt paper, thrust it into my pocket, and go downstairs again. The landlady was nowhere in sight, so I let myself out. About midnight I returned home. Now for one last forlorn hope, I said to myself. The man has evidently got a fright and has gone off. But like many another clever scoundrel, he did not quite complete his work before his departure. This paper is only half burnt. Can it be possible that it contains the hidden cipher which may yet save my friend? I went straight to my laboratory, and opening the crumbled, torn piece of paper, spread it out before me. To my dismay, I saw that it was only an ordinary sheet of a morning daily. I was about to fling it away, when suddenly an old memory returned to me. I knew of a method employed once by a great criminal who communicated with his confederates in the following manner. They received from time to time newspapers, certain of the printed letters of which were pricked with a needle. These prickings, when the paper was held up to the light, could be clearly seen, and the pricked letters, when taken down in consecutive order, formed certain words. Could the torn paper in my hands have been used for a similar purpose? I held it up to the light, but no sign of any pricking appeared. Pacing to and fro in my laboratory, I formed every conceivable hypothesis that might throw light on the terrible problem. What was to be done? At last, weary with anxiety, I went to bed, and exhausted as I was, sank into a heavy sleep. I was roused by my servant calling me at the usual hour the next morning, and almost at once my thoughts flew to our terrible position. I dressed and went again to my laboratory to examine once more the fragment of paper. Without having any definite reason for doing so, I got out my camera, and placing the paper in a strong light, exposed it to one of my rapid plates. Then, going to my darkroom, I proceeded to develop it. As I bent over the dish and rolled the solution to and fro in the plate, I suddenly started, and my heart beat quickly. Was it only imagination, or was something coming out, something beyond and above the mere printed words of the newspaper? In the dim red light I could almost swear that I detected separate dots on the plate, which the paper itself did not show. Could there be a flaw in the negative? Rapidly fixing it, I took it out and brought it to the light. A cry of joy burst from my lips. Over some of the printed letters something had been put which showed up in the negative as whiter than the paper, something which would reflect the ultraviolet rays of the spectrum, something fluorescent. Perhaps a solution of quinine was the agent employed. This would, I knew, be quite invisible to the naked eye. Scarcely able to contain the excitement which consumed me, I dried the plate rapidly, and printed off a copy, and without waiting to tone it, took it to the light and examined it with my lens. Great heavens! The awful plot was about to be unveiled. A cipher had really been sent to North in this subtle way. The letters which had been touched with the quinine stood out clearly. As the newspaper was torn and a great part of it burnt, I could not read the full details of the ghastly plot in consecutive order, but the following fragments left little doubt of what the result was meant to be. Aneroid substituted. Thermometer explodes at 20 degrees Réaumur. Leave London tonight. My brain swam. Quick as lightning, my thoughts flew to Dufrayer. Thermometer explodes at 20 degrees, I found myself repeating. 20 degrees on the Réaumur scale in Russia means 77 degrees Fahrenheit on our English scale. For the last few days the thermometer in London had daily recorded as high a temperature as this. Had it done so yet today? Dufrayer had an aneroid barometer hanging in his private room at his office. In it I knew was a thermometer. This was enough. I bolted from the house, and in another moment a hansom was taking me at a hand gallop to Chancery Lane. In half an hour I was at my friend's door. I jumped out of the hansom and dashed through the clerk's office into his private room. Dufrayer had evidently just come in, and was seated at his desk. "Is that you, North? How late you are! I want you to go at once," he began. Then he caught sight of my face and sprang from his chair. "Norman!" he exclaimed. "What in the world is the matter?" "Get out of this!" I shouted. "You will never see that ruffian North again, but no matter. You must save yourself now." As I spoke, I pushed Dufrayer roughly to the farther end of the room. My eyes were fixed upon the thermometer in the aneroid, which hung on the wall over his desk. The mercury stood at 76 degrees. Seizing a jug of cold water, which stood on a table near, I dashed the contents over the instrument. The mercury sank. I was right. I could see it. I was only just in time. "What in heaven's name is the matter? Are you mad?" said Dufrayer, gazing at me in astonishment. "Matter?" I echoed. "The devil's the matter. This thing is an infernal machine."
That aneroid an infernal machine? My dear Head, you must have lost your senses. I have had it for years.
This is not the aneroid you have had for years, I answered. Get a bucket of cold water. Don't stand staring like that. Can you not understand that we may be blown to pieces any moment? He paused just to take in the meaning of my words. Then the color left his face, and he rushed from the room. There, I said, as I unhooked the instrument and lowered it gently into the bucket which he had got from the housekeeper's kitchen. We are safe for the present. But look here. We bent down and examined the aneroid closely. Fused into the glass bore at the line which marked 77 degrees was the tiniest metallic projection. But what does it mean? Explain yourself, for heaven's sake, he said excitedly. I will, in a moment, I answered, drawing out my heavy knife. With the screwdriver I unscrewed the back and levered it open. Good heavens! Look here, I said. The space in the hollow woodwork was literally packed with masses of gun cotton, and below it lay a small accumulator with its fine connecting wires. I cut the wires and emptied the cotton into the water. Don't you see now? I cried. This is the most devilishly clever infernal machine that could be contrived. When the mercury rose to 77 degrees, the circuit would be completed, the gun cotton fired, and you and your office blown to kingdom come. But who has done it? Said Dufrayer. Who, in the name of heaven, could have changed the aneroid? Your clerk, North. I have a story to tell you, but I must do so in confidence. Let us go at once to Scotland Yard, Head. This is unbearable. We cannot do so at present, I replied. I am under a promise to hold back information. Dufrayer stared at me as though once more he thought me possessed. I will explain matters tonight, I said. Come now. Let us turn the key in the door and go out. Dufrayer suddenly glanced at his watch. In the excitement of this infernal affair, I had almost forgotten my unfortunate client, he cried. His case must be coming on at the Old Bailey about now. I must start at once. I will walk with you there, I said. A moment later we found ourselves in Fleet Street. We passed an optician's. In the window was a thermometer. We stood and looked at it without speaking. The mercury was standing at 80 degrees. That evening the strange story which Elsie Fancourt had confided to me was told to Dufrayer. Once again Madame has scored, was his remark when I had finished, and that scoundrel North gets off scot-free. Madame has not quite scored, for your life has been spared, I said with feeling. The whole thing was planned with the most infernal cunning, said Dufrayer. Yesterday North came into my office, pointed out that the aneroid was not working properly, and asked me if he might take it to an optician's in Fleet Street. I very naturally gave him permission. He brought it back in the evening and put it into its place. Yes, the whole plot was timed with the most consummate skill. The thermometer has been daily rising for the last few days, and Madame guessed only too well that it would reach 77 degrees before I went to court this morning. Doubtless North had informed her that the Disney trial was to come on second in the list, and that I should not be required at the Old Bailey before 11:30. Well, I have escaped, and I owe it to you, Head, and to Miss Fancourt. I pity that poor girl. She is too good to be thrown away on a scoundrel like North. I wonder what her future history will be, I said. There is no doubt that North is fast in Madame's toils. Miss Fancourt believes, however, that her mission in life is to reclaim him. The ways of some good women are inexplicable. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1. Of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 6. The Star-Shaped Marks. Part 1. On a certain Sunday in the spring of 1897, as Dufrayer and I were walking in the park, we came across one of his friends, a man of the name of Loftus Durham. Durham was a rising artist whose portrait paintings had lately attracted notice. He invited us both to his studio on the following Sunday, where he was to receive a party of friends to see his latest work, an historical picture for the coming Academy. "The picture is an order from a lady who has herself sat for the principal figure," said Durham. "I hope you may meet her also on Sunday. My impression is that the picture will do well, but if so, it will be on account of the remarkable beauty of my model. But I must not add more. You will see what I mean for yourselves." He walked briskly away. "Poor Durham," said Dufrayer when he had left us. "I am glad that he is beginning to get over the dreadful catastrophe which threatened to ruin him body and soul a year back." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I allude to the tragic death of his young wife," said Dufrayer. "They were only married 2 years. She was thrown from her horse on the hunting field, broke her back, and died a few hours afterwards. There was a child, a boy of about 4 months old at the time of the mother's death. Durham was so frightfully prostrated from the shock that some of his friends feared for his reason, but I now see that he is regaining his usual calibre. I trust his new picture will be a success, but, notwithstanding his remarkable talent, I own I have my doubts. It takes a man in 10,000 to do a good historical picture." On the following Sunday, about 4 o'clock, Dufrayer and I found ourselves at Durham's house in Lanchester Gardens. A number of well-known artists and their wives had already assembled in his studio. We found the visitors all gazing at a life-size picture in a heavy frame which stood on an easel facing the window. Dufrayer and I took our places in the background, and looked at the group represented on the canvas in silence. Any doubt of Durham's ultimate success must have immediately vanished from Dufrayer's mind. The picture was a magnificent work of art, and the subject was worthy of an artist's best efforts. It was taken from The Lady of the Lake, and represented Ellen Douglas in the guard-room of Stirling Castle, surrounded by the rough soldiers of James V. of Scotland. It was named "Soldiers, Attend." Ellen's first words as she flung off her plaid and revealed herself in all her dark proud beauty to the wonder of the soldiers. The pose and attitude were superb, and did credit both to Durham and the rare beauty of his model. I was just turning round to congratulate him warmly on his splendid production, when I saw standing beside him Ellen Douglas herself, not in the rough garb of a Scotch lassie, but in the simple and yet picturesque dress of a well-bred English girl. Her large black velvet hat, with its plume of ostrich feathers, contrasted well with a face of dark and striking beauty. But I noticed even in that first glance a peculiar expression lingering round the curves of her beautiful lips and filling the big brown eyes. A secret care, an anxiety artfully concealed, and yet all too apparent to a real judge of character, spoke to me from her face. All the same, that very look of reserve and sorrow but strengthened her beauty, and gave that final touch of genius to the lovely figure on the canvas. Just then Durham touched me on the shoulder. "What do you think of it?" he asked, pointing to the picture. "I congratulate you most heartily," I responded. "I owe any success which I may have achieved to this lady," he continued. "She has done me the honour to sit as Ellen Douglas. Mr. Head, may I introduce Lady Faulkner?" I bowed in acknowledgment, to which Lady Faulkner gravely responded. She stepped a little aside, and seemed to invite me to follow her. "I am also glad you like the picture," she said eagerly. "For years I have longed to have that special subject painted. I asked Mr. Durham to do it for me, on condition that I should be the model for Ellen Douglas. The picture is meant as a present for my husband." "Has he seen it yet?" I asked. "No, he is in India. It is to greet him as a surprise on his return. It has always been one of his longings to have a really great picture painted on that magnificent subject, and it was also one of his fancies that I should take the part of Ellen Douglas. Thanks to Mr. Durham's genius, I have succeeded, and am much pleased." A new arrival came up to speak to her. I turned aside, but her face continued to attract me, and I glanced at her from time to time. Suddenly I noticed that she held up her hand as if to arrest attention, and then flew to the door of the studio. Outside was distinctly audible the patter of small feet, and also the sound of a woman's voice raised in expostulation. This was followed by the half-satisfied coo, half-cry of a young child, and the next instant Lady Faulkner reappeared, carrying Durham's baby boy in her arms. He was a splendid little fellow, and handsome enough in himself to evoke unlimited admiration. A mass of thick golden curls shadowed his brow, his eyes were large, and of a deep and heavenly blue. He had the round limbs and perfect proportions of a happy, healthy baby. The child had clasped his arms round Lady Faulkner's neck. Seeing a great many visitors in the room, he started in some slight trepidation, but turning again to Lady Faulkner, smiled in her face. "Ah, there you are, Robin," said Durham, glancing at the child with a lighting up of his own somewhat sombre face. "But, Lady Faulkner, please don't let the little chap worry you. You are too good to him. The fact is, you spoil him dreadfully." "That is a libel, for no one could spoil you, could they, Robin?" said Lady Faulkner, kissing the boy on his brow. She seated herself on the window-sill. I went up and took a place beside her. She was so altogether absorbed by the boy that she did not at first see me. She bent over him and allowed him to clasp and unclasp a heavy gold chain of antique pattern which she wore round her neck. From time to time she kissed him. Suddenly glancing up, her eyes met mine. "Is he not a splendid little fellow?" she said. "I don't know how I could have lived through the last few months but for this little one. I have been kept in London on necessary business, and consequently away from my own child. But little Robin has comforted me. We are great friends, are we not, Robin?" "The child certainly seems to take to you," I said. "Take to me?" she cried. "He adores me, don't you, baby?" The boy looked up as she addressed him, opened his lips, as if to utter some baby word, then with a coy, sweet smile, hid his face against her breast. "You have a child of your own?" I said. "Yes, Mr. Head, a boy. Now I am going to confide in you. My boy is the image of this little one. He is the same age as Robin, and Robin and he are so alike in every feature that the resemblance is both uncommon and extraordinary. But stay, you shall see for yourself." She produced a locket, touched a spring, and showed me a painted photograph of a young child. It might have been taken from little Robin Durham. The likeness was certainly beyond dispute. Dufrayer came near, and I pointed it out to him. "Is it not remarkable?" I said. "This locket contains a picture of Lady Faulkner's own little boy. You would not know it from little Robin Durham, would you?" Dufrayer glanced from the picture to the child, then to the face of Lady Faulkner. To my surprise, she coloured under his gaze, which was so fixed and staring as to seem almost rude. Remarking that the picture might assuredly be taken from Durham's boy, he gravely handed back the locket to Lady Faulkner, and immediately afterwards, without waiting for me, took his leave. Lady Faulkner looked after his retreating form, and I noticed that a new expression came into her eyes, a defiant, hard, even desperate look. It came and quickly went. She clasped her arms more tightly round the boy, kissing him again. I took my own leave soon afterwards, but during the days which immediately followed I often thought with some perplexity of Lady Faulkner, and also of Durham's boy. I had received a card for the private view of the Academy, and remembering Durham's picture, determined to go there on the afternoon of the great day. I strolled through the rooms, which were crowded, so much so indeed that it was almost impossible to get a good view of the pictures, but by and by I caught a sight of Durham's masterpiece. It occupied a place of honour on the line. Beyond doubt, therefore, his success was assured. I had taken a fancy to him, and was glad of this, and now pushed my way into the midst of a knot of admirers, who, arrested by the striking scene which the picture portrayed, and the rare grace and beauty of the central figure, were making audible and flattering remarks. Presently, just behind me, two voices which I could not fail to recognize fell on my ears. I started, and then remained motionless. The voices belonged to Lady Faulkner and to Madame Koluchy. They were together, and were talking eagerly. They could not have seen me, for I heard Lady Faulkner's voice, high and eager. The following words fell on my ears. "I shall do it to-morrow or next day. My husband returns sooner than I thought, and there is no time to lose. You have arranged about the nurse, have you not?" "Yes, and you can confidently leave the matter in my hands," was Madame's reply. "And am I safe? There is not the slightest danger of—" They were pushed on by the increasing crowd, and I could not catch the end of the last sentence, but I had heard enough. The pictures no longer attracted me. I made my way hurriedly from the room. As I descended the stairs my heart beat fast. What had Lady Faulkner to do with Madame Koluchy? Were the words which unwittingly had fallen on my ears full of sinister meaning? Madame seldom attached herself to anyone without a strong reason. Beyond doubt, the beautiful young Scotchwoman was an acquaintance of more than ordinary standing. She was in trouble, and Madame was helping her. Once more I was certain that in a new and startling manner Madame was about to make a fresh move in her extraordinary game. I went straight off to Dufrayer's office, found him in, and told him what had occurred. "Beyond doubt, Lady Faulkner's manner was that of a woman in trouble," I continued. "From her tone, she knows Madame well. There was that in her voice which might dare anything, however desperate. What do you think of it, Dufrayer? Is Durham by any possible chance in danger?" "That is more than I can tell you," replied Dufrayer. "Madame Koluchy's machinations are beyond my powers to cope with. But, as you ask me, I should say that it is quite possible that there is some new witchery brewing in her cauldron. By the way, Head, I saw that you were attracted by Lady Faulkner when you met her at Durham's studio." "Were not you?" I asked. "To a certain extent, yes. But I was also repelled. I did not like her expression as she sat with the child in her arms." "What do you mean?" "I can scarcely explain myself, but my belief is that she has been subjected by Madame to a queer temptation. What, of course, it is impossible to guess. When you noticed the likeness between Durham's child and her own, I saw a look in her eyes which told me that she was capable of almost any crime to achieve her object." "I hope you are mistaken," I answered, rising as I spoke. "At least, Durham has made a great success with that picture, and he largely owes it to Lady Faulkner. I must call round to see him, in order to congratulate him." I did so a few days later. I found the artist busy in his studio working at a portrait of a city magnate. "Here you are, Head. I am delighted to welcome you," he said when I arrived. "Pray, take that chair. You will forgive me if I go on working. My big picture having sold so well, I am overpowered with orders. It has taken on. You have seen the reviews, have you not?" "I have, and I also witnessed the crowds who collected round it on the opening day," I replied. "It is a magnificent work of art, Durham. You will be one of our foremost historical painters from this day out." He smiled, and, brush in hand, continued to paint in rapidly the background of his picture. "By the way," I said abruptly, "I am much interested in that beautiful Scotch model who sat for your Ellen Douglas. I have seldom seen a more lovely face." Durham glanced up at me, and then resumed his work. "It is a curious story altogether," he said. "Lady Faulkner came to see me in November of last year. She said that she had met my little boy in Regent's Park, and was struck by the likeness between her child and mine. On account of this asked the name of the child and discovered that I was his father. It seems that my fame as a portrait painter had already reached her ears, and she ventured to visit me to know if I would care to undertake an historical picture. I had done nothing so ambitious before, and I hesitated. She pressed the matter, volunteered to sit for the central figure, and offered me £2,000 for the picture when completed. I am not too well off, and could not afford to refuse such a sum. I begged of her to employ other and better well-known men, but she would not hear of it. She wanted my work, and mine alone. She was convinced that the picture would be a great success. In the end her enthusiasm prevailed. I consented to paint the picture, and set to work at once. For such a large canvas the time was short, and Lady Faulkner came to sit to me 3 or 4 times a week. She made one proviso. The child was to be allowed to come freely in and out of the room. She attracted little Robin from the first, and was more than good to him. The boy became fond of her, and she never looked better nor more at her ease than when she held him in her arms. She has certainly done me a good service, and for her sake alone I cannot be too pleased that the picture is appreciated." "Is Lady Faulkner still in town?" I asked. "No, she left for Scotland only this morning. Her husband's place, Bram Castle, in Inverness, is a splendid old historical estate dating from the Middle Ages." "How is your boy?" I asked. "You keep him in town, I see, but you have good air in this part of London." "Yes, capital. He spends most of his time in Regent's Park. The little chap is quite well, thank you. By the way, he ought to be in now. He generally joins me at tea. Would it worry you if he came in as usual, Head?" "Not at all. On the contrary, I should like to see him," I said. Durham rang the bell. A servant entered. "You can get tea, Collier," said his master. "By the way, is baby home yet?" "No, sir," was the reply. "I cannot understand it," added the man. "Jane is generally back long before now." Durham made no answer. He returned to his interrupted work. The servant withdrew. Tea was brought in, but there was no sign of the child. Durham handed me a cup, then stood abstracted for a moment, looking straight before him. Suddenly he went to the bell and rang it. "Tell nurse to bring Master Robin in," he said. "But nurse and baby have not returned home yet, sir." Durham glanced at the clock. "It is just 6, he exclaimed. "Can anything be wrong? I had better go out and look for them." "Let me go with you," I said. "If you are going into Regent's Park, it is on my way home." "Nurse generally takes the child to the Broad Walk," said Durham. "We will go in that direction." We entered the park. No sign of nurse or child could we see, though we made several inquiries of the park keepers, who could tell us nothing. "I have no right to worry you with all this," said Durham suddenly. I glanced at him. He had expressed no alarm in words, but I saw now that he was troubled and anxious, and his face wore a stern expression. A nameless suspicion suddenly visited my heart. Try as I would, I could not shake it off. "We had better go back," I said. "In all probability you will find the little fellow safe at home." I used cheerful words, which I did not feel. Durham looked at me again. "The child is not to me as an ordinary child," he said, dropping his voice. "You know the tragedy through which I have lived?" "Dufrayer has told me," I replied. "My whole life is wrapped up in the little fellow," he continued. "Well, I hope we shall find him all right on our return. Are you really coming back with me?" "Certainly, if you will have me. I shall not rest easy myself until I know that the boy is safe." We turned in the direction of Durham's house. We ran up the steps. "Have you seen them, sir?" asked the butler as he opened the door. "No. Are they not back yet?" asked Durham. "No, sir. We have heard nor seen nothing of either of them." "This is quite unprecedented," said the artist. "Jane knows well that I never allow the boy to be out after 5 o'clock. It is nearly 7 now. You are quite certain," he added, turning to the man, "that no message has come to account for the child's delay?" "No, sir, nothing." "What do you think of it, Head?" He looked at me inquiringly. "It is impossible to tell you," I replied. "A thousand things may keep the nurse out. Let us wait for another hour. If the child has not returned by then, we ought certainly to take some action." I avoided looking at Durham as I spoke, for Lady Faulkner's words to Madame Colucci returned unpleasantly to my memory. "I shall do it to-morrow or next day. You have arranged about the nurse?" We went into the studio, and Durham offered me a cigarette. As he did so, I suddenly heard a commotion in a distant part of the house. There was the sound of hurrying feet and the noise of more than one voice raised in agitation and alarm. Durham's face turned ghastly. "There has been an accident," he said. "I felt that there was something wrong. God help me!" He rushed to the door. I followed him. Just as he reached it, it was flung open, and the nurse, a comely-looking woman of between 30 and 40 years of age, ran in and flung herself at Durham's feet. "You'll never forgive me, sir," she gasped. "I feel fit to kill myself." "Get up, Jane, at once, and tell me what has happened. Speak! Is anything wrong with the child?" "Oh, sir, he is gone. He is lost. I don't know where he is. Oh, I know you'll never forgive me. I could scarcely bring myself to come home to tell you." "That was folly. Speak now. Tell the whole story at once." Durham's manner had changed. Now that the blow had really fallen, he was himself once again, a man of keen action, resolute, resolved. The woman stared at him. Then she staggered to her feet, a good deal of her own self-control restored by his manner. "It was this way, sir," she began. "Baby and I went out as usual early this afternoon. You know how fond Baby has always been of Lady Faulkner?" "Lady Faulkner has nothing to do with this matter," interrupted Durham. "Proceed with your story." "Her ladyship is in Scotland, at least it is supposed so, sir," continued the woman. "She came here late last night and bade us all good-bye. I was undressing the baby when she entered the nursery. She took him in her arms and kissed him many times. Baby loves her so very much. He always called her Pretty Lady. He began to cry when she left the room." Go on," said Durham. "Well, sir, Baby and I went into the park. You know how active the child is, as merry as a lark, and always anxious to be down on his legs. It was a beautiful day, and I sat in one of the seats and Baby ran about. He was very fond of playing hide-and-seek round the shrubs, and I used to humour him. He asked for his usual game. Suddenly I heard him cry out, 'Pitty lady, pitty lady,' and run as fast as ever he could round to the other side of a big clump of rhododendrons. He was within a few feet of me, and I was just about to follow him, for half the game, sir, was for me to peep round the opposite side of the trees and try to catch him, when a gentleman, whose acquaintance I had made during the last 2 days, came up and began to speak to me. He was a Mr. Ivanhoe, and a very gentlemanly person, sir. We talked for a minute or two, and I'll own I forgot Baby. The moment I remembered him, I ran round the rhododendrons to look for him, but from that hour to now, sir, I have seen nothing of the child. I don't know where he is. I don't know what has happened to him. Someone must have stolen him, but who, the Lord only knows. He must have fancied that he saw a likeness to Lady Faulkner in someone else in the park, for he did cry out, 'Pitty lady,' just as if his whole heart was going out to someone, and away he trotted as fast as his feet could carry him. That is the whole story, sir. I'd have come back sooner, but I've been searching the place, like one distracted." "You did very wrong not to return at once. Did you by any chance happen to see the person the child ran to?" "I saw no one, sir. Only the cry of the child still rings in my ears, and the delight in his voice. 'Pitty lady,' he said, and off he went like a flash." "You should have followed him." "I know it, sir, and I'm fit to kill myself. But the gentleman was that nice and civil, and I'll own I forgot everything else in the pleasure of having a chat with him." "The man who spoke to you called himself Ivanhoe?" "Yes, sir." "I should like you to give me some particulars with regard to this man's appearance," I said, interrupting the conversation for the first time. The woman stared at me. I doubt if she had ever seen me before. "He was a dark, handsome man," she said then, slowly, but with something peculiar about him. And he spoke like a foreigner. I glanced at Durham. His eyes met mine in the most hopeless perplexity. I looked away. 1,000 wild fears were rushing through my brain. "There is no good in wasting time over unimportant matters," said the poor father impatiently. "The thing to do is to find baby at once. Control yourself, please, Jane. You do not make matters any better by giving way to undue emotion. Did you mention the child's loss to the police?" "Yes, sir, 2 hours back." "Durham," I said suddenly, "you and I had better go at once to Dufrayer. He will advise us exactly what is to be done." Durham glanced at me, then without a word went into the hall and put on his hat. We both left the house. "What do you think of it, Head?" he said presently, as we were bowling away in a hansom to Dufrayer's flat. "I cannot help telling you that I fear there is grave danger ahead," I replied, "but do not ask me any more until we have consulted Dufrayer." The lawyer was in, and the whole story of the child's disappearance was told to him. He listened gravely. When Durham had finished speaking, Dufrayer said slowly, "There is little doubt what has happened." "What do you mean?" cried Durham. "Is it possible that you have got a solution already?" "I have, my poor fellow, and a grave one. I fear that you are one of the many victims of the greatest criminal in London. I allude to Madame Koluchy." "Madame Koluchy?" said Durham, glancing from one of us to the other. "What can you mean? Are you dreaming? Madame Koluchy? What can she have to do with my little boy? Is it possible that you allude to the great lady doctor?" "The same," cried Dufrayer. "The fact is, Durham, Head and I have been watching this woman for months past. We have learned some grave things about her. I will not take up your time now relating them, but you must take our word for it that she is not to be trusted, that to know her is to be in danger, to be her friend is to be in touch with some monstrous and terrible crime. For some reason she has made a friend of Lady Faulkner. Head saw them standing together under your picture. Head, will you tell Durham the exact words you overheard Lady Faulkner say?" I repeated them. Durham, who had been listening attentively, now shook his head. "We are only wasting time following a clue of that sort," he said. "Nothing would induce me to doubt Lady Faulkner. What object could she possibly have in stealing my child? She has a child of her own, exactly like Robin. Head, you are on a wrong track. You waste time by these conjectures. Someone has stolen the child, hoping to reap a large reward. We must go to the police immediately, and have wires sent to every station round London." "I will accompany you, Durham, if you like, to Scotland Yard," said Dufrayer. "And I will go back to Regent's Park to find out if the keepers have learned anything," I said. We went our separate ways. The next few days were spent in fruitless endeavours to recover the missing child. No stone was left unturned. The police were active in the search. Large rewards were freely offered. Durham, accompanied by a private detective, spent his entire time rushing from place to place. His face grew drawn and anxious. His work was altogether neglected. He slept badly, and morning after morning awoke feeling so ill that his friends became alarmed about him. "If this fearful strain continues much longer, I shall fear for his life," said Dufrayer one evening to me. This was at the end of the first week. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 6. The Star-Shaped Marks. Part 2. On the next morning there was a fresh development in the unaccountable mystery. The nurse, Jane Cleaver, who had been unfeignedly grieving for the child ever since his disappearance, had gone out and had not returned. Inquiries were immediately sent on foot with regard to what had become of her, but not a clue could be obtained as to her whereabouts. On the evening of that day I called to see Durham, and found the poor fellow absolutely distracted. "If this suspense continues much longer, I believe I shall lose my reason," he said. "I cannot think what has come to me. It is not only the absence of the child. I feel as if I were under the weight of some terrible illness. I cannot explain to you what my nights are like. I have horrible nightmares. I suffer from a sensation as if I were being scorched by fire. In the morning I awake more dead than alive. During the day I get a little better, but the following night the same is repeated. The image of the child is always before my eyes. I see him everywhere. I hear his voice crying to me to come and rescue him." He turned aside, so overcome by emotion that he could hardly speak. "Durham," I said suddenly, "I have come here this evening to tell you that I have made up my mind." "To do what?" he asked. "I am going to Scotland to-morrow. I mean to visit Lady Faulkner at Bram Castle. It is quite possible that she knows something of the fate of the child. One thing at least is certain, that a person who has a strong likeness to her beguiled the little fellow round the rhododendron clump." Durham smiled faintly. "I cannot agree with you," he said. "I would stake my life on the honour of Lady Faulkner." "At least you must allow me to make inquiries," I replied. "I shall be away for a few days. I may return with tidings. Keep up your heart until you see me again." On the following evening I found myself in Inverness-shire. I put up at a small village just outside the estate of Bram. The castle towering on its beetling cliffs hung over the rushing waters of the river Bramley. I slept at the little inn, and early on the following morning made my way to the castle. Lady Faulkner was at home, and showed considerable surprise at seeing me. I noticed that her colour changed, and a look of consternation visited her large, beautiful eyes. "You startled me, Mr. Head," she said. "Is anything wrong?" "Wrong? Yes," I answered. "Is it possible you have not heard the news?" "What news?" she inquired. She immediately regained her self-control, sat down on the nearest chair, and looked me full in the face. "I have news which will cause you sorrow, Lady Faulkner. You were fond of Durham's boy, were you not?" "Mr. Durham's boy? Sweet little Robin?" she cried. "Of course. Has anything happened to him?" "Is it possible that you have not heard? The child is lost." I then related all that had occurred. Lady Faulkner looked at me gravely, with just the right expression of distress coming and going on her face. When I had finished my narrative, there were tears in her eyes. "This will almost send Mr. Durham to his grave," she cried. "But surely the child will be found?" "The child must be found," I said. As I spoke, I looked at her steadily. Immediately my suspicions were strengthened. She gazed at me with that wonderful calm which I do not believe any man could adopt. It occurred to me that she was overdoing it. The slight hardening which I had noticed before round her lovely lips became again perceptible. In spite of all her efforts, an expression the reverse of beautiful filled her eyes. "Oh, this is terrible!" she said, suddenly springing to her feet. "I can feel for Mr. Durham from my very heart. My own little Keith is so like Robin. You would like to see my boy, would you not, Mr. Head?" "I shall be glad to see him," I answered. "You have spoken before of the extraordinary likeness between the children." "It is marvellous!" she cried. "You would scarcely know one from the other." She rang the bell. A servant appeared. "Tell the nurse to bring baby here," said Lady Faulkner. A moment later the door was opened. The nurse herself did not appear, but a little boy dressed in white rushed into the room. He ran up to Lady Faulkner, clasping his arms ecstatically round her knees. "Mother's own little boy," she said. She lifted him into her arms. Her fingers were loaded with rings, and I noticed as she held the child against her heart that they were trembling. Was all this excessive emotion for Durham's miserable fate? "Lady Faulkner," I said, jumping to my feet and speaking sternly, "I will tell you the truth. I have come here in a vain hope. The loss of the child is killing the poor father. Can you do anything for his relief?" "I?" she said. "What do you mean?" My words were unexpected, and they startled her. "Can you do anything for his relief?" I repeated. "Let me look at that boy. He is exactly like the child who is lost." "I always told you there was an extraordinary likeness," she answered. "Look round, baby. Look at that gentleman. Tell him you are mother's own little boy." "Mummy's boy," lisped the baby. He looked full up into my face. The blue eyes, the mass of golden hair, the slow, lovely smile. Surely I had seen them before. Lady Faulkner unfastened her locket, opened it, and gave it to me. "Feature for feature," she said. "Feature for feature the same. Mr. Head, this is my child. Is it possible?" She let the child drop from her arms and stood up confronting me. Her attitude reminded me of Ellen Douglas. "Is it possible that you suspect me?" she cried. "I will be frank with you, Lady Faulkner," I answered. "I do suspect you." She seated herself with a perceptible effort. "This is too grave a matter to be merely angry about," she said. "But do you realize what you are saying? You suspect me of having stolen Robin Durham from his father?" "God help me, I do," I answered. "Your reasons?" She took the child again on her knee. He turned towards her and caught hold of her heavy gold chain. As he did so, I remembered that I had seen Durham's boy playing with that chain in the studio at Lanchester Gardens. I briefly repeated the reasons for my fears. I told Lady Faulkner what I had overheard at the Academy. I said a few strong words with regard to Madame Kolucci. "To be a friend of that woman is to condemn you," I said at last. Do you know what she really is?" Lady Faulkner made no answer. During the entire narrative she had not uttered a syllable. "When my husband returns home," she said at last, faintly, "he will protect me from this cruel charge." "Are you prepared to swear that the boy sitting on your knee is your own boy?" I asked. She hesitated, then said boldly, "I am." "Will you take an oath on the Bible that he is your child?" Her face grew white. "Surely that is not necessary," she said. "But will you do it?" I repeated. She looked down again at the boy. The boy looked up at her. "Pretty lady," he said all of a sudden. The moment he uttered the words I noticed a queer change on her face. She got up and rang the bell. A grave-looking, middle-aged woman entered the room. "Take the baby, nurse," said Lady Faulkner. The woman lifted the boy in her arms and conveyed him from the room. "I will swear, Mr. Head," said Lady Faulkner. "There is a Bible on that table. I will swear on the Bible." She took the book in her hands, repeated the usual words of oath, and kissed the book. "I declare that that boy is my own son, born of my body," she said, slowly and distinctly. "Thank you," I answered. I laid the Bible down on the table. "What else do you want me to do?" she said. "There is one test," I replied, "which, in my opinion, will settle the matter finally. The test is this. If the boy I have just seen is indeed your son, he will not recognize Durham, for he has never seen him. If, on the other hand, he is Durham's boy, he cannot fail to know his father, and to show that he knows him when he is taken into his presence. Will you return with me to town to-morrow, bringing the child with you? If little Robin's father appears as a stranger to the boy, I will believe that you have spoken the truth." Before Lady Faulkner could reply, a servant entered the room bearing a letter on a salver. She took it eagerly and tore it open, glanced at the contents, and a look of relief crossed her face as her eyes met mine. They were bright now, and full of a curious defiance. "I am willing to stand the test," she said. "I will come with you to-morrow." "With the boy?" "Yes, I will bring the boy." "You must allow him to enter Durham's presence without you." "He shall do so." "Good," I answered. "We can leave here by the earliest train in the morning." I left the castle a few minutes later, and wired to Dufrayer, telling him that Lady Faulkner and I would come up to town early on the following day, bringing Lady Faulkner's supposed boy with us. I asked Dufrayer not to prepare Durham in any way. Late in the evening I received a reply to my telegram. "Come by first train," were its contents. "Durham is seriously ill." I thought it best to say nothing of the illness to Lady Faulkner, and at an early hour on the following day we started on our journey. No nurse accompanied the child. He slept a good part of the day. Lady Faulkner herself was almost silent. She scarcely addressed me. Now and then I saw her eyes light upon the child with a curious expression. Once, as I was attending to her comfort, she looked me full in the face. "You doubt me, Mr. Head," she said. "It is impossible for me to feel friendly towards you until your doubts are removed." "I am more grieved than I can say," I answered, "but I must, God helping me, at any cost, see justice done." She shivered. At 7 p.m. we steamed into King's Cross. Dufrayer was on the platform, and at the carriage door in a second. From the grave expression on his face, I saw that there was bad news. Was it possible that the worst had happened to Durham, and that now there would never be any means of proving whether the child were Lady Faulkner's child or not? "Be quick!" he exclaimed when he saw me. "Durham is sinking fast. I am afraid we shall be too late as it is." "What is the matter with him?" I asked. "That is what no one can make out. Langley Chaston, the great nerve specialist, has been to see him this afternoon. Chaston is completely nonplussed, but he attributes the illness to the shock and strain caused by the loss of the child." Dufrayer said these words eagerly, and as he imagined into my ear alone. A hand touched me on the shoulder. I turned and confronted Lady Faulkner. "What are you saying?" she exclaimed. "Is it possible that Mr. Durham is in danger of his life?" "He is dying," said Dufrayer brusquely. Lady Faulkner stepped back as though someone had shot her. She quivered all over. "Take the child," she said to me in a faint voice. I lifted the boy in my arms. A brougham awaited us. We got in. The child, weary with the journey, lay fast asleep. In another moment we were rattling along the Marylebone Road toward Lanchester Gardens. As we entered the house, Dr. Curzon, Durham's own physician, received us in the hall. "You are too late," he said. "The poor fellow is unconscious. It is the beginning of the end. I doubt if he will live through the night." The doctor's words were interrupted by a low cry. Looking round, I saw that Lady Faulkner had flung off her cloak had lifted her veil, and was staring at Dr. Curzon as though she were about to take leave of her senses. "Say those words again," she cried. "My dear madam, I am sorry to startle you. Durham is very ill, quite unconscious, sinking fast." "I must see him," she said eagerly. "Which is his room?" "The bedroom facing you, on the first landing," was the doctor's reply. She rushed upstairs, not waiting for anyone. We followed her slowly. As we were about to enter the room, the child being still in my arms, Lady Faulkner came out and confronted me. "I have seen him," she said. "One glance at his face was sufficient. Mr. Head, I must speak to you, and alone, at once. At once! Take me where I can see you all alone." I opened the door of another room on the same landing and switched on the electric light. "Put the child down," she said, "or take him away. This is too horrible. It is past bearing. I never meant things to go as far as this." "Lady Faulkner, do you quite realize what you are saying?" "I realize everything. Oh, Mr. Head, you are right. Madam is the most terrible woman in all the world. She told me that I might bring the boy to London in safety, that she had arranged matters so that his father should not recognize him, so that he would not recognize his father. I was to bring him straight here and trust to her to put things right. I never knew she meant this. I have just looked at his face, and he is changed. He is horrible to look at now. Oh, my God, this will kill me." "You must tell me all, Lady Faulkner," I said. "You have committed yourself now. You have as good as confessed the truth. Then the child, this child, is indeed Durham's son?" "That child is Loftus Durham's son. Yes, I am the most miserable woman in the universe. Do what you will with me. Oh, yes, I could bring myself to steal the boy, but not to go to this last extreme step. This is murder, Mr. Head. If Mr. Durham dies, I am guilty of murder. Is there no chance of his life?" "The only chance is for you to tell me everything, as quickly as you can," I answered. "I will," she replied. She pulled herself together and began to speak hurriedly. "I will tell you all in as few words as possible, but in order that you should understand why I committed this awful crime, you must know something of my early history. My father and mother died from shock after the death of 3 baby brothers in succession. Each of these children lived to be a year old, and then each succumbed to the same dreadful malady and sank into an early grave. I was brought up by an aunt, who treated me sternly, suppressing all affection for me, and doing her utmost to get me married off her hands as quickly as possible. Sir John Faulkner fell in love with me when I was 18, and asked me to be his wife. I loved him, and eagerly consented. On the day when I gave my consent I met our family doctor. I told him of my engagement and of the unlooked-for happiness which had suddenly dawned on my path. To my astonishment, old Dr. Macpherson told me that I did wrong to marry. "There is a terrible disease in your family," he said. "You have no right to marry." He then told me an extraordinary and terrible thing. He said that in my family on the mother's side was a disease which is called pseudo-hypertrophic muscular paralysis. This strange disease is hereditary, but only attacks the male members of the house, all the females absolutely escaping. You have doubtless heard of it?" I bowed. "It is one of the most terrible hereditary diseases known," I replied. Her eyes began to dilate. "Dr. Macpherson told me about it that dreadful day," she continued. "He said my 3 brothers had died of it, that they had inherited it on the mother's side, that my mother's brothers had also died of it, and that she, although escaping it herself, had communicated it to her male children. He told me that if I married, any boys who were born to me would in all probability die of this disease." I listened to him, shocked. I went back and told my aunt. She laughed at my fears, told me that the doctor was deceiving me, assured me that I should do very wrong to refuse such an excellent husband as Sir John, and warned me never to repeat a word of what I had heard with regard to my own family to him. In short, she forced on the marriage. I cannot altogether blame her, for I also was only too anxious to escape from my miserable life, and but half believed the doctor's story. I married to find, alas, that I had not entered into paradise. My husband, although he loved me, told me frankly a week after our marriage that his chief reason for marrying me was to have a healthy heir to his house. He said that I looked strong, and he believed my children would be healthy. He was quite morbid on this subject. We were married nearly 3 years before our child was born. My husband was almost beside himself with rejoicing when this took place. It was not until the baby lay in my arms that I suddenly remembered what I had almost forgotten, old Dr. Macpherson's warning. The child, however, looked perfectly strong, and I trusted that the dreadful disease would not appear in him. When the baby was 4 months old, my husband was suddenly obliged to leave home in order to visit India. He was to be absent about a year. Until little Keith was a year old, he remained perfectly healthy. Then strange symptoms began. The disease commenced in the muscles of the calves of the legs, which became much enlarged. The child suffered from great weakness. He could only walk by throwing his body from side to side at each step. In terror, I watched his symptoms. I took him then to see Dr. Macpherson. He told me that I had neglected his warning, and that my punishment had begun. He said there was not the slightest hope for the child, that he might live for a few months, but would in the end die. I returned home, mad with misery. I dared not let my husband know the truth. I knew that if he did, he would render my life a hell, for the fate which had overtaken my first child would be the fate of every other boy born to me. My misery was beyond any words. Last winter, when baby's illness had just begun, I came up to town. I brought the child with me. He grew worse daily. When in town, I heard of the great fame of Madame Colucci and her wonderful cures. I went to see her, and told her my pitiful story. She shook her head when I described the features of the case, and said that no medicine had ever been discovered for this form of muscular paralysis, but said she would think over the case, and asked me to call upon her again. The next day, when in Regent's Park, I saw Loftus Durham's little boy. I was startled at the likeness, and ran forward with a cry, thinking that I was about to embrace my own little Keith. The child had the same eyes, the same build. The child was Keith, to all intents and purposes, only he was healthy, a splendid little lad. I made friends with him on the spot. I went straight then to Madame Colucci, and told her that I had seen a child the very same as my own child. She then thought out the scheme which has ended so disastrously. She assured me it only needed courage on my part to carry it through. We discovered that the child was the only son of a widower, a rising artist of the name of Durham. Mr. Head, you know the rest. I determined to get acquainted with Mr. Durham, and in order to do so, gave him a commission to paint the picture called Soldiers Attend. You can scarcely understand how I lived through the past winter. Madame had persuaded me to send my dying child to her. A month ago I saw my boy breathe his last. I smothered my agony and devoted every energy to the kidnapping of little Robin. I took him away as planned, the nurse's attention being completely engrossed by a confederate of Madame Colucci's. It was arranged that in a week's time the nurse was also to be kidnapped and removed from the country. She is now, I believe, on her way to New Zealand. Having removed the nurse, the one person we had to dread in the recognizing of the child was the father himself. With great pains I taught the boy to call me Mummy, and I believed he had learned the name and had forgotten his old title of Pitty Lady. But he said the words yesterday in your presence, and I have not the slightest doubt, by so doing, confirmed your suspicions. When I had taken the dreadful oath that the child was my own, and so perjured my soul, a letter from Madame Colucci arrived. She had discovered that you had gone to Scotland, and guessed that your suspicions were aroused. She said that you were her most terrible enemy, and that more than once you had circumvented her in the moment of victory, but she believed that on this occasion we should win, and she further suggested that the very tests which you demanded should be acceded to by me. She said that she had arranged matters in such a way that the father would not recognize the child, nor would the child know him, that I was to trust her, and boldly go up to London and bring the boy into his father's presence. The butler, Collier, who of course also knew the child, had, owing to Madame's secret intervention, been sent on a fruitless errand into the country, and so got out of the way. I now see what Madame really meant. She would kill Mr. Durham, and so ensure his silence forever. But oh, Mr. Head, bad as I am, I cannot commit murder. Mr. Head, you must save Mr. Durham's life. I will do what I can, I answered. There is no doubt from your confession that Durham is being subjected to some slow poison. What, we have to discover. I must leave you now, Lady Faulkner. I went into the next room, where Dufrayer and Dr. Curzon were waiting for me. It was darkened. At the far end, in a bed against the wall, lay Durham. Bidding the nurse bring the lamp, I went across and bent over him. I started back at his strange appearance. I scarcely recognized him. He was lying quite still, breathing so lightly that at first I thought he must be already dead. The skin of the face and neck had a very strange appearance. It was inflamed and much reddened. I called the poor fellow by name, very gently. He made no sign of recognition. "What is all this curious inflammation due to?" I asked of Dr. Curzon, who was standing by my side. "That is the mystery," he replied. "It is unlike anything I have seen before." I took up my lens and examined it closely. It was certainly curious. Whatever the cause, the inflammation seemed to have started from many different centres of disturbance. I was at once struck by the curious shape of the markings. They were star-shaped, and radiated as if from different centres. As I still examined them, I could not help thinking that I had seen similar markings somewhere else not long ago, but when and connected with what I could not recall. This was, however, a detail of no importance. The terrible truth which confronted me absorbed every other consideration. Durham was dying before my eyes, and from Lady Faulkner's confession, Madame Colucci was doubtless killing him by means unknown. It was indeed a weird situation. I beckoned to the doctor, and went out with him onto the landing. "I have no time to tell you all," I said. "You noticed Lady Faulkner's agitation. She has made a strange and terrible confession. The child who has just been brought back to the house is Durham's own son. He was stolen by Lady Faulkner for reasons of her own. The woman who helped her kidnap the child was the quack doctor, Madame Colucci." "Madame Colucci?" said Dr. Curzon. "The same," I answered. "The cleverest and the most wicked woman in London, a past master in every shade of crime. Beyond doubt, Madame is at the bottom of Durham's illness. She is poisoning him. We have got to discover how. I thought it necessary to tell you as much, Dr. Curzon. Now, will you come back with me again to the sick room?" The doctor followed me without a word. Once more I bent over Durham, and as I did so, the memory of where I had seen similar markings returned to me. I had seen them on photographic plates which had been exposed to the induction action of a brush discharge of high electromotive force from the positive terminal of a plant rheostatic machine. An eminent electrician had drawn my attention to these markings at the time, had shown me the plates, and remarked upon the strange effects. Could there be any relationship of cause and effect here? "Has any kind of electric treatment been tried?" I asked, turning to Dr. Curzon. "None," he answered. "Why do you ask?" "Because," I said, "I have seen similar effects produced on the skin by prolonged exposure to powerful X-rays, and the appearance of Durham's face suggests that the skin might have been subjected to a powerful discharge from a focus tube." "There has been no electricity employed, nor has any stranger been near the patient." He was about to proceed when I suddenly raised my hand. "Hush!" I cried. "Stay quiet a moment." There was immediately a dead silence in the room. The dying man breathed more and more feebly. His face beneath the dreadful star-like markings looked as if he were already dead. Was I a victim to my own fancies, or did I hear, muffled, distant, and faint, the sound I somehow expected to hear, the sound of a low hum a long way off? An ungovernable excitement seized me. "Do you hear? Do you hear?" I asked, grasping Curzon's arm. "I hear nothing. What do you expect me to hear?" he said, fear dawning in his eyes. "Who is in the next room through there?" I asked, bending over the sick man and touching the wall behind his head. "That room belongs to the next house, sir," said the nurse. "Then if that is so, we may have got the solution," I said. "Curzon, Dufrayer, come with me at once." We hurried out of the room. "We must get into the next house without a moment's delay," I said. "Into the next house? You must be mad," said the doctor. "I am not. I have already told you that there is foul play in this extraordinary case, and a fearful explanation of Durham's illness has suddenly occurred to me. I have given a great deal of time lately to the study of the effect of powerful cathode and X-rays. The appearance of the markings on Durham's face are suspicious. Will you send a messenger at once to my house for my fluorescent screen?" "I will fetch it," said Dufrayer. He hurried off. "The next thing to be done is to move the bed on which the sick man lies to the opposite side of the room," I said. Curzon watched me as I spoke, with a queer expression on his face. "It shall be done," he said briefly. We returned to the sick room. In less than an hour my fluorescent screen was in my hand. I held it up to the wall, just where Durham's bed had been. It immediately became fluorescent, but we could make nothing out. This fact, however, converted my suspicions into certainties. "I thought so," I said. "Who owns the next house?" I rushed downstairs to question the servants. They could only tell me that it had been unoccupied for some time, but that the board, "To Let," had a month ago been removed. They did not believe that the new occupants had yet taken possession. Dufrayer and I went into the street and looked up at the windows. The house was to all appearance the counterpart of the one in which Durham lived. Dufrayer, who was now as much excited as I was, rushed off to the nearest fire engine station and quickly returned with an escape ladder. This was put up to one of the upper windows, and we managed to get in. The next instant we were inside the house, and the low hum of a make and break fell on our ears. We entered a room answering to the one where Durham's bedroom was situated, and there immediately discovered the key to the diabolical mystery. Close against the wall, within a few feet of where the sick man's bed had been, was an enormous focus tube, the platinum electrode turned so as to direct the rays through the wall. The machine was clamped in a holder and stood on a square deal table, upon which also stood the most enormous induction coil I had ever seen. This was supplied from the main through wires coming from the electric lights supplied to the house. This induction coil gave a spark of at least 24 inches. Insulated wires from it ran across the room to a hole in the farther wall into the next room, where the make and break was whirring. This had evidently been done in order that the noise of the hum should be as far away as possible. Constant powerful discharges of cathode and X-rays, such as must have been playing upon Durham for days and nights continuously, are now proved to be so injurious to life that he would in all probability have been dead before the morning, I cried. As it is, we may save him. I then turned and grasped Dufrayer by the arm. I believe that at last we have evidence to convict Madame Koluchy, I exclaimed. What with Lady Faulkner's confession and— Let us go back at once and speak to Lady Faulkner, said Dufrayer. We returned at once to the next house, but the woman whom we sought had already vanished. How she had gone, and when, no one knew. The next day we learned that Madame Koluchy had also left London, and that it was not certain when she would return. Doubtless, Lady Faulkner, having confessed in a moment of terrible agitation, had then flown to Madame Koluchy for protection. From that hour to now, we have heard nothing more of the unfortunate young woman. Her husband is moving heaven and earth to find her, but in vain. Removed from the fatal influence of the rays, Durham has recovered, and the joy of having his little son restored to him has doubtless been his best medicine. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Brotherhood of the Seven Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. Chapter 7. The Iron Circlet. Madame had left London, and my first wild hope was that she might not return. But this was quickly doomed to disappointment, for 2 months after the events related in the last story, as I was walking down Welbeck Street, I noticed that the blinds in her house were up, that there were fresh curtains to the windows, and that the place bore all the usual marks of habitation. With a sinking heart I was just commenting on this fact when I saw the hall door open, and a slender, dark-eyed young woman run down the steps. She glanced at me, raised her brows very slightly as if she recognized me, half paused as if about to speak, then changed her mind and walked rapidly just a few paces in front of me down the street. I had certainly never seen her before, and pitying her as in all probability one of Madame's victims, went on my own way. In the course of the same afternoon I visited Dufrayer at his office. A glance at his face showed me that he had something to say. He drew me aside with a certain eagerness and began to speak. "I really believe," he cried, "that the tide has turned at last. Madame is so emboldened by her success that she is certain to do something foolish." "She is back in town," I interrupted. "I passed her house this morning and—" "She returned about a fortnight ago," interrupted Dufrayer. "Now listen, Head, I have something to tell you. You know that for a long time Tyler's agents have been following Madame Koluchy? It was only yesterday morning that Tyler drew my attention to a matter which looks uncommonly suspicious. But read this advertisement for yourself." As he spoke, Dufrayer handed me the Times of a week back. Under the heading, Situations Vacant, he pointed to the following words. "Wanted. A first-rate bacteriologist to advise on a matter of a very private nature. Handsome remuneration to anyone possessing the necessary knowledge. Apply in strict privacy by letter only to K.K., 350, Times Office, E.C." I put the paper down. "What is there suspicious about that?" I asked. "At first sight one would think nothing," was the answer. "But Tyler is so alert that not a single thing escapes him now. The K.K. first aroused his sense of inquiry." "Catherine Koluchy!" I cried. "Surely if this were an advertisement put in by Madame, she would not, knowing how she is wanted, use her own initials?" "It seems scarcely likely," he answered. "But I will tell you exactly what has happened. On seeing the advertisement, Tyler at once posted a man in the Times advertisement office, explaining his business to the clerks. Tyler's man was instructed how to proceed. About 11 o'clock on the morning after the advertisement was first published, a person arrived, received 2 letters, and went away. Tyler's clerk immediately followed this man, who went straight to Madame Koluchy's house. It was a lucky shot of Tyler's, and they are following up the scent closely. He has further discovered that they have engaged no less a person than the well-known bacteriologist James Lockhart to undertake this very mysterious business. His private laboratory is in Devonshire Street. The question now arises, what steps are we to take?" "I see that you have an idea," I replied. "Well, I have, or rather it is Tyler's. He suggests a bold step. He thinks that you and I ought to call on Lockhart. There is no question with regard to his position and knowledge. He has done more original work during the last 2 years in bacteriology than anyone else in the country, and if this terrible Brotherhood should worm some secret out of him on a plausible pretext, they may use it to deadly effect, making him the unsuspecting agent of a terrible crime. Knowing all that we do, Head, I think we are bound to see him." I thought over Dufrayer's suggestion. "I am puzzled to know what to say," was my reply. "Lockhart may not like our interfering." "Very possibly, but nevertheless the duty of warning him remains the same." "If you feel so, Dufrayer, I have no doubt you are right," I said. "When will you go to see Lockhart? I shall, of course, be willing to accompany you." "I cannot look him up to-day, for I am unfortunately busy at the courts to the last moment, but I suggest that you and I go to his house tomorrow morning at 10. "Very well," I answered. "I will meet you outside his door at that hour." A few minutes later I left Dufrayer. Absorbed in anxious thought, I presently found myself in Piccadilly, and then in Bond Street. I walked on slowly. My thoughts were so anxious that they seemed to impede my movements. Madame had returned. Once again she was at work on some hideous machination. Once again Dufrayer and I held our lives in our hands. Knowing the woman as I did, I could scarcely agree with Dufrayer that, emboldened by success, she was becoming less cautious. Never yet was she known to allow her vigilance to sleep, and not even in the hour of victory would it fail her. On the face of it, this very open advertisement looked queer, but surely there was more behind. Yes, we must warn Lockhart. He would resent our interfering, but what matter? He was a strong man in every sense of the word, and I rather wondered at Madame selecting him to do her deadly work. I had seen him more than once during the last couple of years. His remarkable genius and the brilliancy of some of his lectures before the Royal Society returned vividly to my memory. The hour was now between 4 and 5. I suddenly remembered that I had promised to meet a man in some tea rooms which had lately been opened in Bond Street. I found the right place and walked down a long narrow passage, which opened into a small courtyard surrounded by coffee and tea rooms of different descriptions. The seclusion and unexpected quiet of the place were refreshing. The soft notes of distant music took my steps upstairs to the first floor, and the next instant I had entered a tea room, as still and peaceful as if London were miles away. Some girls, tastefully dressed and looking like ladies, were waiting on the visitors. I seated myself at a small table and waited for my friend. I looked at my watch. He was late. I resolved to wait for him for a few moments, but before many had passed, one of the young waitresses approached me with a telegram, asking if my name was Head. I replied in the affirmative and tore it open. It was from my friend. He had suddenly been called out of town, and could not keep his appointment. I ordered tea for myself, and leaning back in my chair looked around me. The room was tastefully decorated with a certain aiming after simplicity, which produced a most inviting effect. My tea was brought on a small tray, and at the same time a girl, very quietly dressed, took the place opposite to mine. My first glance caused me to look at her again. She was the dark-eyed girl whom I had seen that morning coming down Madame Colucci's steps. I observed that her eyes, larger than those of most Englishwomen, wore a strained expression. Otherwise she was fresh and young-looking. I poured a cup of tea and was just raising it to my lips when she suddenly bent forward. "I am addressing Mr. Norman Head, am I not?" she said in a low, hurried voice. I bowed coldly in acknowledgment. "Forgive me," she said again. "I know that you are very much surprised at my addressing you, but I must tell you the simple truth. I meant to speak to you this morning outside Madame Colucci's house, but I could not summon the courage. I happened to be in Bond Street just now and saw you passing. You entered here and I followed you. I know I have taken a very bold step, but I cannot rest until I tell you something. It is not a message of any sort, but it is a word of warning." I made an impatient exclamation. "If you have anything to say, I must, of course, listen," I replied. "But remember, you are a total stranger to me." "I will tell you my name," she said eagerly. "Valentia Ward. I am Mr. Lockhart's secretary. You know Mr. Lockhart, of 205 Devonshire Street, do you not?" "By name? Well. You allude to the great bacteriologist?" "Yes," she answered. I have been his secretary for over a year. I work with him every morning in his laboratory. It is about him, and also about you, Mr. Head, that I want to speak." "Well, say what you have to say as quickly as possible," I replied. "I will do so. Bend forward a little so that others may not overhear." She poured herself out a cup of tea as she uttered the last words. Her hand shook slightly. It was a delicate and very small white hand, the blue veins showing under the skin. "I happen to know," she continued, "no matter how or why, that you, Mr. Head, and a certain Mr. Dufrayer, a well-known criminal solicitor, intend to follow up an advertisement which appeared in the Times of this day week. The advertisement was to the effect that a first-rate bacteriologist was required to advise on a matter of a private nature. Mr. Dufrayer has learned, no matter how, that Mr. James Lockhart, of 205 Devonshire Street, has been appointed to undertake the work. It is your intention, and also Mr. Dufrayer's, to call upon him in order to warn him with regard to some hidden danger. Am I not right?" "You must forgive me, but I cannot reply to your question." She smiled very faintly. "You are a wise man to guard your lips, but your face is my answer," she said. "Now I will tell you why I have ventured to speak to you. I want you to give up your intention of calling on Mr. Lockhart." "And by what right do you, a complete stranger, interfere with my movements?" "By the right of my superior knowledge," she answered at once. "My reasons I cannot explain, but they are of the gravest character. You and your friend will implicate yourselves most seriously if you do what you intend to do. You will run into danger if you meddle in this matter. In giving you this warning I risk much myself, and I earnestly beseech of you to believe me and to attend to my words. Do not see Mr. Lockhart. Let the advertisement alone. By doing so you will circumvent. Her lips trembled. Fire shone in her big eyes. She rose to her feet. "I can do no more," she said. "If you fail to understand me, I am sorry, but I have at least performed a very painful and necessary duty." She drew down her veil, went to a little table near the door where an accountant sat, paid for her tea, and left the room. I sat on where she had left me, feeling puzzled and shaken. The girl's face bore the impress of truth, and yet it seemed hard not to believe that she was one of Madame's agents. Had I not actually seen her coming down the steps of Madame's house? She seemed troubled when she spoke. When she pleaded with me, her voice shook with the extreme and passionate eagerness of her words. But all these signs might only be put on in order to prevent an interference which Madame, from long experience, had learned to dread. When I met Dufrayer on the following morning outside Lockhart's house, I took his arm and walked with him for a moment or two up and down the street. I then related briefly the incident of the day before. He listened to my words with marked attention. "What do you think?" I said when I had concluded. "That beyond doubt the girl has been employed to warn you," was his reply. "Lockhart's danger is even greater than I was at first inclined to suspect. If he is not very careful, he will find himself in a hornet's nest. Yes, we must warn him immediately. It is past 10. Let us ring the bell. He will probably be at home." In reply to our summons, we were told that Mr. Lockhart was within, and were shown at once into a private room next to his laboratory. He joined us almost immediately. His appearance was already well known to me, but when he entered the room I was struck once again by his remarkable personality. He was a tall and very heavily built man, standing quite 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a jovial red face, as unlike the typical scientist as man could be. His manner was bluff and hearty, and he had a merry smile, suggestive more of a country squire than of one who spent most of his time over culture plates. "What can I do for you, sir?" he said genially, extending his hand to me. "Your name, Mr. Head, is not unfamiliar to me, and if I remember right, we were once antagonists in print in a discussion on nitrifying bacteria. I am afraid in the end I had to yield to your superior knowledge, but I should like now to show you a little thing which may change your views." "Thank you," I answered, "but I have not called to discuss your work. May I introduce my friend, Mr. Dufrayer? He and I have come here this morning on a matter which we believe to be of utmost importance. It is of a strictly private nature, and when you have heard what we have both got to say, you will, I am sure, pardon what must seem an unwarrantable espionage." He raised his eyebrows, and looked from Dufrayer to me in some astonishment. I drew a copy of the Times from my pocket, and pointed to the advertisement. As I did so, I noticed for the first time that the door between this room and the next was open, and at the same time the distinct noise of breaking glass came to my ears. "Pardon me a moment," said Lockhart. "My secretary is in the next room, and you would rather that no one overheard us. I will just go to her and ask her to do some work in my study." Still retaining the copy of the Times in his hand, he entered a large laboratory, where doubtless his own important discoveries were made. "Ah, Miss Ward!" he exclaimed. "So you have broken that culture tube. Well, never mind now. Don't wait to pick up the fragments. I am particularly engaged. There are letters which I want you to copy in my study. You can go there until I send for you." The light steps of a young woman were heard leaving the room. A door was opened at the farther end and closed again softly. Lockhart returned to us. "I am fortunate," he said, "in having secured as my secretary a most intelligent and clever girl, 1 in 1,000. At one time she thought of embracing the medical profession, and has studied bacteriology a little herself. But what possessed her to break a valuable culture tube just now is more than I can understand. Poor girl, she was quite white and trembling when I went into the room, and yet I am never harsh to her. Her name is Valentia Ward, a pretty creature, and a better secretary than any man I have ever come across. But there, gentlemen, you must pardon my alluding to my own private affairs. The loss of that culture tube has upset me a trifle, but I shall soon put matters right, and Miss Ward need not have looked so stricken. Now, let us attend to business. You speak of an advertisement in this paper. Where is it? Is it today's edition?" "No, the edition of a week back," I replied. "I have reason to know, Mr. Lockhart, that you have answered this advertisement. Pray glance your eye over it again. It is in your own interest that my friend and I have come here today." "I fail to understand," said Lockhart a trifle coldly. "I will gladly explain," I said. "We have the strongest reasons for suspecting that these words were inserted by a well-known lady doctor called Madame Colucci." "Still, I do not perceive your meaning," he replied. "Even granted that such is the case, may I ask what business this is of yours?" "You certainly may. Our business is to warn you against any dealings with that woman." "Indeed! But the lady in question is well known, and her scientific attainments are respected by every scientist in the kingdom. I think we must either close our present interview, or I must beg of you to give me a further explanation." "As honorable men we can speak quite plainly," I replied. "However impossible it may seem to you, I am now prepared to tell you that Madame Colucci is the head of a gang, or secret society, whose headquarters are at present in London. This society is perpetrating some of the most terrible crimes the century has known. I could mention half a dozen which would be familiar to you. Up till now, Madame has eluded justice with a most remarkable ingenuity, but she cannot do so much longer. All my friend and I beg of you is to have nothing to do with her, and, beyond all other things, not to put into her hands, or into the hands of any of her confederates, one or more of the great secrets of bacteriology. You know as well as I do how omnipotent such powers would be in the hands of the unscrupulous." While I was speaking, Lockhart's red face became troubled. He wrinkled his forehead and knit his brows. "What you have told me sounds almost incredible," he said at last. "I suppose I ought to be obliged to you, but I scarcely know that I am. You have upset my confidence and sown doubt where, I must frankly say, I had absolute faith. Since, however, you have spoken to me so frankly, it is but fair that I should tell you what I know of this matter. It is true that I did see an advertisement in the Times and replied to it. Famous bacteriologist as I doubtless am, I am also a poor man. Pure science, as you know, Mr. Head, brings riches to none. I answered the advertisement, and received almost immediately afterwards a letter from Madame Colucci, asking me to call upon her at her house in Welbeck Street. She received me in her consulting room, and put a few questions to me. I found her frank and agreeable, and there was nothing in the least sinister, either in her manner or in the disclosures which she was obliged to make to me. She soon perceived that I was admirably adapted to carry out her requirements, said that she would give me the work if I cared to undertake it, and on my promising to do so, proceeded at once to business. I cannot divulge the nature of the research which I am about to make on her behalf, as I am under a solemn vow not to do so, but I can at least assure you that it is a perfectly honorable matter, and the pay, well, the pay is so good that I cannot afford to lose it. Madame Colucci is prepared to give me what may mean a small fortune. But I will tell you this, Mr. Head, if I find out that what you have just said is really the case, and I see the smallest likelihood of my information being used for dishonorable purposes, I shall withdraw." "You cannot do more," I answered, "and I am much obliged to you for listening to us so patiently." "I respect the honesty of your purpose," he said. "May I also beg that you will regard what I have just said as strictly confidential?" The ghost of a smile flitted across his face. It passed almost immediately. "I will," he replied. "It seems hard to press you still further," said Dufrayer, "but, short of abusing any confidence you may have made with Madame Colucci, would it be possible for you to keep us posted in what goes on?" I think I may promise that also, and as a preliminary I may as well say that I expect to leave town at a moment's notice on this very business. I do not know where I am going, for I have not yet received full instructions. It occurs to me that if matters are really as serious as you think them to be, it would be as well for me to go, in order to make Madame Colucci show her hand." "Yes," replied Dufrayer, "you are right there, Mr. Lockhart. The interests involved are so enormous that we shall only be able to defeat our enemies on their own ground. But if you happen to be going to a lonely part of the country, do not, I beg of you, go unarmed, and also communicate freely with Mr. Head or myself. You need have no fear, as our agents and detectives will be ready and alert, and will follow you anywhere." Again that almost imperceptible smile passed across his face. Certainly, to look at him, he did not appear to be a man to want much protection in case of a personal encounter. His huge frame towered above Dufrayer and myself as he rose and conducted us to the door. "Well," said Dufrayer when we got outside, "what do you think of it all? My own opinion is," he added, without waiting for me to speak, "that we shall have them this time. Madame has not conducted this matter with half of her usual acumen. Her successes have rendered her thoroughly contemptuous of us. Depend upon it, she will soon learn her lesson." "And what about Miss Valentia Ward?" I cried. "From Lockhart's manner he seems to place absolute trust in her, and yet either there is grave mischief ahead of which we know nothing, or the girl is in Madame's pay." "I have not the slightest doubt which way the balance lies," said Dufrayer, "but Lockhart has been warned by us, and he is quite capable of looking after himself. We could not well betray Miss Ward. Having neglected her advice, we show her very plainly that we do not believe the cock-and-bull story she tried to tempt you with." "And yet the girl looked as if she spoke the truth," I answered. "Ah, Head, you were always influenced by a pretty face," said Dufrayer. "Had Miss Ward been old and wrinkled, you would have treated her cool attempt to impose upon you with the harshness it deserves." "She was agitated and upset to-day, at any rate," I replied. "Beyond doubt it was nervousness at suddenly hearing our voices which caused her to break that culture tube." Dufrayer said nothing further, and I went to my own house. All during the day which followed I could not get either Lockhart or his secretary out of my head, and more than once I congratulated myself upon having acted so promptly on Dufrayer's advice. Having opened Lockhart's eyes, it was scarcely likely that he would be hoodwinked now, and if Madame herself did not fall into our hands, in all probability some of her gang would. Between 4 and 5 on the afternoon of that same day, to my great astonishment, Lockhart was shown into my laboratory. His fat face was redder than ever, and he was panting with excitement. "Ah," he said when he saw me, "I hope I am in time. Get ready quickly, Mr. Head." He took out his handkerchief and began to mop his face. "I have suddenly received orders to go down from Waterloo by the 5:10 to Lymington, in Hampshire, and to bring 3 broth cultures of a certain bacillus with me. I am to be met at Lymington by a boat. Beyond this I know nothing. During the day which has passed I have thought more than once of what you have told me, and I will confess that my suspicions are aroused. On receiving this sudden summons, it occurred to me that if you were to accompany me we could see for ourselves what the matter really means, and perhaps be able to frustrate Madame's plans. Can you manage to come? If so, we have not a single moment to lose. My cab is waiting at the door." "By Jove, this looks really like business," I said, "but I ought to let Dufrayer know." "You have no time to do so now. We can barely manage to get the train by going straight off. If we reach Waterloo in time, we can send your friend a telegram from there." "True," I answered. "I will go with you at once." Lockhart glanced impatiently at his watch. "It is more than 4:30, he said. "It will be a gallop to the station as it is." I considered for a moment. There was no time to pack anything, and I dared not lose what might be the opportunity that I had so longed to meet. I ran upstairs, put on a Norfolk suit and travelling cap, and thrust a revolver into my pocket. I then joined my companion. "Is there any chance of your being watched to see if you come down alone?" I said, as our cab dashed along the Marylebone Road. Lockhart turned and stared at me without replying. "I have not thought of that," he said at last. "It is a possible contingency," I answered. "I know the wariness of my enemy. Had we not better go down to Lymington in separate carriages? When we get there it will be dark, and we can start off together without being observed." "That would be a good plan," he replied. "I will go 3rd class. You can go first." The clock pointed to 8 minutes past 5 as we dashed up the incline to Waterloo. We rushed for our tickets, and just as the doors were being closed, were running up the platform towards the train. As I flew past the 3rd-class compartments to my own more luxurious carriage, I fancied I saw in one, marked "Ladies Only," a face pressed against the window and watching me. It was the face of a woman with dark eyes. It appeared for a flash, and then disappeared behind a curtain. My heart sank with sick apprehension. If Valentia Ward were indeed following us to Lymington, there was no doubt whatever that she was one of Madame's accomplices. She knew that I had met Lockhart contrary to her warning, and was now, doubtless, hurrying to Yarmouth to reveal the truth to Madame. The train sped on, and my thoughts continued to be both busy and anxious. The face with its dark eyes pursued me, turn where I would. I now regretted that a certain sense of honour had forbade my telling Lockhart of my suspicions that morning, and I determined to do so when we reached Lymington. There was no change at Brockenhurst, and at 8:30 we drew up at Lymington Pier. Pulling the collar of my Norfolk jacket well up, and drawing down my cap over my eyes, I stepped out. Lockhart passed me, pushed slightly against me in doing so, and slipped a note into my hand. I glanced at this at once. "Go in the boat to Yarmouth, and then on to Freshwater. I am coming over in a private boat," he wrote. I looked up quickly. Already he was lost in the throng of passengers who had left the train. I had no opportunity to give him any warning. There was nothing for it but to obey his directions, take a ticket to Yarmouth, and hasten on board. In a few moments I found myself steaming down the river and out into the Solent. The sun had set, and the moon would not rise for an hour or two. I stood on deck looking back at the lights of Lymington as they were reflected in the water. Suddenly I felt someone touch me. I looked round, and Miss Ward was by my side. "You have disregarded my advice," she said. "You are in great danger. Don't land at Yarmouth. Take the return boat to Lymington." Her voice was so earnest, and there was such a ring of real distress in it, that try as I would, I could scarcely treat her with the harshness which I thought her conduct deserved. "You are a woman," I began, "but—" "Oh, I know all that you think of me," she answered. "But the risk is too terrible, and my duty too plain, for any harsh judgment of yours to influence me. Go back while there is still time." "I cannot understand you," I said. "You warn me of some vague danger, and yet you allow Lockhart, the man who employs you, to run into what, according to your own showing, is a trap for his destruction. How can I respect you or believe your words when you act in such a manner?" "I dare not tell you the whole truth," she answered. "I wish I had courage, but it means too much. Mr. Lockhart is in no danger. You are. Won't you go back? Won't you be guided by me?" "No," I said. "Where he goes, I will go. His danger is mine also. Miss Ward, you are implicating yourself in the queerest way. You are showing me all too plainly that you are on the side of—" "You think that I am Madame Colucci's agent?" she answered. "Well, there is only one way of saving you. I tried yesterday to do what I could. You would not be warned. When I heard your voice and that of your friend in Mr. Lockhart's dining room this morning, my agitation was so great that I almost betrayed myself. On your behalf I have listened and watched and acted the spy all day. You can scarcely realize what my awful position is. But if you will not yield to my entreaties, I must tell you everything." Just then a friend whom I happened to know and who lived at Yarmouth came up, uttered an exclamation of astonishment, and drew me aside. He invited me to spend the night with him, but knowing that Lockhart expected me at Freshwater, I declined his invitation. I was glad of the interruption, and kept by his side until we reached the pier at Yarmouth. I then looked round for Miss Ward, but she had disappeared. End of Chapter 7, Part 1.